Good morning, Arrakis. How's it going in chat, everybody? Good to see you today. We'll be starting shortly when the ads break has finished. Good morning. I'll have you know that I'm not even remotely made of rope. So that's impossible. Fake news. Lowly Squire, I'll have you know that I am a noble steed. Very rude. What? And... Bruh. These are the big booty bitches. Good morning. How goes it? Do I know if Natrida will be doing OCE service for Dune? I can ask them, but I don't know if I'll get a response massively quickly. Well, loud. We're gonna just zoop, and then how loud is the music for chat? Louder than normal? About the same? That's what we like. We like about the same. I'm very clearly water, Hades. I'm actually insulted. I'm very clearly water. I'm glad you're enjoying the tunes. It's basically Chrono Radio at this point. Can't believe you'd say that I was a cat or a dog. I'm wounded. Clearly water. No, Jake's a bug. I'm water. We've just covered this. Thank you, Skims. Have a good day. Is KBC short for Kronos and Bailey the cat? Because if so, I'm fine. Ah, that hanger's fine. Creating a Chrono Radio would be cool. Ad time redeem. Okay, well we're doing away with pre-rolls then. I physically cannot, which will not let me give you another ad right now. Which says that you guys aren't cool enough to get another advert. Shadow Savant, thank you for the 2 community subs, buddy. Appreciate you. I have a delivery to do for Mr. J the Bard. Save Discord? I'm trying to ping. There we go. So we have a we now have a server tag on the Chrono Zone. If you're in that Discord, you can now use the Oh No guild tag because I put the Oh No in Chronos. I'm too happy with that, to be honest. I have not used that line on thought yet. No, I'm looking forward to him being like, why are you like this? There we go. It's now correctly set as Oh No. Gold. Top quality gold. I basically logged on to deliver some items for Jay, and then I was talking to a couple of people who are doing some deep desert base raiding. Oh yeah, and then one of the people who had their account wiped for being shitty decides to get big mad. Oh dear. Yes, tomorrow I will be off indeed, but Thor will be streaming. So there will be something for you to do, don't worry. Oh yeah, one of those persons. Yeah, exactly. Lands rad check for the morning. Not bad. You want to hear that story? Okay, well the person proposed that rather than having their account wiped, or rather before having their account wiped for bad behavior, they should have been given a heads up first. So they could transfer stuff. Aegis Gamma, thank you for the Prime Spice. I appreciate it. There you go, my excellently crafted ping. It was not a lazy meme post at all. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Morning. Team holding things up for Bitcraft? What's happened? Yeah, you can be goblin cronies. The tier of goblin you are matters. We have danger types of goblins in this chat. Lord B is doing very well, thank you. We had some pets this morning when he woke up. He woke me up. Oh, I was to be distracted by DMs, damn it. Well, guess I'll just go make some more bodies. We do have some news, though. A little bit later. Yeah, B was with me. He slept. He came to show me about 4 o'clock in the morning. Chill with me till about 7:30. Until we decided it was time to come downstairs for food. So today we've got a fair few things that need to get done in the game. We've got a delivery to make to Haga Basin. I mean, B is the boss. He decided that he just wanted extra food. He had finished all of his food overnight, though, to be fair. So, like, that is good on him, you know. It wasn't an empty bowl. Like, the bowl's empty because it's half full. He's still a big baby. That's just how he is. He's just a hungry lad. He is orange-brained, Bailey, yeah. I need to find out where Jay wants the stuff dropped. He's far healthier now than he was when he first started to visit. That's for sure. Good morning. How goes it? Welcome on in, everybody. The spice is flowing well, thank you, Tico. How is your day going? You are very welcome to chill around the stream today while you're working from home. I think you was it? I check the Discord general chat. I can see the kitten. I like kittens. Kittens are cute. Where? Where cat? Oh, it's a little baby. Crumbs is a good name. Good name. Where do we answer the Twitch drops after account link? I claim them also just start the game, know where to look for them in game. Press U for uniform. Go to clothing. Go down here to social clothes. Atreides officer shirt. So it only applies when you're wearing social clothes, which is the point. You're very welcome, bud. Basically, Mira, Twitch decided that they didn't want you giving people, like, you know, health checkups today. So they were trying to trick you into not coming. That's what it was. Very rude of Twitch. I am currently disappointed too. Or current 17 to disappoint, yep. Great Unclean One, thank you for the 2 gift subs, buddy. You rock. What just popped up with spice. These stats and schematic items. Yeah. Go into your schematics. Most of them you can press left alt, you see at the bottom, and it will show you the stats on the item. Alt to show recipe, alt to show stats, left alt. Before learning them, I mean, broadly no. Not in game at least. Hey, you got your first buggy, congratulations. Why is that there? Disgusting. It's always... How much grind is the game? I mean, it's a matter of if it's worth it. How much do you, what do you want to get out of a game? Do you want your game to show immediate progression in the few hours that you've got a week? If you've only got about 8 hours a week, it could probably take you probably, you know, 4 or 5 weeks to get up to aluminium tier and have your ornithopter. So it's quite a slow grind up, but if you don't mind a slow grind in a game, that could be part of the fun. Alternatively, you could find a group who'll help you out on those. You could find that you do the same thing in, you know, half the time. So it kind of depends on what you want to get out of the game as well. Nice. Good morning. I did play Valheim indeed, yes. And yeah, I'm doing good. How are you doing today, Queen of Valera? Just trying to see if you people are able to come along for some stuff. Why do I not have... Bye. Yeah, I'm indeed Harkonnen. Hence the look. She's, you know, she's only half Harkonnen. You thought I was British? No idea why. Exactly. If you're part of the Atreides, you're part of the Ligma. You're part of Big Ligma. Atreides nuts. No, Jennifer Lopez. That's about the Australian's difficult to stick in. I slip into Scottish if I try to Australia for too long. I don't know why. It just happens. You can't cut out. I'm not from Scotland. Am I not tired? No, not really. I'm really enjoying this. No bad Scottish. My talking normally sounds like a South Australian accent. That's interesting. Thoughts about the recycle UI? I'm not a big fan. Don't like. It's eating your unique blood bag. That's awful. Oh, rude rock on the corner. Right, Jay said he's got a base here somewhere. You big bitch. We'll find out if this is Jay's base. Oh, Pharaoh, thank you for that one. That's an interesting one. That's not Jay the Bard's base. It's Gawain's base. Actually, it's quite nice for a starting base. Okay, we're just doing this now. Good morning, everyone. Welcome on in. Deeply funny. Morning. It's his still suit line, yeah. Very important to catch the moisture that he's expelling. Come on, Jay. No. Do any Thopters have guns? No. You can have rocket launchers on the on them though. No guns though. Well, I'm not sure where Jay's house is. Hello? Is this Jay's house? What's happening game if you lose connection or internet drops? Log back in as soon as you can, because most of the time you'll fall out as if you've basically logged out, and you'll despawn eventually, but no, that's not Jay's base, trust. That's someone else's. Good morning, Felix. That one over there is Jail base. It's a long time ago. Takes 5 minutes to despawn the deep desert. This does not have a single player offline mode, no. Hey, nice one, Felix. You don't pull my strings, 'cause I'm a better man. Yeah, I'm trying to deliver the stuffed cakes. Is everyone standing by and ready to go? We need to get everyone to comms, so can you get that sorted while I'm doing this drop-off, Luther?
Hello again, my friend. Hello.
Greetings, how goes it? I hear that you had a run-in with our Shai Halud brother. Oh, there he is now.
It was I was trying to offer the worm a nice rug, but it was not very happy with the rug.
Here we go, here are some more blessings from my people.
Oh, thank you. Your people can now be my best friend.
I must depart
so much
because I have an urgent mission I must undertake. Good luck and
thank you so much, Emily.
Respect the worm.
I have learned my lesson. Thank you. Also, please, may the blessing of the moon goddess, may her feet bless you and step on you.
Ibn Kirtaiba.
Khudafis.
Classic Jay. Something about the moon goddess and feet. Yeah, you know how that is, chat. That's how that works. Okay, I'm on my way to the deep desert. Let's we'll do some fun. We've got everyone here ready to go. Oh, I didn't know Thor was actually on. Okay. Horrifying. The Prime Tato software. Stinkiest. I don't understand. I don't know what you mean, Great Goddess Raya. What abominations? I only have the top quality images on my ad screens. I'm glad that the Thorangi is one of the fun ad screens. The fact that Nellis hates it makes me feel better about it. What? Thor Binks? I did not, but I want to. Is it a good Thor Binks or a shit Thor Binks? Because we really like shit ones.
I am ready to get naked and pilot a machine.
It deeply concerns me when Thor says that.
It does not. You love it.
I also I've done something fun where I've now got a very confusing color scheme on the ornithopter. When it becomes daylight, that can confuse everyone.
I'm naked. I'm ready to pilot. It's ready. Ready.
Okay, what we will do is, if Thor is the one piloting the sandcrawler, I will have Thor in a party, and the 4 of you as scouts should be in a party. That would be more sensible. Oh, unless Thor wants to do scouting, and you want to do the sand eating today, Nellis. I think Thor will cry if I don't let Thor harvest the spice, chat. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Sounds good. I'm ready to. Let me get you into a party, Thor. Here you go, I've sent you a... Oh, you're already in a party. You need to leave the party. Damn it. Party invite sent. There we go. You're a spice. To be honest, it doesn't surprise me that you've sold your clothes for spice. I'm fine. Doesn't shock me. Okay. What? I hate and love that we use uppies as our official term for...
Oh, you can hear me. You can't hide from it now. Close. Can't believe Kronos is trying to silence me. He doesn't want chat to know about my naked spice shenanigans.
Look at this naked goblin just crouching in the rapidly vibrating sandcrawler.
Remember to stop before we get to the edge, otherwise I can't get in the damn thing.
That's fine. We ready to go? Guys, you ready to go? Okay, we're on the move. Yeah, I mean, the in-game mic sounds quite distorted. That is a whole thing.
It explodes. Yeah, the in-game mic has built-in game distortion on it. They do a bunch of weird stuff when you get like spice high and stuff too. Makes it sound like a comms in-world comm.
We've got an escort out there. Don't worry. You can't see them. Yeah, look at how confusing the color scheme is now. Friendly, hostile, you'll never know. The avocado thought it. Eyes on, low flying copter, 11 o'clock. 10-4.
Get me above him and drop me on him.
I'm gonna use Thor like a bomb chat. I'm just gonna drop him on
I am
enemies.
the
That's how this
bomb.
works. Welcome
Are
on
you using
in.
Atreides colors on your Thopter? Ugh.
I think you'll find that this is called stealth. Look, do you can you tell if I'm Harkonnen or Atreides just by looking at this?
I feel like
Exactly.
you're probably Atreides with that. Looks horrific.
I just have a 1-ton bomb. Yes, that's correct. Oh, Oasis Moose, if you want to
I
imagine
am the
that,
bomb.
then that's probably you should probably clear your browsing history, bud. The thorium bomb.
Release me. I can be trusted. Yes. I can be trusted with the spice. You can totally release me. Yes, you can. I can see your face saying no, but you want to release me. Release me.
Okay,
I am a thorium bomb. Release me.
okay, Scouts is gonna be on you when you're ready. You can say drop, and then the command for up is uppies. You know what to do.
Whoa, whoa,
Good
whoa.
luck.
I can almost take. My God, it's delicious. Don't ever pick me up. Leave me here.
I cannot hear you. Okay. When you never pick you up, no. No. Stop it. What happens when you run out of spice? You'll be here sad and you know, going into a spice withdrawal. You'll start hallucinating that a giant worm is consuming you whole, and then you'll realize that it wasn't a hallucination all along. Happy vacuum noises.
Dude, honestly, this is the best British shake I've ever had.
I think I need to strap knives to this Roomba.
Let me into the pit. I will fight.
The weird lights that... Oh, that is the sign of a compactor that shows that you need to use a compactor to harvest that if you're on foot. It probably shouldn't show up when you're in a carrier, but hey, this is where we're at. I compact every time I hear a worm sign nearby. You've definitely got worms. I'm sorry, bud. We should ask Barjo. Hey, Barjo has good medication if you have worms. Yes, the harvesters have quite poor detection for the worm, yes. I know, right, Radimus? It's terrible. He's just in there just doing spice. That's just what his character's doing over and over again. Nice.
I love it. It's okay if I eat some of the stock, right? Like right now, just...
Yeah, that's fine.
it.
Yeah, completely fine.
Okay, good, because I've been eating all of it. We haven't collected any yet.
Yes, chat. Happy Thor noises indeed.
I am the machine.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get Thor some Zamboni lessons so that Thor can drive one of these professionally, kind of IRL. It's the plan. Yes, shit. Almighty. Thor is actually inside this little beastie below me. You need helicopter certification to fly the carrier, or a Roomba certification to drive one of these.
No! No, it's too soon! Release me. Why? Why have you done this? There's so much more spice. When Shai Hulud is mad, why would you do this? Release me.
Scouts, we safe?
Oh. I can feel that we're getting closer to the spice.
I'm waiting for a drop
Release
command.
me.
I'm waiting for a drop command, guys.
FC said drop. Yeah.
Hi, Bailey. That's not great timing, buddy. Hi, how's your good boy? What?
Kronos, what are you doing?
Lies. Lies. No one can prove that. If anyone's gonna get me killed, it will be B. Yes. I feel like B is an operative for the worms. I've no idea. Nah, Stickman, if you can win Landsrad stuff, win Landsrad stuff for Harkonnens. That's how we want to do this. You guys feel free to engage in the content the way that you want. No, but what are you doing? You should leave Twitch.tv stuff. Nice. The final frontier. This is in fact Thor driving the Spice Sucker. Right. Yeah, you want to come up here, B? Hi, Bailey. Yeah, I can't give you attention while I'm doing this because you nearly got me killed a second ago. You nearly got me killed, didn't you? If I lose the carrier, I'm going to be pissed at myself. What are we at capacity-wise? Meow. Meow. Mad Bovine, I would probably say no, given how much spice melange they take. They're not the, like, unless you've already got a huge amount of spare spice melange, spending nearly 300 of it on just a set of wings is expensive. I either need to know whether you're going to be done in the next 30 seconds or I need to do uppies. Okay. I really need to move my hand. No, I mean, like, you have to, I have to keep the hold C key pressed at the same time as holding right click and doing other stuff while I do this. I mean, I also had to lean over and pet the cat. but the cat's now gone.
Why have you done this to me? So, Kronos, are we going to talk about how you almost got all of us killed a minute ago to pet a cat?
Worth.
Hmm. If you drop me, I can finish in like 3 seconds.
Can someone clip that, please?
Yeah, that's for you. You can have that one, Chet. Yes!
The sound of Thor going, yes, as he descends.
I told you it would only take me 3 seconds. Don't ever doubt me again. God, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. 50,000 spice. Alright, I'm sitting up straight now, so I don't sound like Slug.
One could say masterful
Also,
baiting, Ellis. Good job.
Yeah, good baiting. Good baiting, bait team.
Exactly. Good job.
Masterful baiting, even. Yes.
Bailey. Yeah.
You know, we can go back 2 more times.
very rumbly, aren't you?
Well, I'm gonna go back to writing CSS while I.
Yeah, who's a cute baby cat? No chat, Thor's spice cravings are not remotely sated. He requires dozens, at least dozens more full holds of spice.
That won't be enough. I need more. I always need more.
In Mexico. Fortescue, thanks for the Prime sub, buddy. I appreciate you. Thank you. He appreciates it too, even though he's acting like a big bitch. He just wants to have a clan. He's sleepy, so. Is Oshin around? Does anyone know? Or Matt? If Oshin and Matt aren't around, don't start the spice refinery until they are. Thank you, Tojin Silver. B does not enjoy uppies. He does not ask for uppies. He does not ask to be lifted. It's very, very rare that he'll do anything other than if I'm on the sofa and I put a blanket on my lap, he will lie on there. Other than that, he's a like he'll lie alongside you with his back against you rather than lie on you. He is, but only when it's the right environment. He likes to do it in the living room when he can sit on our legs and stuff. Unfortunately, Minimum Sky, that isn't correct.
You guys need a damn storage that I can actually. Full? It's not full. It's gotta be full.
Getting on you, B.
I'm ready to go rolling the spice again.
Okay, I am ready to go. Oh. On my way.
Hey, get back here. What are you doing? Hey, Sky.
Shouldn't have been slacking on the job, honestly.
Insane. I was drinking water.
Moving to combat height. Or operations height.
Oh, just drag me across the ground. That's what the spice is. I am not inside the vehicle, by the way. You know, Kronos, you're the best commercial for distracted driving I've ever seen.
That's easier, B, because I can actually focus with, I can actually pilot the carrier with my left hand while I pet you with the right. That's easier rather than doing crisscross.
That's how people die on the road, Kronos.
Luckily, I'm not on the road, so it'll be fine. Joke is that Thor is the one on the road, chat. Are you asking to have the window opened, Cat? We're not done looking at it yet, and you can't look after it well enough. Why have you got so much floof, little cat? Yeah, your eyes will get more blue just throughout the eyes of a bat. You can disable it, but it's kind of more fun to have them just ultra blue. Hey, are you shouting? Are you shouting at everyone? Meow, you are. That fluff. We are 1,000 meters from the server boundary, Thor. Yeah, so chat, this is a new this isn't a boundary, it's rather, when you're flying on top of a vehicle, you're not in a vehicle, when you cross the boundary, the server's like, oh, you are on foot. We're going to put you on foot, which is at the server boundary. So it's a very different boundary. So this one's by design. It's basically to do with, like, you shouldn't be up here, not inside a vehicle. Being on the outside of a carrier or a sandcrawler isn't really what one would call oh shit compliant.
Release me.
Did you just hear Thor say release me too? Am I imagining that?
Idea. It's a good idea. Release me. Just hit the C key. It's right next to spacebar. Good idea.
I pressed the C key. It dropped me by 50 meters to do it.
Good idea.
I did it.
Press.
We'll find a worm and then see if we can do worm bowling. See if a worm likes getting hit in the face with a sandcrawler.
I have prescience. I can see the future.
Do it.
And in the future, I have more spice if you release me. Do it. Do it.
This is pre-recorded.
Pre-recorded.
I'm glad you guys are getting you're getting my closed captions, I'm hoping. I'm not sure how good they are. I just turned the ones in OBS on rather than installing any like additional plugins that are better, so you know. Look at this beautiful artwork.
Oh, this'll go well. If you try to take any spice from the outskirts of this blow, I'll kill you myself. This thing's maybe a sandcrawler, but it's got inventory for corpses. Don't forget that.
I'm not sure threatening the pilot is the right move normally.
I wasn't threatening you, I was threatening them.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
You just dropped me into a worm. Wasn't even a threat, it was a promise. It's different.
There's a word.
Oh,
Use the correct
release
call
me.
out, please. Like, we have 2 words to remember. Drop and uppies. Like, that's it.
Drop! This is a drop!
It's like jump. Like, you need to have trigger words. Otherwise, when people are having a conversation, someone says, I'll drop down a bit. That word will be misconstrued, so you have to have specific terms that you use, and you use them only as trigger words. That's how you avoid the confusion on a fleet operation.
Jump, jump, jump.
There's no reason other to use it in this operation other than those. It's not, so I am too high to hear if you use the in-game comms. It's for your safety as well as mine. Okay. Yep. No, it's designed to have 2 passes to make it efficient. He is a mood, right? Yeah, he's a good kitten. I've got the scouts in comms when I'm in the sky, so I've got and Thor in comms so that we can communicate, but for security reasons, you guys don't need to hear that. Oh, look who's arrived. Baron Thorconan. Yes, Weaposm, you can build downwards as well as upwards. You also need the infrastructure support, 2 carriers, 2 pilots. You're gonna have 2 pilots, 2 harvester pilots, and the scouts looking for twice as much aggro coverage. You need to have more people for that, for an operation of that size. At the moment we have a spare carrier and a spare sandcrawler, so risking one is fine, but risking both would be unwise. Thor, out of interest, the stuff that you're harvesting that you've already been over, is that as profitable kind of spice per second as the really thick, dense purple stuff? As in, is it only a visual change, or is it a exactly the same? Okay, it's good to know. I guess that's designed so that if everyone came over and kind of brought a you know, a bunch of harvesters out, there's still people could still drop down and use compactors. Yeah, we'll work to. I think we need to work towards on like another carrier and another crawler for operations, so we can do 2 persons. Yeah. Yes. Wait, that makes sense. So what we worked out there, chat, is the area that he's going over now is just as efficient as the first pass, despite the color difference. So having 2 harvesters, like one following the other, would actually be the most efficient way of doing it, so you haven't got to go back over the work you've already done. You could probably fill 4 harvesters from this spice field. Imagine EVE players spice maxing. That sounds unlike the EVE players, right? Making things hyper efficient and doing things the best way. You're fine, Luther. You can talk while I'm talking on stream. No, this is Thor's day off, so he's probably going to take it easy, probably do some self stream, he's doing some coding. That kind of thing. Thor is safely, unbothered, water-sealed, prescient, in his sandcrawler, focused and flourishing. As per Twitter. I mean, spice, you know, allows one to see the makeup of the universe, so theoretically, like... I mean, J-Arch is broadly yes, but that's why we have scouts, we've got a screen, we've got defenses out. And ultimately, that's the game. Like, that's the risk we're taking. Any static you are hearing is very likely going to be the beating of the ornithopter's wings. This... So, out of interest, how do you feel about the concept of spice pressed latinum? But you kind of want, you know, to be Grand Nosgus Thor of the Thorengi. Nah, we should be fine. We're fine.
Release me. Kronos, release me. Yeet.
When Thor accelerates away from me, I feel like it's the Roomba trying to escape from its prison, so I have to hover over it to make sure I can steal it again. So this entire ringmouth area is the grandfather worm's emergence site. We should be good on timings, but if we see any of the risk warning signs, we will immediately take off. We are fairly risk averse on these. Despite what Thor wants spice-wise, I would rather have more spice and do it more slowly than lose his Roomba.
All of this spot.
Nice.
We'll leave the Roomba here until it is full.
We will leave here precisely when we mean to.
Which is snap.
Cat likes the Throomba. Yeah, the Throomba. There's actually 3 syllables, but you can say it as you can say it as two. Throomba or Thorumba. No, we haven't had a grandfather worm happen in the carrier yet. At that point, we would be too close and I would be very uncomfortable. Ibn Kutumba. Nice. Yeah, he actually cleans them all the time. Oh yeah, when the grandfather worm emerges, like, you don't want to be around. No, the Thorumba hasn't gotten stuck on a cliff, but plenty of buggies have. It's one of the recovery services that Dune Dash offers. As both the CEO and intern of Dune Dash, you know, I'm very proud of the service that we managed to offer. We've rescued 4 people now. We've done over 100 deliveries. You know, DoorDash is now, you know, a certified success. The Roomba can hold 50,000 spice. Yes, just earlier today, you guys saw a Dune Dash delivery to our friend Jahal, who is in fact Jay the Bard. Yeah, no, Dune Dash is big. That's not a spice nightmare. That's actually happening. So chat, Thor is tripping on a sand trip inside the sandcrawler while he drives it. I do like how Thor is basically creating a giant eye in the spice. Just, it's kind of neat. Moving to op site. Spice. Good. Good. You're meant to think of the GIF, that's how that works. If Thor collected the middle part of the spice, would it look that cool as we fly away? No. Look at it, it's neat.
So things that we learned here is that now we know that the second pass is exactly the same amount of spice because I went over my exact same trail and got the same amount of spice. Full stack.
Yep.
It also means that that ring has about 250,000 spice at the minimum in it.
I do like spice.
So if we get 5 crawlers in a fleet, you can clear it in 1 pass. Or
5 crawl. Wow. I still think you might be better off doing it in pairs. Because then you have one going after the other, and you can basically do it. Someone starting from the outside, someone starting from the center, and basically the two teams meet in the spiral.
I mean, what I'm saying is we should multi-box. It's becoming Eve all over.
Oh no.
Who gets the orca? Orca.
How did I end up as a carrier pilot again?
Anyway, I'm gonna get some work done while we fly.
Yeah, someone redeemed the make Jake shit themselves button. After the raw call changes, Driosanth, yes they were. A combination of the two. What shadow? Did the carrier get the rock wings? No, the rock wings are 35 spice melange each. So spending 250 to 300 spice melange on what is an unknown upgrade and is only a percentage upgrade is not worth it compared to making, say, a whole nother sand crawler. For all of the problem with that is that you would need to have 3 carriers anyway, because if a worm comes, you can't have one carrier driving back to base. That's not going to work. The thing about the balloon carry and the huge hyper kind of sand harvesters is that they are deployed by the great houses of Arrakis to keep spice production going on an industrial scale for the entirety of the universe. the Emperor deploys the Sardaukar to defend those because he don't want spice to be interrupted. So what I think would be a cool concept is that you have to like an end game raid almost, where you and your team have to basically overcome the Sardaukar protection squad around one of those massive harvesters, so that you could basically like kind of take the output of them, and make it so that you can't transport and lift it. Only the great houses can do that, which they will do after a certain period of time. Make it so that people are fighting over these large kind of operations out in the deep desert. That's my advice. That's what I think would be a cool thing to do.
We have something similar coming up on the roadmap. Look at the water war.
Yeah.
Water wars is really, because that's going to be a big deal, I think.
That's next year, isn't it? End of this year, beginning of next year?
It's their NCAP update, but there's a lot between now and then, so.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be off today. I am. I'm taking a break from working to do spice production because it's fun. And I've slumped down into my chair, horizontal.
Going over, you won't be able to link a GIF here in Twitch chat. You'll probably have to do that in our Discord server. In a PvP zone, yes, somebody I believe can steal your crawler, buggy, ornithopter, etc. Yes, Luther, we absolutely must. 25% is huge. No, it's in all of the boxes. You sort of have to sort it all out. Like, we were, yeah, we shouldn't have queued those jobs. We lost the water, but water's really easily replaceable. Yeah, don't. We did lose the water. Everything else we've kept.
Yeah, you guys need to have like defined locations for spice. You just have a bunch of weird boxes all over the place with half-filled random inventories.
This is fine. Look at this. No worries. Thanks for coming along. Run one job, then my baby, but like Matt should be on any moment now. losing out 25% of our spice melange is not like when we can wait half an hour and just do one job then. 7.5, okay. Maths. We'll be short on for another one of these, Luther. We can make a bunch. But we can just dismantle it when it's done. There's no loss to doing that. Just temporarily reserving those resources. I'd make multiple more, because when we do the next run, we're going to need more than 2. Those hold 3,500, and this anchor will hold 7,500, so... Page the Witch, thank you for the raid of 342. Hope you're doing well. Let me skip. We can skip these ads. We'll snooze them for a few minutes while I welcome you guys in. Welcome on in. How are you doing? What were you watching? Welcome on in. June's treating us very well, thank you, Paige. Yeah, we're on we've got some private servers which Natrido kindly provided. We run this entire world, so we've got 15 servers on a network for the community. Things are going very well, thank you. Yeah, what were you guys doing in Dune? Deep desert delving? Here's the question. Have you worked out what flavor the deep desert is yet? Welcome in. I'm Kronos. I'm the lead software for Pirate Moderator. That's not right. I'm the lead moderator for Pirate Software. Started streaming 14 days ago now. Enjoying Dune quite a lot. Touching on a couple of other things. The whole point to kind of here is chill, hang out, ask any questions you want. You know, just good vibes and relaxing really is kind of the goal. Bot dev, that's really simple. I'm very clearly water. This up the top is Bailey. He's a sleepy little shrimp. Over there, up top. Little shrimp. That's a lie. You're a cat. Maybe a bug. Too much spice residue. What is this? Okay, the closed captions are just carnage. I'm glad you're all enjoying. I mean, I know my audience. He's a sleepy little grump. He's still a kitten as far as I'm concerned. Look at him. I'm actually impressed at how poor the OBS built-in captions are, so I may need to find one of the add-ons for OBS Studio to make it work. Because the ones I'm looking at are mad. You mean if I talk like this, like I'm you know, I go into my Valley Girl Kronos? Yeah, I only put closed captions on this morning because someone reminded me about it like a minute before the stream. I don't have time to read. Wasn't in my calendar. Bailey manages my calendar. I don't know if it's all blocked out for cuddles. I don't know. I don't quite understand why. Are we wanting to do another run? Yes. Look, there's a gremlin lord on here on the bank crawler. I'm taking a day off tomorrow where I do different work, which is I'm actually quite looking forward to. Does my closed captions work if I talk like I'm a valley girl? Oh my god. Aluminium. No, wait, aluminum. Plenty of aluminum, chat. Does the closed captions work better if I do this? Okay, well, in that case, Microsoft's text-to-speech is bad. I wonder what happens if I talk in a kind of a mixed Scottish accent. If the closed captions can understand this, I'll be surprised. Wait, you mean the captions are better if I talk in Scottish? Maybe because I enunciate my words a little bit harder. You mean a more nasal valley girl like this? Oh my god. Look at how smooth that was. That doesn't work. I'm not a valid landing pad, you just kind of float on me. It's like landing on a pentashield. Like, you kind of slide. I have fuel, yes, I can drop you down and refill you. I'd have to land the carrier and then get out and use a fuel cell. We'll do it on deployment then. Hey, congratulations on joining a house, Giant Spain. That's hopefully you joined the correct house. One that isn't a Ligma. You didn't join, you know, Atreides nuts. Delightful. Look at that. The TTP exceptionally low. Proud of you, chat. If that was one of you, speak up. Proud of you. Nice, Cigars. I appreciate you. It's excellent artwork. Nice. Who's the hovering copter below me? Look at that fantastic artwork, chat. Good proportions, even. Well made. I'm impressed. I've seen far worse ones made in the Spice. As a solo player, your best way to get out of Spice, to be honest with you, what I found was getting a scout ornithopter and just flying out and finding the small Spice blows, harvest them all, then legging it before the worm gets there. You can get like 1,000, 2,000 spice out of each one, and after a while that will add up so that you've got enough to basically progress. Don't let being solo stop you. Like, just don't go for the ring mouse unless you can scout it yourself and you know there's no one around. Then just grab small amounts and leg it. There are no stealth Ornies, no. That would be OP as fuck. Alright, so you use compactors. So there's items called compactors that you use for flower sand. You'll also use those for spice. That's what that symbol you can see that looks a bit like a lightsaber below the carrier is. what triggers ringmaster surface, time, activity. If the big, why is a worm not coming? Because our scouts are luring it away with thumpers and with Holtzman shields. What our scouts are doing right now. We've not had anyone eaten by a grandfather worm yet, luckily. Touch wood. Because if you really wanted to camouflage your ornithopter, what you would do is you'd paint it kind of like a blue and light blue kind of blend so that it blends in with the sky. Or like sand color. Yeah, you can paint your ships, which is why the carrier we've got is a kind of a nice blend of colors. Nice, nice dark camo. To blend with the forest on Arrakis, of course. Yeah, so Shai Hulud is, yeah, like you say, it's like, you know, Mother Nature or, you know, the spirits of the forest. Yeah, so you use forest green to blend with Arrakis, exactly. Good morning, Catcam Corindar. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Oh, look. Free ornithopter. I'm not sure you can mine that ornithopter, Thor. So, other pilots hover direct on top of the harvester. Yeah, so when I fire down, you'll see that Pittons fire down and pick up the harvester. The harvester then is picked up at a static speed to the ship. So there's a speed relative harvester up to ship. The ship also has a separate speed at which it can climb upwards. So I'm at the maximum possible height. So if a worm comes sideswiping, sandcrawler, see what I mean? I can rise faster. Get that ornithopter quickly, you've still got time. So yeah, that's what I mean. Okay, no longer safe. I meant Luther and Nellis needs to help you. It's gone now. What's that clicking noise that it does?
It's caused so that it can exert that this is its territory. That's the same noise that thumpers make.
You'll need to get Tix up to the carrier, and then Tix can jump in the carrier. So yeah, that clicking sound that you heard is territorial aggression sounds.
Learn that from me. Yeah, worms are highly territorial. They're colony creatures, but they really do not like other types of creatures in the area.
But how would that grandfather worm have reacted in lore with the smaller wandering one that was nearby? Would it have tried to eat it? Would it have... I don't know, what would it have done? Oh, would it? Okay. Nice one, Carba. Free money. Who doesn't love free money?
Yep. It is all territory and aggression. They don't go near each other.
So, White Fang, at that point, if you're finding that you're losing it to scouts, scouts have weaker rocket launchers but are much faster, so there are things you can do to kind of avoid that. For example, but I would say that if you know that that is a risk, you should switch to using scout ornithopters with thrupters. Chronostera remote, maybe. Calip's Drinker is exceptionally good. Make sure that you've got a blood bag with you, and it will automatically fill up the blood bag while you're slicing people. Do a shout out for King Bashman for the 2 community gift subs a few minutes ago, and Carba for the one with the tier 1. I appreciate you guys. You guys rock. Yes, Calip's Drinker automatically draws blood and allows you to automatically deposit into a blood bag. You don't use a blood extractor, you can just slice people up and then extract their blood afterwards. It's how I got most of our early game blood, was a combination of that and a blood extractor. And just a lot of blood bags. Exceptionally efficient. I think what I would really want is like a rapier that, like, I don't know, is hollow and allows you to drain blood from people. You upgrade all the abilities. No, some can't be upgraded. For example, Retaliation, Compel, I think it's the Bindu Teleport, whatever it is, I can't remember what it's called exactly, doesn't have an upgrade, so not everyone. And yeah, today is Thor's day, so it's one of Thor's days off. He's doing programming, I think in the background he's writing CSS.
Yeah, working on website shit.
There you go, website shit. He wants to open the pirate software wiki page and it went kaput.
The wiki's down again. Let me go update the web server.
Thor's gonna go and updo the thingamajig.
You know they can hear me, right?
Yeah, but I had to translate it for you. You're gonna go updo the thingamajig. That's, you know.
I'm laying in my chair horizontally right now.
Yeah, so when you're hearing Thor, you're hearing him across the in-game comms. He's inside this Roomba. Quite hard to hear over the sound of the ornithopter. I'm glad that you like him. He's extra cute. He's obviously very relaxed right now. And here you'll find the shield wall of the deep desert. Safe zone for players to make their homes. You'll find that many operations are based out of this area. Thank you for flying with Kronos Airways. Good morning, Vicky. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. All recovered from yesterday. Yesterday? Day before yesterday? All the days blur together. Tuesday. Because it's so the worms can destroy houses made out of wood and puny sand materials, but glorious stone is too powerful for the worms. It's like hurricanes, and you know how that works. Why we're definitely safe in Europe from the bad weather, right? Need an effect for the pilot voice. I could probably do that. This is a mashup of Radioactive, My Songs Done Up by One Voice. That's a tomorrow job. Schlunk. But yeah, it's by One Voice. It's a mashup of Radioactive. Bladewood, that's because today's Thor's not live. I think on a non-Thursday Friday, I definitely wouldn't pull those numbers. It's a remix mashup thing, you know what I mean. No, the carrier has no storage options. So this is the equivalent of like a skirt or like a dress without any pockets. If you want to carry anything, you need to carry a handbag. Here's your handbag. This will have storage in it. You know, this has storage in it. You can pick these up with the carrier. So this is the equivalent of traveling without pockets. To show you how you would want to carry something with this, you could literally... So this is my assault ornithopter. Now it's my handbag. Can you steal other players' vehicles? Yes. You can't pick up a carrier, you can't pick up chests, but this thing can only glide when it's not got cargo, and it doesn't glide well. It reminds me of a basking shark, this thing. It's slow, but weighty and powerful. This is indeed from bad lip reading, yes. But look, you can't do something like this where you lift up, say, things through other people's shields. Or another carrier. See? Can't lift up other people's vehicles unless you're in a PvP zone, chat. So it won't let me do anything here. But if we were off the edge down there, then yes, I could basically lift it up and run away with it. You can't strap any guns to this, no. Although, you know, it would be really nice to have like a World War II ball turret on top or underneath it. That would be kind of cool. Can the Thopter you pick up take flight mid-drop? I don't believe so. Good question, though. There are skins for various Thopters. There's no... I've not seen like a Harkonnen carrier yet. That would be cool, or a Atreides carrier. Which is why, in order to be suitably fair to everyone, look, we've got Harkonnen sides and Atreides middle, and then, you know, Harkonnen wings, Atreides rear. Great camouflage. No one knows what I am. Not even I. You could shoot down an enemy carrier and steal their spice harvester. Yes, that's a thing. There's nothing wrong with that. Yugmudet, thank you very much for continuing your sub from Prime to Tier 1, buddy. I appreciate you. You rock. I've found an Atreides, well, refining peon. What we're gonna go with. Somebody rudely gave Matt some time off today, so I imagine Matt's resting. He was, but Oshin's coming in instead. He's literally coming now. We should be able to run quite a lot of jobs from this. Do the maths. So it's yeah, it's 3,200 spice melange with them refining it. Versus 2,400 without. Okay, so the Landsrad last week was one of these was reduce crafting costs by 25%. That is what the Atreides have for their characters. We have a couple of Atreides players who are willing to come and do the refining jobs for us. Oh, you want to know what the drops look like? I can tell you that. Here we go. This is the drops. This is also me kickstarting Thor's modeling career. Well, Beric, I'm really enjoying the streaming. It still feels good. I think everyone's having fun. It's really nice that people want to be here and like hang out and stuff. So our guild members cannot have a separate faction, no. Thor definitely approved of that image. Definitely. Hey, little beeper. What's up? Okay. No worries, later, Zuther. Thank you for that.
Yep.
Oshin, in 10 minutes, we should be able to run basically the rest of the jobs. Are you able to come along in 10 minutes and do the rest of them?
I'm gonna take like a few minutes to myself though to wake up.
Yeah, that's completely fine. Yeah, no worries. Sounds good. Cheers, bud. I appreciate you. It can, yeah, like, I mean,
Yeah.
you've got time, but in 10 minutes, it'll be fine after 10 minutes.
Myself here.
Thank you very much. Okay, chat, so we need to make sure that we get a share of this to Thor, that we take a share out of it for building our replacements, so we're going to keep a store for our replacement, like, kind of carriers and other things, and then the rest of it can be deployed out to people who need it.
I need my melange. It was 2.5 runs. It's 500 melange. I want to get in it. Let me in the machine.
Would you take 400 melange, knowing that that extra 100 is going into another replacement carrier and sandcrawler so that we can expand our operations? And then you can get the 100 when I do the next run.
The machine.
I let you in the machine so you can be refined like spice.
Yes, refine me.
To be fair, with the amount of spice you've done, that's probably actually quite a lot of spice. That's probably not a bad idea.
Refine me.
Hicks, I'm sorry, but we have to refine Thor.
Refine me.
No. It's tragic.
All right. Oh, my game is soft locked. Very cool.
Soft locked Thor.
Yeah, I can't move. Oh, there we go. I was shitting it.
Only moderately horrifying, right?
Okay, how about this? 400 melange. But then also plastanium, so I can finish my refinery.
How much plast do you need?
I think we're... How much do we need left, Tix?
I delivered 115. You said we needed 300 something, so I guess 220 or something.
Yeah, like 200. And Tix, you got those parts, yeah? Did I trade it to you? The game, like, froze.
No.
Oh, I must trade them to Kronos. Kronos, give this to... My whole client
I
shit
did
itself.
wonder.
Yeah, everything was frozen for ages.
Don't forget your wings.
There's wings on the floor.
There's a 5 seconds rule before you eat the wings.
Thank you.
I want to eat spiced wings.
I,
Yeah, can we do that blast though? Because then we could build a refinery in the Haga. It's our last component. Tix and I have been farming it for like a week and a half.
yeah, can you grab it from the storage tab of the large the oil refiner here?
Yeah, I gotta go dump it into my top.
The servers have improved quite a lot. Yes, Cubion. We've went through a migration thanks to Funcom. They've been really good at managing that, and I've been seeing a lot of very, very good server performance, to be honest with you. Dark Steel Art, thank you for the 1 with the tier 1, buddy. I appreciate you. Yep, to be honest with you, just because I fancied. So does that mean there's
Yes.
does that mean
I
there's,
am online on my weekend.
does this mean that there's gonna be a large oil refinery online in the guild base then in Haka?
No, it means there's gonna be a large spice refinery online.
Oh,
in the guild
okay.
base.
Fair enough. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering which refinery
Yeah,
was
no,
being
Tix
built.
and I have been farming for this. We've been using a medium refinery to get the spice forever. We got it.
Good morning, it's Grimy. Hope it's going well. Yeah, it's Thor's day off. He can do what he wants. I'm not going to make him go live. Griffin, thank you for the 1 month at tier 1, buddy. I appreciate you. Thank you for pushing us 1 step closer to the PP program. Zeldoon, thank you very much. That's amazing to hear. I really appreciate you. Severus, appreciate it. The music is very quiet. Okay. I'm glad that you enjoy having something to watch in those days. It's kind of one of the reasons I did it was because people asked for something to watch in those days, but also like makes sense. This way I can take Friday to do some more pirate software kind of community work, keep an eye on a few things that are going on left, right, and all over. Arrange some more cool stuff for you guys, and make sure that Thor and I don't devolve into just senseless screaming, because, you know, chances that are never zero. We can't wake you at yowling by 5:30. That sounds about right. It's very cat of them. Okay, so we need to basically harvest a bunch of fuel cells. Why do you not block off the refinery output slots? Is there a reason the Howell Davis... What do you mean the Howell Davis server is not listed in the Discord server list? I mean, what I've cashed the only time when I would have a beard is normally if I've been too lazy to shave. Or too busy to shave, which doesn't always happen. Sometimes you get kind of bored of shaving. I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna let it grow out. I was waiting for fuel cells, wasn't I? Hello, Panda Kenji. Hope you're doing well today. What is this chest? Coming to pay taxes. All these gently used large fuel cells. Okay, so Haga Basin trip is going to involve a few different things. We have to collect. We need to collect corpses, and we need to collect large. Well, we basically collect fuel cells. I'm definitely not able to go. You know that Primogen's mustache is fake, right, chat? He can actually only grow a really short mustache, so he has to use mustache extensions. They're like hair extensions, but for your mustache. Psycho, I think we are good. Thank you very much, bud. I appreciate you, though. Why is Thor always shouting about being naked? Oh, I didn't even tell Thor the best bit. That's a shame. That's much better. This is an easy way for inventory management to find sources. So basically what I do is I basically have anything I want to hot swap to at the top, generally up here. So I have a spare shield, a spare power pack, second spare power pack, which is not normal. I normally keep spare Spencer field, so that's what I'm missing right now, rather than 2 power packs. And my radiation suit, water, medkits if I need to slip them on, filter if I need to deploy it. So I normally keep that down this side. The bottom, things that I don't actually need to but get passively used from your inventory. So welding wire, ammunition, batteries to get passively used. In terms of in here, normally melee weapon, mid-range, long-range, heavy, cutter ray. I'll normally have like a vehicle repair tool, so basically utility slot 1, utility slot 2, and medkits. If I'm out and about, this is generally the setup. Sometimes I'll go more like that, so you've got 2 utilities, vehicle, and then health and first aid. That's normally how I run, and then I've got backups of stuff that I need. At the moment, I'm not using a long-range weapon because I'm not really doing anything that's going to involve range. I'm flying back and forth. Hello, Nos. How are you doing? You're enjoying your Thursday morning? We just went and did a couple of spice runs, so we're doing fairly well on spice for a while. This will be cooking for a long time, so, you know, when Ocean here is back from doing their IRL stuff, then we'll have enough water to make us another set of runs. The most efficient way of doing it, and then once in a couple of hours time I'll deliver 200 of this melange to Thor. Sorry, 400 of the melange to Thor. I'll take 1,000 out. And I'll be keeping that basically as our guild resource kind of reserve. 1,000, no, Nellis, I can't help it. Can't stop, won't stop. In order to make a replacement carrier and sandcrawler, you need just shy of 1,000 Spice Melange all in. So you've got 54 for the main hull, 54 for the chassis, 54 for the engine, 54 for that, so that's 200 already, 216. 2 of these, so you're now up at 324. 2 of these, so again, 255, so 400. Like, so you see how quickly it adds up, and then you've got to do another 8 of these, 64 of that. You're looking at 500 plus. So, like, you're going to want some spares. Yep, so after we basically get a few things done, we are going to be going back to Harger Basin, getting some more bodies to refill the death stills. That's going to be a bunch of them. Joe Lawson, pass the best pass your first Ornithopter. The mission path won't specifically take you there. What you can do is you can farm Ornithopter parts to certain dungeons, or to be honest with you, your best way is earning money and progressing down the quest chains for Harkonnen or for Atreides. Because you can, once you're at a sufficient level of reputation with either house, you can buy the parts. For I think it's about 120,000 Solari, you can just buy them quite early on. Have any success fighting with the assault? Yes, I have, but you need to know when and how you're engaging to be efficient. The assault is slower. It will always be slower. It's designed to assault a position. It's designed to carry a team of people into combat and to be an aggressive fighter. The scouts are faster and more nimble. A scout will always win, but it's not going to do as much damage as an assault. And if you are a strong assault pilot and you know how to fight effectively, you will sometimes be able to get one up on a scout. But a Mark 5 assault versus a Mark 6 scout, you're up tiering. It's not going to work. Considering heading the deep for the first time, any advice? Keep your head in a swivel. If you don't want to engage in PvP or you're scared of PvP, make sure that as soon as you see a sign of risk, you are out of there in a risk-safe way. Sorry, chat, I'm just going to interrupt this for 1 second while I do what's something we like to do here. So if someone comes into my channel and they are a suspicious user, that means one of two things. Either you've been banned and Twitch is flagging you as an IP for IP reasons. Secondly, you've been banned on pirate software and ferret software. What I do is, if someone comes in, they're suspicious, I go into those channels and I check what you're banned for. And if you get another chance, you get another chance. If you don't, you don't. That's how that works. Respin Moondown. If you utter any of the things that you were banned for on Thor's channel, ever, you will be banned here as well. You know what you were banned for. So I will allow you to speak here. Please recognize we don't allow those kind of conversations here. Seven. I'm suspiciously in love with me too. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Without just being fair. People deserve another chance. Like, some people have learned from their mistakes when they've done these things, and they deserve to have another chance. So I'm not gonna, like, unless you say something really egregious, like, you know, that's, you know, about the health of the ferrets, or, like, you know, that's specifically about an individual that's gotten you banned, then you very likely won't get another chance. But if you are truly sorry about stuff that you've done or said, I will generally give you a chance. And if you're really, you know, if you're well behaved and we get a good track record and you're here a lot, then I may consider unbanning you on the Pyro Software one, depending on behavior. Like, that's how that works. But, like, there's no guarantee of that. And ultimately, being sorry about the things that you were banned for goes a long way. Speaking of which, one of the people who was actioned yesterday on the Dune servers very much felt that they were not treated fairly, despite identifying an individual, harassing them, making specific comments about that individual, which is directly against Funcom's terms of service. So they won't be returning to our servers. So, like I say, all we want here is recognition that you did something wrong, and that you won't do it again, and why you did it wrong. Like, that's all I care about. People deserve a chance, but it doesn't mean I'm just gonna take people being shitty. Oh, come on. I know, it's shocking, right? We keep the people who we think are reasonable. This is so full of crap. That shouldn't be in there. I mean, real talk, if you've already been banned somewhere else, it isn't a one, like, that's it. You do have one strike. Yeah, broadly. Like, I'm not going to tolerate that behavior, especially if it becomes a pattern. I know, people need to recognize that the things that you do and say matter and have consequences. There's no such thing as, you know, consequenceless interaction. And if you're going to be a shitlord somewhere, you're going to get treated like a shitlord no matter where you are. Like, reputations count. We are playing, at the end of the day, a game like this where your reputation is everything. And if you are not going to be a reasonable person, you're going to treat people with respect or decency, then you don't deserve to be around, in my opinion. That's just how that works. People are trying to play a game. They're not trying to get abused or made fun of in real life. Like, why? Not hard to not be a dickhead, you know. Nos, you've never been banned in one channel. Okay, let's change that. Would I do that? It is indeed Nos abuse. No, real talk though, if those of you in chat don't know who Nos is absolutely awesome. She works for Humane World, if you know who they are. They were Humane Society until their merger this year. Sorry. Nevada, thank you very much for the Prime. And Dark Solar, thank you for the 5 Unity gift subs. And Dragon Spice Latte, thank you also for the gift subs. You all rock. I really appreciate you all. But yeah, Nos is absolutely awesome. She works with Humane World. She was our main contact for the fundraiser we did in January. She has great goblin energy, so I think you guys would very much enjoy her content. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to drop her YouTube into our chat. You guys should definitely go and give her, you know, a follow or a sub or whatever as they call it on YouTube these days. Because we're trying to get her to 500 subscribers. And she's 84 or like 80 or 90 off last time I checked, I think it was. Go look. 86 off. Yeah, 100%. Go and drop her a follow. She is absolutely awesome. Really great individual. You know, 100% worth it. And she's probably crying because I'm being too nice. Because in Britain, we're not used to people being nice about us. We're used to people being rude and being mean. Because that's how we show affection. When someone's actually genuinely nice about it, it confuses and scares us. We lack the processing abilities. So yeah, if you're around and you fancy it, drop Nos a sub. Break her YouTube. That's the idea. Look at you, you're doing fantastic, chat. I'm proud of all of you. Proud of you. We'd like to support people here. You know, Thor's opinion, and this is one of the reasons why I'm such a fan of Thor and always have been, is that Thor's opinion is that a rising tide floats all ships. You know? That by one of us doing well, we can all do well and we can help each other out. And that's one of the reasons why I like to deliver fun things for the community, is because, you know, I'm delivering fun things to the community, I'm getting fun stuff for myself, it just feels good, and everyone benefits. Like, enjoy. So, like, you know, Nos deserves the follows. She's 100% great content, puts a lot of work into, a lot of heart into it, and I think that we need more creators like that. So, go and drop her a sub. I can indeed tell you about drops. If however you followed, if you've subbed to Nos, if you've done that, then this is how drops work. Beautiful. The pained grimace, I think, makes it for me. Random's 901, thank you for the 1 community sub, buddy. I appreciate you. I'm glad that you guys also kind of want a bit more of a kind of a chill place where we can do that, and you guys are all happy supporting other people as well. You know, it's all we can really do. Be reasonable to each other, help each other out. Worth it. Look, Thor looks concerned there because I'm trying to kickstart the modeling career. And it's not the easiest, but we're working on it. We're working on it. Hi, I'm Dopey. Thank you very much for the Prime, buddy. Thank you for the support. How will I handle streaming being the head mod for Thor? Generally curious. So I can do most of my moderation work while I stream. Most of it is keeping an eye on the community, keeping an eye on chat, which is obviously very doable while you're streaming. I'll be taking days off. Tomorrow I'll be on a day off, so I'll be doing quite a lot of it then. I've got some stuff to prep for. We had a meeting the other night that I've got a bunch of notes for, which will be great, so I can do a huge amount of stuff then. And it's about managing the team, and at the end of the day, that will come first. If I have to take a day off of stream because I want to manage things for the community, then I will. That will be what's needed. You know, that's just how that works. Burial Urchin, thank you for the Prime. I really appreciate the support. Thank you. At the end of the day, Morden, that's exactly true. You know, if you don't look back on yourself like 5-10 years ago and think, you know, oh, that was awful, I would never do that again, you know, I'm glad I'm not like that anymore, then you haven't, you know, grown up and learned. So, you know, I think that it's a good principle. I started because I had the time, of course, because I kind of wanted to, you know, the community's been asking for it for a while, and I've really appreciated that love and support. It's been awesome. I'm glad the British accent works. It's hundreds of years of being, oh, you live there in those. Oh. Ryan Skifter, thank you for the 2 community subs, buddy. It's awesome of you. Whoever you may be, wherever you may be, I hope you enjoy the drops. I'm glad you're enjoying the game and the community. I'm fairly sure they mean a Kronos accent. Like, us Southerners sound very posh. We're ever closer to not getting to the 500 subs, guys. Good job. That was 50 people. I'm proud of all of you who've done it. I'll do it again later when she's not expecting it. Okay. What county am I in? I'm in the Oxfordshire, Berkshire kind of area. To the south. See, because I'm not north of Oxford, I don't count as the north. Phoebus, if you want me to go posh, I can. I do say, what do you mean? Posh? No, definitely not. I would never be posh. You see, most British people seem to kind of learn this accent just very easily. I've done such. How's my scouse? Need to go can of Coke and some chicken nuggets from Liverpool. It's the ch sound that you get in Liverpool, which is really iconic. It's great. I'm not sure I can do a Mancunian accent. I would need to listen to some and, like, echo it. I can do an Indian accent, but that's how I get cancelled. I feel like everyone who does an Indian accent, if they're not Indian, does a really kind of stereotypical one, and I'm not doing it. Nah. I'll do Scottish. I'll do Welsh. I'll even do French. But, nah, you ain't tempting me. I'm not that silly. Well, Russian is a really interesting one, because you have to, like, speak from a very different part of your mouth. You have to move things around differently. And even then, not very good Russian, just kind of general mixed Eastern European. The enunciation's quite hard to do. You can do it without moving your mouth very much. Somebody once told me that in order to pretend to be Russian, you pretend that most of your face is frozen. So you don't move your mouth much because of the cold weather. And then you learn to speak in English. You da, yeah, from your chest. I used to do that quite a lot because when I was in E for a long time, one of the things that we did was destabilize Delve before the goons moved in back in 2013? 2014. And we were with Red Alliance. There was a lot of Russians. So that was a bunch of smaller groups destabilizing Delve before goons moved in. You sometimes miss Fortress Delve? I mean, yeah. Are you with FCON back then? Oh, we probably fought a few times. Weren't FCON flying with Lumpy at that point? You flying alongside each other? All the E players coming out of the woodwork being like, I remember those days. The days of deepest, darkest Delve. Everyone spent, if you played Eve, you've spent time in Delve. It's just kind of how that works. It's T-Part at G? Yeah. T-Part G, isn't it? And it was actually TCAG, if I recall correctly. You're talking about period basis. Yeah, I autopilot my carrier through you know, through LowSec. That's how I do it. Hey, Laughing Man, good to see you, buddy. Ah, yes, visits from wormholers, the visits that no one ever wanted. Very funny. No, my Scottish accent is too mixed for me to do different areas of Scotland. I would need to listen to non-Glaswegian accents. Although I could probably do like an old Scottish lady. Oh, hello, dearies. Oh, hello there. I'm you, Virginia Doubtfire. Yeah, imagine being Welsh, Phoebus. Couldn't be me. Yeah. Definitely don't know anyone who chat who objects when I make fun of the Welsh. Next time you're having a bad brain day, you want me to activate Mrs. Doubtfire mode. But making fun of the Welsh is like making fun of the French. It's just a good sport. It's just good sport. You've never seen Mrs. Doubt? Sorry. Luna 4, thank you for the 100 bits. Sublime K, thank you for the 1 month of tier 1. I appreciate you. That support is massively helpful at the moment. As we get to the PP program. Malachite Kel, thank you for the 5 community gift subs. I appreciate you. And also, yeah, oh, I mean, you haven't seen Mrs. Doubt? I mean, it was one of the Robin Williams. He was fantastic in it. Absolutely fantastic. I mean, he was fantastic in most things that he played, but as as Mrs. Doubtfire, you got to see him do such a range of voices and characters all in one go, and it was about the character he played was a voice actor doing different voices, so it's incredible to see his range and his energy in it. If you're not gonna watch anything else, you have to 100% watch Mrs. Doubtfire. The Robin Williams version is very, very good. Remember, it's a film, obviously, you know, like but like it's. Yeah, I think that it's a classic. It's a really well done Robin Williams film, and I think if you like Robin Williams, 100% watch that. I speak very highly of it. I think that the book of Mrs. Doubtfire was something that I had to read before I started secondary school. So like I've known the story for a long time, but I didn't actually watch the Robin Williams one until I was probably about. At least middle of the way through school, like. Hook is very good as well. Yes, I agree. We need aluminum. I actually like, my favourite parts about Mrs. Doubtfire are actually some of the stories from backstage. So obviously Robin Williams was working with some really kind of young kids at that point, and they were quite new to the kind of the movie industry as a whole. And like, obviously, you know, the movie industry has not got the best reputation for treating young people in roles well, particularly when Mrs. Doubtfire was filmed. So I think that was. I mean, Chattel correct me, I think it was the early to mid 90s, maybe the mid 90s that was filmed. And like, yeah, apparently Robin Williams looked after the young actors like they were his own children. And like that, I think that's when you hear them talk about him even now, it really kind of still resonates. So I think that's one of the reasons why I think Robin Williams is a real treasure. If we could do things like movie nights and stuff, that would be neat. I would
miss Robin Williams so much.
Say that again.
Miss Robin Williams so much.
Oh, I know, right? Yeah, I mean, yeah. There are a bunch of people who I will be very, very sad when they pass away, for sure. Like people who are complete gifts to acting. I think a really interesting actor who doesn't get thought of as much anymore because of their age, Dick Van Dyke. When you watch a Dick Van Dyke film, the way that he acts, watch the way his face moves. You can tell that Dick Van Dyke was trained by actors and learned at a time when silent films were still a thing. So you had to enunciate all of your facial and hand movements to express that emotion in a really clear way. And so if you watch him and in say, you know, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, you watch him in the original Mary Poppins, you see the way that his face shows his emotion so well and so clearly, and that's a universal language. And I think that actually acting has lost a lot of that. Yeah. Yeah, there's, I mean, yeah, Patrick Stewart, Ian McKellen, you know, there are some fantastic actors. Obviously, you know, many had gone before their time. Yeah, Dame Maggie Smith. Okay, Nos, how about the day that we get you to 500 subscribers on YouTube, you have to watch Mrs. Doubtfire? Deal? I offer you this trade. There you go, deal. Chat, let's make Nos watch it today. Come on. Sub, There we go. The contract has been sealed. We need 30 subs. Come on, we can do this. I will immediately text Greg. Yes, the god of time cares not for your time scales. We can do it. 30 subs from nearly 1,500 people. We can do it. 30 subs. 13 left. 12 left. Another round of it. There we go. We're like 10 subs away. We can do it. And Nos has to watch it today. We're at 501. It's done. The contract has been fulfilled on our side. We've done it, chat. You've done it. You rock. Proud of you all. I've now told Nos's husband. Good job, Goblins. I'm proud of you. Googly-eyed Beast, thank you for the 5 community subs. And Sunny, to thank you for the 2 community gift subs. I appreciate you. But yeah, those of you, you know, who've done that, thank you very much. Nos makes excellent videos. What? 499. Why have you done this? Why are you doing this, chat? 500. Good job. We did hit 500. I got a screenshot of it. We hit 501. Therefore, the contract still stands. No, we didn't agree that, Fortescue. I'm not going to expand the contract unfairly. That would be a unilateral change to the contract, which we would never do here. Oh, Twilight, you rock. Appreciate you. There you go, Nos. You're done. Nos, if it still says that for you, use Control F5. The contract is sealed. You'll love it. It's a great film. You're on mobile. You have to probably relaunch. You have to close and reopen YouTube, I think. It's a natural disaster. You all rock, chat. Thank you. This is what we do here. We want to support our friends and, you know, people are cool. Nos definitely puts out great content. There's a lot for the Humane Society. Sorry, Humane World as well. Was doing a lot for Humane Society for us in January, like insanely helpful. You know, I don't shout people out who I haven't like kind of vetted and kind of made sure I think are worth the shout out, and you know I'm going to stand behind on it. But like Nos is 100% worth it. Mrs. Chronos Fire, oh my god. You don't want to hear me do proper karaoke, honestly. Nah. Firstly, I'll rag my voice. Secondly, terrifying. Hey Nos, stop talking poorly about my friend. It's bannable offense here. I think you'll find. Oh, somebody dropped off fuel cells. That's nice. I can do phenomenon. Do 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 do. What is spice used for in game? Once you get up to tier 6, spice is used for pretty much everything. So if I show you, say, these advanced benches, for example, the advanced 12 fabricator, which uses, you know, melange to make it, I'll show you. So, for example, this large storage uses spice melange. Advanced garment fabricator, 23 spice melange. Advanced survival fabricator, 23 spice melange. Advanced weapons fabricator, 23 spice melange. So, you know, the advanced vehicles, 23 spice melange. Refineries, so the large ore refinery uses 200 spice melange. Even the medium one uses 18. Spice refineries need it. The medium one here, the large one, Faraday, I started streaming on June the 5th. When Dune launched. That's when I started. I guess for those of you who are here, I can probably announce some things at some point. Well, look, see if this is available yet. No, that hasn't done yet. Like, this will take a few days. I have not watched Agretsuko. Yes, June was the Chronos Awakening. No PvP announcement today. Would you rather be the bonus dude to hook up with that chick that did 1,000 dudes or go 5 rounds the heavy? That's... what a weird question to ask. I mean, the goblin answer would be, you know, going 5 rounds with the UFC fighter, and then it doesn't really matter what happens next because I'll probably be dead. Like, a heavyweight UFC fighter could probably just kill me in like 2 punches. Like, I'm a cripple. I've got a dodgy spine. They punch me like once in the back. That's it. I'm out. I'm lying on my ground. I'm lying on my back like a turtle that's upside down. How long by the tech tree are we? Quite far along the tech tree. I don't bother with these because I don't waste my lunge on consumables. So I've got all the things that I want and need. Now it's a matter of like I'll farm intel over time and I'll kind of build up a backlog of it. Keep leveling, but those of you lurking, I appreciate you. Those of you heading off or coming on in, thank you for the support. You know, have a good day. Enjoy the stream. Robot12, thank you for 2 community subs. I appreciate you. Thank you for the support. I know that many of you are going to enjoy the drops. This is what the drops are and do. Excellent. Well modeled. My name is indeed time related after the ancient Greek titan of time. What do you mean? Look, I'm helping you achieve extra income here by starting your modeling career. Think about like Vogue reaching out, asking you to like model stuff. Look at it, it's a good look. I mean, it doesn't help that your legs are about like 11 times as long as your torso, but apart from that, I think it suits you. I think green looks good on you, bud. I think you're fine. This shows that you could infiltrate an Atreides base any day. Look at you. You could just walk straight in there and they'd be like, you know what? That dude's an Atreides. I'm just saying that you'd be an excellent infiltrator. And also modeling. So Vogue or any other like newspapers out there, if you want to reach out about getting Thor to do some modeling, you know the email address. It's you know, it's all worth it. Alfie441, thank you for the Prime and the 2 community subs. I appreciate you. Hope you enjoy the cosmetic. For late game, I would recommend up on the eastern and western shield wall, up in those areas somewhere, because you can get in and out to the north when you're going to and from the deep desert. You can get into the aluminium areas easily in the highlands, and you've also got access to the high-level bases you'll need to do the endgame stuff. So somewhere up in the east and west highlands, up in the shield wall. Could repair that. That can be kept. These can all be kept. Thor hates it because you know, Thor knows that he looks good on it. That's what it is. Hey, I'm glad Calacia. Yeah, that's actually a live. So every time I press that button, Thor has to stand up from his desk and go and stand in the camera zone, so that, you know, very, very still, so that you guys can see it. That's how that works.
I've come for my spice.
I only have 300 that's finished so far. Well, 100 that was here before and 1 run that's finished. So I can give you...
Where's my money? Put my money in my hand.
There's the first batch. I can drop the second batch back off at your base when this one finishes.
Oh, you better. I'll send the soda car. I'll do it.
That sounds like Meals on Wheels. I'm ready.
I don't think you could kill a soda car. They're like space marines, man.
I've got a las gun. I would try.
You would try. That's really good for blowing up bases, by the way, I found.
Yes. And enemy ornithopters. I was attacked yesterday while doing a titanium run. Some guy tried coming in to do a strafing run with rockets. I turned around and fired this at him, and he lost 2 wings and then very quickly glided away somewhere.
Nice. We need to find the location that those patterns drop.
Let's find out. So they look like an ultra rare drop from research bases in the A band and the rest of the deep desert. Likely higher, deeper in the deep desert. It's a 1% chance in the A band.
Do we know what the percentage drop rate is in the high deep deserts, like HI?
Negative. What do you mean you did? Who isn't an all-time low fan? Cody Yapes, thank you for the 2 community subs, buddy. I appreciate you. And Zoltra, thank you for 1 month at tier 1. It is good-ish to see you. I hope you're drinking water and not Red Bull, Zoltra Lord. Backseat serenade, dizzy hurricane. I have not seen. What thing is, during my prime time for seeing bands live, I was unfortunately not fully mobile. And therefore, I've not seen that many of them live, because to be honest with you, most disabled provision at concerts sucked until a couple of years ago in the UK. It's gone a lot better in recent years, but like, I didn't necessarily want to deal with that. You can think that I was in the Swiss Guard all you want. You know, I can't disprove it, but also, you know, you can't prove that I am. That's circumstantial evidence. Didn't All Time Low do... I'm fairly sure there's a big festival out in the US once a year where they do like pop punk, basically, and they all get together and they do... I'm fairly sure like bands that have broken up have come back together specifically for that and stuff, so... That might have been the one. I can't remember. I'm at Warped Tour last weekend, so yeah, I knew they were around. Do I need a wheelchair? Very, very rarely. I've used a wheelchair before, and I'll be honest with you, I really don't like it. It feels very strange. Let's describe it. It's that removable autonomy that's the hard part, I think. You've got, basically, people can like push you around very easily. You know, it's not, you're not in full control of yourself or your space. Like, you are quite, it's not, I personally find it quite difficult to be in a wheelchair. I would rather be on a cane than crutches than a wheelchair. At the end of the day, Gunfire, like, people know that I use a cane. Like, I can't really, like, you know, there's no point hiding or lying about it. I'm not ashamed of it. It's an unfortunate thing. I have a cool cane to show you guys. Not to hand. See, Grims, you can't do that here in the UK. If you want to use a sword cane, it has to be older than a certain age, otherwise you're in breach of the law. Funnily enough, it counts as a concealed weapon. I know. How weird, right? The Albatross wins match. No, I'm good, thank you, buddy. I appreciate the offer, but I think that we're reasonably good on the templates for wings and stuff right now. Ooh, cinders. That's rough. What if you have a clear cane and it's visible to get around the concealment? No, because then you're carrying a sword in public. And if I want an antique sword cane, if I'm using a cane, normally it's because I need to be able to basically put my weight onto the whole like the whole weight of the cane, whole weight onto the cane, like on the right hand side while I'm taking a step, like up to that. I'm not sure I'd be comfortable doing that to an antique sword cane. That would be... Yep, I've known a number of friends who are chefs have the exact same problem, Shepsy. Yep. My friend who was on his way back from, I think he'd been going to a culinary camp, and he was on his way back, and was stopped by the police on the train. And I think he was in for like 8 hours before they let him go. Gross. Can I show off the officer skin? Oh yeah, I can definitely do that. Yeah, just give me a second. So the drops, like this. This is how the drops work. Ooh. Excuse me. When we're getting cool exoskeletons, I mean, I'm ready for that. As soon as I can do that, I 100% will. Sounds great. Is the hair including the drop? It depends, you know, on what tier of sub you are. Sure. Right, time to go drop stuff back off at base. Big MF2 he, thank you very much for the community sub, buddy. People keep on making houses in my flight path and I'm getting real sick of it. Ban every user. No, I'm kidding. Where do you go to find diamondine dust and carbide scraps? You are looking for an area in, it's called the Mesa Toril. And most notably, it's kind of a coliseum area that's next to the Crossroads station there in Mesa Toril. A good tip is if you can fly to the very top of the, or climb to the very top of the tower, there's a dead body up there which will have some on. But you find it in the chests inside the area and you will have to fight your way through it. I don't believe Thor has used all of the bigger buggy boot Mark 5 schematics he was finding, no. You're most welcome, bud. Happy to answer any questions. No, I'm sorry, we've not heard anything about the June console release. I would expect that, you know, once they kind of started working through these critical bugs that we're finding when we're testing at the scale we are, and we're playing the game, kind of, we're getting through to the end game and we're doing more that's been, more than has been tested at volume, they'll clear those out and then we'll start kind of hearing more about the future plans, which we've already started to hear. Yeah, like you say, there's a... Is that tomorrow already? Gosh, yeah, tomorrow, the 20th of June, there is a roadmap, Reddit AMA. So we'll be able to answer more information for you on it tomorrow. Is it today? I was fairly sure I saw Friday. day you just looked? Let's go and see. Right. I was going to do something, but I forgot what it was. Ah, that's what it was, yes. 4 PM CST, so we've got 3 hours and 8 minutes. This is all stockpile stuff. No, Karis, I copied my friend Steve Aoki's. It's fine. How do I know time zone so fast? I have to constantly balance UK time, which I'm in, with Pacific time for Thor, with mods who are in Central Europe and Eastern Europe. I have to add in Eastern Standard Time, so I can basically do conversions up to and down up to 8 reasonably quickly, as long as I know where people are at. So given that the dates there's Central European Standard Time, Central European Summer Time, CEST, I knew that that's 1 hour ahead of where I am. Yeah, but Thor and I played a lot of Division 2. So it's kind of easy to do a test. That one. Yeah, Thor and I have been big fans of Division 1 and Division 2. So, like, yeah, I mean, we haven't played the new DLC, which I've got the name of. I know it's in Brooklyn. So we are planning on doing the new DLC. What time is it in Norway? Norway is 1 hour ahead, so same as where Funcom's at. That's going to be 12:55 then. Right? Yeah, 11:55, 12:55. Which means that Chicago time is going to be 6 hours behind. Which means it's going to be 5:55 AM. I can't do Australia. You've got 3.5 time zones. Like, what the hell? Why a half-hour time zone? Yeah, like, why a half? Madness. Madness and gremlinry. Because the rail line there, interesting. A good historical reason. I mean, quite a lot of the stuff that's played is not DMCA-able because it's got licenses that allow for it to be played. Like Miracle Astound stuff that all plays, they're fine with it all being played. I've checked that one out. You know, there's a bunch of stuff that can be done. How much more efficient is a large oil refinery compared to a medium? I can show you this. In a medium refinery, if I want to make plastinium, it's going to cost me 6 titanium ore and 1 strontium fiber. In a large one, that's down to 4. The strontium fiber in a medium refinery three here. Oh yeah, I'm very aware now that the closed captioning is drunk. I'll probably actually follow Thor's guide in Discord, like, later, or no, tomorrow on my day off, and do it then. But literally, it was like someone reminded me, like, the minute before I pressed start stream, and I was like, I'm just going to enable the default one and see how it does. It doesn't do well. It's not very good. I'm not even speaking a complicated version of English. Well, no, but for all things, it's more efficient. But Plastinium's the one that I care most about, the one I was using as an example. It don't get Brit slang. I'm not even sure I could do a York accent. Up north from Yorkshire. Terrible. Uptuck Road in Yorkshire. I always go the wrong way. Why? Why? Lock on something I don't want and knock on something you do want. He's my favorite Brit comedian. Probably Daniel Schloss. There's a couple of shows on Netflix that are worth a good watch. Bill Bailey's very good. Russell Howard's very good. I watched Russell Howard for a long time now. Agree, Nellis. I was a big Sean Locke fan. Sean Locke was very good. That is a loss sorely missed as well to British comedy. We're slightly short on plastinium. Very short on melange. And I'm a big Noel Fielding fan because he's got the soul of a goblin and looks like a crow. Yes, I think this probably is. It's Battle Cry by Imagine Dragons, this one. So I think that's used in at least maybe one Transformers film. Carrot in a Box was gold. Daroy Brian, yep, 100%. Ed Byrne, very good as well, yep. Cat's Countdown, yes. Very enjoyable. Noel on Bake Off with Matt Lucas, and like people who might not be aware of where Matt Lucas kind of started off doing comedy, or like at least some of the things he was involved in, like some of the stuff that Matt Lucas has done on TV, if they were done again now, 100% immediately cancelled, no questions asked. Went to the same primary school as Matt Lucas, wow. Computer says no. Come Fly With Me. I mean, I'm surprised that was allowed on TV even when it was filmed. Like, immediately cancelled. David Williams is in that bucket too. Come Fly With Me. I do not know how that aired, honestly. Like, madness. Ugh. But yeah, you can use exclamation point suggestions, and I've got a whole form for it. I hate this. So annoying. Wish you could make ammunition and fuel cells immune from quick deposit, because I don't want to quick deposit that. Like, give me filters. Yes, new Linkin Park. Very, very different from old Linkin Park. Still good, but I'm not sure I would call it... It's not the same Linkin Park, you know. You have to accept that. This is a PvE game that has some PvP elements to it, is what I would say. You can avoid PvP in its entirety if you're smart, scouting, reasonably risk-averse. It's quite doable. But I know that it's not for everyone. We've got so much Dravidian mass. That would be dropped. 2 of it is not worth carrying. Boy, you can play music that isn't DMCA-able. Yeah, that's not a problem. I mean, as soon as it happened, you had to accept that either the band was going to break up or they had to change their sound. And, you know, I'm not... There are some songs I'm not a big fan of, but that was true of original Linkin Park as well. So, you know, like... Well, sort of a little bit. We've had some stream sniping going on. We've mitigated it largely by having reasonable protections, and also like we don't hold with exploiting and toxicity and stuff. So if there were people who were frequently doing it, we would know, and they would just have their accounts wiped at the end of the day. If you're going around griefing other people, specifically waiting for them to stream so you can snipe them, that's grim. That's just, you can't PvP actually inside the game, so you're using outside of game information to do it. Like, it just shows how terrible people are. There are a lot of people who are stream snipers who get like kind of who get really like, oh, I killed the streamer, good job. It's like, yeah, you had to use the streamer giving you full information on where they are and what they're doing in order to kill them. That's not that's not skilled PvP. That's just called you being awful at it. Oh yeah, and you see, it shows like most stream snipers do terribly when it comes to actual PvP. They'll do some kind of cheese method, like strafing you from with rockets, so there's no counterplay or that kind of thing. Laura is working on stuff and everything else. So Thor on his days off does a bunch of like IRL work, like all his IRL errands. He'll do programming, he'll do some writing for Heartbound. It's important to have those days for that. The playlist is basically a broad list of like music that I've liked on and off, like things that I've just kind of saved over the last like 10 years. Plus, when I do a road trip with someone or I take them on like a lift somewhere, I get them to add a song to my like my driving playlist. And then that's how I've got like it's called my sing-along road trip playlist, and it's got a bunch of like banging songs that people have like added. The rule is they get to add one song to it when I give them a lift, and then if that song's already added, they can just keep asking for new ones until we find a new one that goes in. And that way I get like a real mix of like music taste and stuff, which is really nice to have. And I know most of the songs that are on that by now, like you can kind of sing along to them. You mean banging tunes? Now what? Stand Atlantic. It's a familiar name, quite possibly. What a waste of a grenade. If I quick deposit, then it'll drop off all my batteries as well, which I'm just sick of it doing. I'll drop all of these off, which I don't want it to do. If you have song requests, you can use exclamation point song request. That's how that one works. A good spot, base spot in part of the private servers. I mean, where are you? What stage of the game are you at? If you're in Iron Tier, up here is a very good spot. You've got a base, you've got access to this island, you've got a great run north. If you're getting into Steel Tier, I would stay living there and run across here to get carbon each time. Once you're in steel tier and you're looking to move towards aluminium, moving like down here or up here onto the shield wall is a great idea. Or even here where you've got the ramps. Near Pinnacle Station's always a good idea. Up here is good when you're at the aluminium tiers. It depends on what stage of the game you're at. You've been doing it all by bike. I mean, props to you. The areas on the map in red. You've got drum sand here, which will make a loud noise to summon a worm. You've got quicksand here, which you'll just sink in and you'll die. So don't go in quicksand. Noxfer, when you say your ornithopter appears lost, we're probably going to need more information. How many Rick spec? I'm not sure there are any Rick spec requests in the form so far. Is it worth pushing for ornithopters priority for ease of access to places? Yes. Speed is ultimately winning in a survival game, and if you can get between places faster, you can be much more efficient. It's a real force multiplier. No, happy to help, Zidane. I'm happy to answer any questions. What stage should you be going to deep desert? I mean, you can go once you've got an ornithopter, so it's a matter of when you are ready to do it. It depends on what your individual server's culture is like for the deep desert. Had this bug with the planetol. I'm gonna need to know what the bug is. Didn't unlock it. What do you mean? You didn't unlock the next one. You're likely to go find the next quest. Yeah, I think going when you start getting to Mark 5 is pretty normal, to be honest, for deep desert delving. What level am I? 175 or so? How much do you need to know about the lore of Dune to enjoy the game? You don't need to know a huge amount, to be honest with you. I didn't know a huge amount. It gives you quite a lot of it. As long as you watch the opening cinematic, you'll understand roughly where you fit. If you want to understand the lore better, I would recommend that you watch the David Lynch film from 1980, I want to say 3. Then I would watch the 2 newest films and then read the book in that order, because then you'll see absolute craziness in old style, and it's genuinely joyous. It's a classic David Lynch thing. The 2 new films, which are very high production budget, and then you can then read the books and you can see how they all fit in with the books. I never like reading the books first if I know the film stuff's already out when I discover something, mostly because the books are normally a far better representation than the films, and otherwise, so this way you'll find the films less disappointing, you'll find them enjoyable, then you'll be like, oh my god, the book is even better. That way you get to build on your enjoyment, and you get to reiterate the stuff that you do enjoy. I've also heard good things about the miniseries, yeah. I do, Sivbeam, that doesn't mean that he didn't produce good work, even if he doesn't like his work. How many creators do you know who are actually always positive about their own work and things that they create? The book is exceptionally dry, yeah. Especially as you get into the later books, when you're talking about the wider universe and stuff, it's not easy for everyone who's not used to expansive universes. And so if you don't like the Lynch film, then things improve with the production budget of the new ones, then you get to read the book and things again only improve from there. But how many people say, oh, well, I enjoyed the films of this series, but I didn't enjoy the book when I read it? How many people have ever said that to you about a book series? Thank you, Restless. I appreciate that. It's yeah, it's wild. Yes, it's a Thursday, so Thor is indeed off. If you've already read the books, don't bother watching the movies or the series, in my opinion. Then you'd probably be a little bit let down. Like, for most TV shows and stuff. Not a problem, Restless. Hope you've enjoyed the, what you've popped in for. We do. I definitely put up a pinned message. I did. Why is my pinned message gone? Which? There we go. It's only because of the supportive community and the cool people in chat. That's the only reason the channel's growing the way it is. And it won't stay like that forever, you know, I know that people are very excited about June, you know, they're very excited to see what I'm doing with streaming and stuff. I know that, you know, it won't be forever, but I appreciate everyone who's here hanging out and supporting me, to be honest. It's really lovely to be able to kind of provide something to watch on Thor's days off, and to know that, you know, the work that I've been doing is appreciated by you guys. It's nice to hear it directly. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys a lot. It is indeed. We'll see how it goes. I'm not massively fussed. I'm just happy to be able to create something cool. There are no Harkonnen officer drop armors like yet, so no, unfortunately. 22 Gaming, thank you for the Prime sub, bud. Thank you. Luna Husky, I appreciate that, thank you. That's really kind. Yeah, I wouldn't keep going if I didn't enjoy it. I'm not the kind of person who tends to play games that'll, you know, do things that I don't enjoy. It doesn't... Gotta give me the dopamine hit, you know? You'll get any more of that dopamine? Later, Zoshin. No worries. Thor curses me for many things, but nothing ever substantial that's actually meaningful. When he does, we have a conversation about it and we get it dealt with. We look up a pirate software ban. somebody who was incorrectly identified as a spammer. They have been released. Wyvern, if you're still in here, you've been unbanned. Where are the chat rules? They should have popped up when you spoke. If I click your account, I can do this. Yep, the rules are definitely there. You might have to click the cogwheel at the bottom and choose chat rules. No problem, Wyvern. It's easily done. Tomorrow I'll be going through all the unban requests because there's a fair few to do. So you get caught a day early, so you know, so that works. Not a problem at all. Like I say, I will look at anyone who's banned when they come into my chat, and if they are, you know, they are sad for why they were banned, or you know, they've done something wrong, they recognise they've done something wrong in the unban request, they'll get another chance. That's how I feel about it. In your case, you just misspelled something several times. It looked a bit like spam, but actually it wasn't. So it looks like you just got caught by a spam filter. Which is easily done. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Welcome on in. Not got hair. We love it. That's interesting. It's a Twitch bug. I've hydrated. Yes, it was. Oh, mentioning Arsenal. Nice. That would do it. I'm not on vacation anymore. I am working, so I'm reviewing unban requests. I'm looking at chats. I'm doing all kinds of stuff. I have no news at all on console release, unfortunately, Oscar. If I did, I would share it with you. But unfortunately, I think Funcom realistically are focusing on fixing the game on PC and such first. And I didn't purposely ignore that. I answered it. Thank you, Balthazar. So, unfortunately, you stinky. Get stunked on. Do I? Do I have that check mark? I don't know what you're talking about. Thank you, everybody. Yes, I have not actually spoken about this openly yet, but I was indeed approved as partner last night. Today is my 14th day streaming, 2-week mark on the dot. So, you know. You are all good. That's why the it says you know, channel news, that's the news. We were approved as partner, so thanks to the support of other streamers, like people like Annie Fuchsia, like Mahoodles, you know, Premier 2. Everyone who's raided and supported me, I've been really grateful for it. You know, it's made a massive difference to me, and you know, the fact that I did this, I've actually was able to do this. So yeah, I couldn't do it without you guys in chat. I couldn't do it without all the streamers who have supported me. You know, and yeah, no, I've got the advantage. I haven't been involved with Twitch for like a year or so, helping with moderation stuff and that kind of thing. But you know, it's I couldn't do this without you guys ultimately. Nah, it's all thanks to you guys. Twilight Warlock, thank you for the Prime sub as well, bud. I appreciate you. Oh my, that's not, no, TTP can't also stand for that. Okay, so we've got melee guys.
I'll got you.
Will you? Nice, okay. Okay, come on. No shields. So like I said, I appreciate all of you here hanging out, supporting me. Like I said, I wouldn't be able to do it without you. And hopefully we'll do some more cool stuff. Like we'll have new emotes, we'll have a bunch of other things. So next goal, I guess the PP program is a thing. And then making emotes, getting cool things sorted for you guys who have supported. I've spoken to somebody yesterday about some emotes, so there should be some emotes coming. I just need to write a few things up tomorrow for someone. I've got a few people. I'll probably get emotes from a variety of people just to support a few friends who are doing various things. But yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to kind of do stuff. I think it'll be good. Did I really did. Yeah. You know what? I hate fast deposit. I mean, you know, Luigi, I've probably got a bit of an unfair advantage. I've played quite a few hours of this in the closed playtest, etc. So I've got a little bit more down than people who have started off, you know, 2 weeks ago. It's not necessarily a fair playing field. So, dude, if you're enjoying the game, that's what matters, not necessarily your speed of progression in it. So, as long as you are having fun, bud, that's the main thing. Did their bodies despawn? That was very rude of them. Well, I think Thor and I are kind of neck and neck on hours. I think it kind of depends. I haven't seen what his hours are at, but mine are 170 as of today. Just quite a few for 14 days. Oh, in the playtest. Metal Wizard, thank you for the Prime. Dale, thank you very much for the Prime. And Balthasar, thank you for the 50 community gift subs. Wild. Jeez, thank you. Mad. Horrifying. Terrifying. Luke G, thank you for the Prime, buddy. Awesome. Awesome of you. $14 hours building your base. That thing must look incredible. Very much test the deep water deep desert how populated you are. To be honest, flying around high up in a scout ornithopter is probably a good way of scouting. You stay above about 700 meters, it's quite difficult for someone to swoop down on you. So if you can kind of keep yourself level at that height and then kind of dip back up when you need to. Like a Fox, thank you for the 5 community gifts. You rock. Thank you for being here. Great seeing you every day. You and Balthazar, so thank you very much both for the support. The still suit really worth it? I mean, I find it is when I get into high heat areas. I run a still suit most of the time, and it's lasted me a long time, and it's incredibly useful because the hydration capture and the heat protection is very good, but I also have a bit of light armor for a little bit of mitigation. I need to drop this off for Thor. Hang on. Ah, you're very welcome. And if anyone's got any questions or anything like that, just feel free to ask. If I don't have the answer, someone will. Yes. Yeah, there's no armor sets or anything, so I've got 3 pieces of still suit on and actually some light armor. I just have my helmet hidden so that my character looks reasonably normal. Oh, Seeker Smile, I'm sorry to hear that. It's so easily done. How does Turbo help streamers? So if someone is Turbo and you watch them, they will get paid the ads amount at the same kind of rate as if you were subbed, so you're getting basically the streamer's getting the money from the ads for you still. I believe there's also a share of the Turbo that goes to the streamer. Where'd you find the guide to unlock the Swordmaster tree? You'll find him in here. He's in Pinnacle Station. He's at the northern edge of the Haga Rift, up here. So the Swordmaster basic trainer is in here. I apologize in advance because it's actually quite a difficult quest. The vertical staking unit applies to just the quadrant you place it in, as far as I understand it. Hello, Mr. Software.
Yeah?
I've brought you your promised melange.
Melange. Give to me the melange.
The melange is in this box. Oh, God.
So delicious. Okay, okay. Calm down. Alright. Whole thing to be Harkonnen. Oh, going out to do real life stuff and the weather's like this in the UK, that was a mistake. Abyssus J, thank you for the 1 month at tier 1, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Never get too far. Something slow. Never seen you fall so hard. Do you know where you are? Truth be told, I'm lying. Clip for my trauma, thank you. I think? Actually, no, probably not.
Why does the pinned message keep on disappearing? This is the worst. Unless you're gonna have to rename it because you sent the message and people will ask you for it. Let's see. Oh god, Thor wants a Scooby snack, okay. Thor is indeed the goblin chat, I fully agree. You want Thor slurping spices as a sound alert? I mean, that's kind of insane. Oh, there's a hungry one. I'm not being lured in, you hungry worm. You tempted me, but I see you. The hungry boy is waiting for me. I love this one patch of quicksand that's just here. Why? Why? Honestly, why? Meta Wizard, thank you very much for the 2 community subs. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream and thank you for the support. That clip of Thor is going to end up in like some kind of online compilation somewhere here, where neither of us are credited, but very funny. Ah, you're alright, Meta. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. She might blood purify set up, but erase my death stills. Death stills are very, very good, but it's probably always worth having a blood purifying machine just if you need it in the interim while you're getting that set up. Okay, it's gonna be mines throughout this. Oh my god, you guys pushing the goal again. I can't believe you. Thursday, thank you for the 5 community subs. And the non-skip, thank you for the 1 sub. To, what was it? Thank you. You're appreciated. Yeah, Thor slopple glopping the melanges are stuck in my head now. I can't unhear that. I don't know, chat. What flavor do you think the deep dessert is? That's my question. The deep desert bug as we had it has been fixed. There might be other bugs still. I believe there's potentially one about disappearing ornithopters at the moment, but it's not as bad as it could have been. You think it's a tiramisu? It's interesting. Cinnamon, caramel, carrot cake. Ah, nice. No, that's not like any of the other flavors that were listed. Pumpkin spice melange. Okay, I could see it. Vulva flavored. Okay. Lavender sherbet. Oh god. Why would deep dessert taste like a deep dish pizza? It tastes like savory food. What? That seems wrong. I don't know how I feel about that. Kool-Aid grape. Yeah, I can see the spice tasting like Kool-Aid grape. Mango with tagine. Okay. There is enough intel over time to unlock all research. Yes. You just might need to harvest things like the deep desert bases, etc. I feel like deep dessert isn't going to be savory. If you want a song request, you'll need to use the exclamation point song request command. We have that for a reason. I don't let people just randomly play songs and just linking a Spotify link, because that's how I end up cancelled, because you guys throw a tons of service breaching song in there. I'm not silly, I know how this works. There are no plastinium mats in the A band, no. One, 21 guns. Down. Like a glove. Basalt stone is used to make the next tier of building, like base materials. Oh, it's not an enemy dungeon, that sucks. So what you're saying is deserters is actually what it means rather than deserters. Okay. Land drag's been going very well, thank you. Yeah, we're still having fun with it. People are taking part. More and more people are kind of leveling out and doing more with it, which is nice to see. It's not just, you know, two of us doing it anymore. It's great. I love seeing other guilds come out and taking part and being able to decide the votes for our set. Like the whole reason we have these servers set up the way we have them is that we don't want it to be a blue donut. We want the land drag to be combative back and forth. We want multiple small guilds to be kind of taking part and kind of collaborating and fighting. We didn't want Zerg guilds. We didn't want, you know, big 40, 50 man groups forming up just because that's, you know, that's what will make them win. We'd rather that the feel of the game was right. And, you know, we spoke to Funcom quite early on. Basically being like, hey, you know, we could do the Ashes of Creation thing where we have a bunch of different guilds and we work them together, but like, how is that going to affect your gameplay and how it all works? We had a long conversation with them, and basically we came to the conclusion that actually, like, you know, the game wouldn't be fun if we did that big kind of Zerg guild tactic. So we are keeping two small guilds. That was the goal of the developers, and that's ultimately our goal as a community, is to enjoy the game it was meant to be played, and not, you know, not make it in some kind of big blue donut where we win every single time because everyone on the server is our friend. That's no fun as a game. Like, that's... Where's the competition? Where's the kind of collaboration? That's just us brute forcing people into doing what we say, which isn't fair or right. That's kind of how that works. Balance has been a little bit out. I mean, I'm fairly sure Funcom knew that from the start tradies were going to be more popular, just by the nature of, you know, tradies are, in quotation marks, the good guys. For more people kind of modernly than otherwise might be true. We'll see. Alliance can still happen. What do you mean? I don't mind groups working together, but like, if you're having, I don't know, sister guilds or, you know, second guilds, etc., that's not alliances. That's called making a big guild. That's called avoiding the guild mechanics to make a Zerg guild. So like, you don't need to do that. Oh no, the fire, it's so hot. Oh no, I'm on fire. At the end of the day, I mean, the only thing I can say about being a tradies is, why did you choose a faction that has a Ligma in its name? A tradies nuts is right there. Do you know they plan to implement an alliance system? Super helpful. When you say collaborating between guilds, how would that work? Do you mean that like if you shot somebody who was an allied guild, it wouldn't hurt them? What do you mean Harkonnen? You mean Harkon, and you're gonna lose half of the word to force on these nuts? Yeah, that's not how a Ligma works.
Someone's here.
Like someone saying the word sandwich, and you're like, "Ha, sand job, got him." What? You just took what? One syllable or two syllables? Yeah, that's an awful Ligma. That's a Sogma, to be honest with you. I respect that's the best that Atreides can come up with, but that's a Sogma. Can't believe it. Advise, having systems within the guild to be appropriate to guild assets to allied guilds. Yeah, but then we get to the stage where you're getting to supporting massive groups again, because that system will just be used to have, like, you know, guild 1, guild 2, guild 3 all sharing stuff. Hark on these nuts. Yeah, but you're still missing the Harkonnen. If it was Harkon, then yeah, fine, that would be good. Harkon these nuts. That would be a fine Ligma, but that's not the word. Harkonnen exiles. Nice one. That's a good way of using the full word. I like that. Magix is the opposite. I mean, we've always known that Atreides would be the larger faction, because Atreides are, in quotation marks, the good guys, and most people like to play along that side. Are there some items only the Emperor has access to? There's no Emperor on our servers, so there's no items that only the Emperor has access to. That's not how it works. Yeah. I said that was in quotation marks. They are the good guys. That's how they're presented in media and in this, generally. If you get deeper into the lore, no good guys. Exactly, there are no good guys in Dune. It's exactly the same as the 40k universe and other universes out there. There's no good guys. second. Wasn't that tragic shipwreck in the Rift and Slab? I mean, yeah, a bunch of things like that. Like, they're not. They're just. I mean, Fremen aren't good guys either. Exactly. But even the Fremen are out. They're out for their own interests. It's good and evil's relative. Always the third one I thought you check. More water. Like the production that we need for this is huge. I mean, doing a spice run, 75,000 water. If we want to do this many jobs, a lot. Not to mention every single ingot of plastinium we want to make is another 1,250 water as well. So again, it all adds up. What's my main source of water? Bodies, yes. I mean, each destil will give us so a normal destil after an hour will give 25 liters of water. The advanced ones after 50 minutes give you 45 liters of water. The advanced destils cost a huge amount. The voice-powered weapons, you mean the abilities we have? Conductory riots, lights, Bailey Golding. I mean, wind catchers are good for some, like, AFK, bulling, like, water income for sure, but, like, if we can just keep those death stills fed, we've got 10 of them, that's every 50 minutes, as long as we can keep it fed with bodies, that's 450 litres of water. The normal death stills we get 250, and a wind catcher in the same 50 minutes... A 1.75 mils per second in 50 minutes is going to be 3,000 seconds. So you're talking 5,500, so 5 liters in 50 minutes versus, you know, 45 for one. So if you need water quickly, you want to be using your death stills. If you want water slowly over time to build up your storage, then you want the wind catchers. Realistically, you want a balance of two of them because you have to keep a death still fed. So somebody has to keep carrying bodies back and forth. 3,600 seconds is an hour. The advanced death still is 50 minutes. 50. That's not 3,600 seconds. I don't believe. And again, you only get to the advanced death stills late on. Yeah, I thought it was 3,000. So times that by 1.75, that's how much you get from the advanced wind trap. One of them. In the same amount of time. The advantage of the death of the wind trap is that the wind trap will create that over time and longer. So you only have to go back once every, well, I think it's 8 hours for the largest filters, potentially even more, 12 hours. No, because that's not, you're assuming then that at the end of it, you're standing around waiting for the run at the same time doing it. It doesn't take that long. So after you've got the bodies, which is a 15-minute job, I guess, to get, you know, 10 bodies and drop 10 off, you've then got another 35 minutes before you have to do it again. So if you use that time, you'd actually be ahead of yourself. Have I heard of servers being deleted along with characters? A server being deleted? What, in our section of world? In our, so Path of the Wolf, do you mean in like Tortuga or the mushroom servers? Deep Desert gets wiped? Yes, it does. Every week. So you had to basically undeploy your base and go back. Yep, we're playing on Etrado NE East 100. We've got all 15 servers in that world. I mean, water is toxic to worms, first of all. So you kill off some of the worm population. The worms would then combine, like, we basically can. So I'm not, remember that I'm not the Dune lore nerd, so you'd have to ask a common question like that for Thor. Most likely, I'd imagine that water is hideously inefficient to transport, even if because you're using spice to transport it. You'd be better off, honestly, importing people and using their bodies. I think it would actually be more space efficient. So yeah, all the servers on Netrado NE East 100 could meet up in the Deep Desert or in, you know, Harko Village, etc., Arakeen. Realistically, that would be the quickest way, I think, of importing a huge amount of water, would be to transport people to Arrakis. I know. That's not a knife. I thought I saw someone standing there. This is my corpse cart. It's very useful. Yeah, I'm just harvesting water. Were you delivering yourself? Yes. I love it when they deliver themselves. Should be... Here we go. We love Solari. So we pay taxes. I do have the intel here, don't I? Yes. Anyone out front? Oh. Boring. Well, that's a building. Oh, I'm moisture farming, you're right. A humble desert planet water harvester. Did you just at yourself? Damn, that's a bot. Ah, dead bodies on the floor are so annoying. Yeah, sure done. That's what a bot would say. Oh yeah, like collision on a corpse is absolutely the worst. I should heal up. No, I'm fine. I've got plenty of health. This is the amount that I naturally heal to if I just have like auto regeneration on, and I don't want to go below that because often I'll just take fall damage unnecessarily. Otherwise, I just burn through like health kits for no reason. Perfect. What we wanted? Hello, welcome on in. Hope you're enjoying your day. Hope you're enjoying the stream. So yes, just a little bit of killing. This is fine. It's fine. After this, we're going to go do our daily run of the A-band belt. So we're going to go through the research labs and stuff down there. It'll be great fun. Let me just go and check something on my Twitch dashboard. No, I don't want to go back to Harger Basin. Jake is he's vibe coding, is he? I'm really pleased that Jake's streaming, to be fair. I mean, it's 4 bodies, not 5, and yes, that's what I've done in the past, but like, this is just quicker. I don't have to wait till nighttime and wait for 4 bodies when I need many more than 4. What played last? We'll have a look. Has it been alright? We'll keep an eye on it. Jake's stream, you want this? There you go. Use the little heart that's in the top of the chat now. Any tips on getting jasmine crystals? Yes, they're in the Sheol, which is the bottom right. No, bottom leftmost area in the Harger Basin. Full of radiation. You're looking for basically the craters, which are full of green goop, which you'll find jasmine deposits inside those. A lot of bases. No, not all of them are ours. We have an open deep desert, so we have a number of people from other communities. We've got, you know, a couple of public servers. Ultimately, we wanted to make sure that we would have a, you know, a reasonable experience of the end game. Is 30 corpses enough? Probably not. More corpses needed. We want more bodies. That's not mine. We'll go and get 10 more corpses. How about that? Later, Saber. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you've enjoyed yourself, buddy. Best areas to get Solari, you're in Juralamin tier. If you're in Juralamin tier, then you're free to run around the Udan and Mysa Taril. Let me, once I'm loaded in, I'll show you the bases. You want to be basically doing a loop of these areas up here. So, Aegis, Keep, Nest, Depot, Mysa, Shield. You run that loop, you'll make a bunch. You've also got these ones down here. You get a bunch there, bunch here. So basically you want to be running these. I should really go and do these last two. You know, we'll do that on the way, shall we? Oh, that's not great. Think I might be safe? We're gonna go with safe. What's the best belt you can get in Haga? I mean, depends on what your purposes are. Personally, I'm a big fan of the full suspensor belt. What builds was we're basically accumulating loot, gear, etc. to level up and keep progressing. We've not been disappointed many times. I'm sure we. The officer skin, yes, certainly. This is the officer skin that you can get from drops. You make sure, yeah, make sure it hasn't changed. You know, you have to be very careful. It could have changed since you last saw it. So give it a close look, chat. Make sure that it's not changed at all. You know. An annoyingly high up base, I have to say. You're on the rock. Come on. So on the front of the rock is fine, so on the back of the rock isn't. Have I seen Winky's? You mean law version of me with the wig?
Where is everybody?
Okay, that was awful. I just wanted the bodies. Calm down. I just wanted your glorious water.
Reveal yourself.
No, I want the water. That one there. Are you still shooting at me? I have no, genuinely, I have no idea what that grenade was aimed at. That's why I was confused. I'm glad I'm not the only one who was like, okay. They're deeply upset that I'm just stealing all their bodies. I'm not going to do anything about it. Death Cup, thank you for the 2 community gift subs, buddy. I appreciate you. I hope you enjoy the cosmetic. I wouldn't want that to go to waste, you see. They're very upset, aren't they? Go away. Think I should grab the body? They're just ultra mad, okay? Boring. Worth. I mean, it's like a cutter ray, but it's better. Because it, you know, it's a las gun.
Shield on.
Okay, so you can just switch your weapon much faster than I can. Fine. Three bodies. A treasure train, my first one. Cool. That's my first treasure train, chat. So these are the cool trains that were actually introduced off the back of some of the input that Thor gave when he and I met with Twitch. I want to say last year now. Basically, once you get to a certain tier of train, I think it's tier 5, you there's like a 35% discount on subs, which is really cool. Yeah, so if we get to tier 5, then it'll be discounted subs for everyone. My first one, so we'll see how it goes. I'm not sure what will happen on my first golden kappa train. I'll probably cry. Like, that'll probably happen. You guys will probably break something. Grimstroke, I've played EVE Online. So yes, frequently, and I'm fine with that number. Any tips for regearing? At the end of the day, it's the same thing. Don't leave the base with anything you can't afford to lose. The worm is always going to be a risk. As long as you've learned your lesson from fighting with the worm, you know, then hopefully you'll be fine next time. But that's the main thing. The laser against vehicles, yeah, the laser against vehicles is very effective. Synchronosis, thank you for the 1 month of tier 1, but I appreciate you. I think the sub train is going to pass away. We need I think it's one more sub, gift subs potentially do it. I'm still getting used to how hype trains work, to be honest. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Ruat Gorth, for gigantifying the emote. You I appreciate the 100 bits. And now, there you go, 200 bits from Ace the Doctor. Thank you. We are on we are building a treasure train. Yeah, if this gets to level 5, then it's 35% off subs, which is pretty sweet. It's a nice thing of Twitch to do. They've also, I believe, unlocked the ability to do that once a month or so for accounts. So you can basically choose to do like a subathon day when it'll be cheaper for people to sub. And the amount comes off both of Twitch's end and the streamer's end. So it's basically just free savings for you guys. Francis, thank you very much for the 1 community gift sub. I appreciate you massively. The support means a huge deal to me. Huge amount. I'm glad you guys are all enjoying the content, enjoying hanging out. As ever, if you've got any questions about anything, you're always free to ask them. I'm gonna have a chat through it. I have not yet been killed by the worms since launch because I don't want the worms to know that I'm delicious. As soon as the worms know that you're delicious, that's it. They're coming for you all the time. You don't want the worms to know that you're delicious too early on. What day in the month would I like to be subbed at? I've not really thought about it yet. I've only discovered the option today, so I need to have a bit more of a think. That's what tomorrow, my day off is tomorrow, so I'm going to be doing a bunch of thinking. So I won't be streaming tomorrow. Thor will be instead. So you guys can go and get some top tier content. from someone who actually reads all of chat effectively all the time. What class did I start as? I started as the Bene Gesserit class. Hey, King Bashman, thank you very much for the 500 bits. I appreciate you. We're level 2 on the hype train. I'm not sure we'll get to level 5. I still work as a mod. Yes, I can't escape that duty, you know. I'm fairly sure I'm stuck forever. I'm fairly sure I signed a contract at some point, which is like part of the ship, part of the crew. Fine. Yep, you can change class. So the nice thing about this is that you can unlock any class. So I started as Bene Gesserit, sure, but then I've also got lots in Swordmaster. I've got some in Mentat for the turret and the repairs. I've got some in Planetologist. You unlock these as you progress through, so you can choose your build as you want it. Quite nice. 100 years before the mast. Whoa, Waydrith even. Thank you very much for 10 community subs. You're amazing. Thank you. Support is really incredibly touching. I couldn't do this without you guys, so thank you, honestly. Uxicol, thank you for 10 subs. Badasses, honestly. Treasure train unlocked. There we go. I think that means level 5. There you go. You've unlocked 35% off on 5+ gift subs. So if anyone wants to give gift subs, they're now massively reduced. 35% is huge. Level 6? What? Oh my god, you guys are monsters. I love it. Great energy. That's what we like here. 32 subs, that's the current goal? You're kidding me. Medina, thank you for the 5 community subs. You rock. That's well and truly in level 6 now. Jeez. Blah. Blah. It really means a lot that you guys are here hanging out. You want to enjoy the content, you know, you want me to do more of it. I really appreciate it, really respect it, and you know, I'll keep doing it for you guys, you know, you've asked for it, and I think I enjoy it. So, you know, I'm just glad that you guys enjoy it too. Okay, Salachi 15, thank you for 10 community subs. Will of Texas, thank you for the 2 subs. Hope you enjoy your cosmetics, buddy. Any advice for harvesting flower sand, and does the crawler collect it? So as far as we know, the crawler does not collect it. Harvesting flower sand, you will normally find, it's a cheeky little tip here. There are normally a couple of flower sand things in this kind of area here, which you can actually harvest without risking the worm. That's what I would advise. Mr. Sturg. Waydrith, thank you for the 50 bot. Oh. Jeez, you are amazing. Thank you. We're at Treasure Train level 8. Sub points goal has been absolutely smashed. Gregor's Frey, thank you for the 100 bits for gigantifying the emote. D1 he, thank you for the prime sub. I appreciate you. Mishabella, thank you for the 5 community subs. Legend. Malachite Kel, thank you for the 5 subs. Trev Francis, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Like, XX3D, thank you for 100 bits. Ruagor, thank you for 2 community subs. And Medina, thank you for the 1 month at tier 1. You guys are making me use my voice a lot. I appreciate you. It's good fun. Level 12 is absolutely insane. Sheldon, there will be some unhinged unban requests. That is something we will do. But I have to make sure that it's terms of service appropriate and we're not doxing anyone or like giving away anyone's character name or usernames. I don't want anyone to be mistreated despite what they've done. You know, it's about being fair and reasonable, but we can find a way to balance that, I reckon. Mighty Orange, thank you for the 10 community sub gifts. Thank you so much. And Neomis, thank you for the 5 sub bomb as well. You rock. You guys are keeping the hype train going. We're 93% of level 12, which is crazy. Joe, thank you for 100 bits. Nihilus, thank you for 100 bits as well. I'm glad you guys are enjoying. Thank you very much for the support. It's insane. It's huge. No, I appreciate you. Thank you. That's... And today, I really like the fact that I can, you know, kind of create some content that Thor's supportive. It doesn't kind of, doesn't cause any problems, and that you guys enjoy it too. But ultimately, like, you know, I do the things that I do for him and for the community. I don't do it for me, really. So it's nice to know that you guys kind of enjoy it, and that, you know, we can keep doing this. Robert Jaws, thank you for the 100 bits. You rock. You're a legend. Honestly, awesome. No! Ah! I will try and take the appreciation. I will try and internalize it. That's not true at all. Thor's streams are significantly better than mine, bud. But I do appreciate the kind words. Nice of you to say. Where do you find the logs for Dune and one don't destroy yourself with consoles on, so you're 100% sure it won't destroy the single floor your console is on, using hobbits without a warning? If you want to know where your logs are, sorry, let me just land so I'm not consuming lots of fuel. Your logs are in percent app data. Oh, I'm going to have to look at my own chat history. Go back to yesterday. Where did I put this? Here we go. You'll find the logs for Dune in this location. I just pressed the first letter that I can reach just so I can get my name into chat so I can click on myself for a user link. You are very welcome. Glad to have helped. Hope that your bug resolves itself. You say my patience with Thor is amazing, but like, I don't know. It's just, he deserves the time to like listen to stuff. So if I have to explain something like more than once or anything like that, like, I don't know. It's not no burden to me, of course, to do it. That would be a helpful command, yes. I will, I'll add it shortly. Are you just standing there looking at me through binoculars? Oh no, you're looking the other way. That should give irradiated slag. Hello. These sandflies and that concussive damage suck.
Someone's here. Shields up. Identify yourself. Start your back.
So that had a drill shot. We don't want to let those hit us. Had the flamer get off his stagger ball while still dead. I think once that ability has started to charge, it will automatically discharge at the end, but it didn't seem to affect me, so it might have just been the end of the animation. Hey Gundorf, thank you for the 5 community subs. That's the hydrogen hit level 12. Arctoros, thank you for the 100 bits. Quizler, thank you for the 100 bits. You guys are all amazing. Thank you. I've started planning things that we're going to be getting with the with the subs and everything kind of funds. So the first thing is obviously going to be emotes and art for the channel. But secondly, I'm going to be getting a ramp for Bailey so that it can go behind me so that he can get up onto the desk more easily, because he's getting old and I don't think he likes the jump too much. So I want to see if I can get a ramp. Oh yeah, sub girl, apologies. I keep on saying there's no way you guys are going to beat the sub goal, but like you keep on doing it, I keep on being like, oh, horrifying, scary as hell. Don't get me wrong, he still likes jumping up, but I think I'd like to be able to give him the option of being able to walk up to it, which probably means getting a ramp that's got like carpet on top of it so that he can grip onto it and walk, so even if it's at a slant he can do it. need to find something that works. Oh, you're more than welcome, Archer. Sorry, I'm sorry that other people don't necessarily get it. It's sometimes they take me a second. The sub goal is so high because the goblins are never going to hit 777. Is it 77.77 or is it 777.77? I think it's 77k. It's just, oh, like a scary number. Used to down here in the Hargo Rift, really. I wish that you could rescan these all of a sudden, because now, like, you can't do a rescan and get the shots of all the small scavenger houses by the looks of things, which is kind of strange. Hey, the hype train's over. Thank you for the level 13 hype train. 129 gift subs and 1800 bits. You guys are insane. I appreciate you. And yeah, it makes me feel a little uncomfortable and, like, but that's kind of half the fun, I guess, for you guys. So, as long as you're enjoying yourself, that's the main thing. The only recognition of getting an ornithopter quickly. Even on land, we attack left and right, but to rush a faction to get it. There is an argument that if you can save up enough Solaro, which I think is about 120,000, then yes, rushing the faction quests, I'm fine just to buy them. Eric, I really appreciate that, but thank you. And you know, at the end of the day, I'm fun because you guys in chat give me the ability to do it. You know, it's not like I couldn't do this to an empty room. It would be very, very different. So, you know, that's just as much thanks to you guys as anything else. Yeah, I think he'd probably quite appreciate it, or at least something that can be used for him to climb up a bit more easily. One more corpse. Corpses. We love corpses in game. Every big storm clears all the scan flags from Harga so you can rescan. I mean, if I try doing a rescan, I don't think it will actually let me. It'll tell me area already surveyed. So... thank you again to those of you who donated during the hype train. That was awesome. Thank you. You can fit quite a few human bundles in here. Yo, yo, Voxton Moore, welcome on in. Hope you're doing good today. Hope you're having a good time. I love crashing into the world boundary. It's very funny. Rasputin, my understanding is that the answer should be no, but sometimes those things bug, so if you're lucky, you're lucky. If not, then you're not. That doesn't seem like it should work that way, but I think it does work that way. It's very odd. We do not know what goes into the 5th accessory slot on the character, no. Is it worth having bases in the deep desert? That is a very interesting question. The deep desert is made up of two stages, if that makes sense. And they have some functional differences. So let me get up to height, and when I'm flying, I will show you what I mean. So this area we're in is the deep desert. You can see that there's a higher up area here, and then obviously the expanse of the desert, right? Up here, on the shield wall, in the Alpha line and a little bit of the Bravo line, this area is broadly safe to make. You can't base raid, you can't PvP up here except inside the ships as you can in Haga Rift. Up here, yes, worth making a base. Making refineries costs half the price, making buildings costs half the price, so making your initial resource refinery in the first band of the deep desert makes a lot of sense. Making it out in the deep desert is much more of a risk. When a sandstorm comes over, it disables the shields on a base for 5 minutes after the sandstorm. So players can raid bases outside on the sands. This is what, you know, people in the community have been doing as part of the gameplay. So there's an advantage of making a forward operating base out there. But there's also a disadvantage. The advantage is that you're close to the resources, you can get them back to safety faster. But people can attack that base, and if you've got refinery set up there, you've got stuff stored. Sometimes that might not be worth the cost. Yep, people just wait in their still tents and you know, wait to ambush someone. You're very welcome. Tax is based on the footprint of your base and how many staking claim units are on it and a few other things. Yeah, they'll go up as your base gets more and more intricate. You can make physical doors? Yes. The thing. You get an alert if you get raided. As far as I know, no, you do not. If you make a base in the deep desert, you need to be prepared to defend it. The Coriolis storm, which comes every week, wipes the entirety of the deep desert. Anything in it, anyone on that server, dead, gone. You start afresh. Honeycomb bases, exactly. You're starting to talk about things like Daisy and Rust style base design, which is cool. Corpses are very much a resource on Arrakis. You know, the Fremen have been harvesting stuff for a long time, and we got this technology from following the Fremen, from basically following the Fremen journey and like researching some of their technology. We are by no means Fremen. We can't, you know, we can't ride worms. We can't walk without rhythm. We haven't been taught those practical steps that the Fremen didn't keep down their teachings. But we understand the concept of death stills and how they work. When you say it's at the board, yes. So up here, none of these bases are safe up here. These need to be dismantled every single week. Otherwise you'll lose your base and all the resources in it. We would lose all of this, the carrier, the ornithopters, all of it. That's why we strip it down most of the time on a Monday. Riding the worm is technically possible, not in the Dune style of worm riding. It's very different. You can be on the worm's model. Brave, but kind of silly. But riding it and controlling where it goes, no. You think they will add worm riding? Well, the thing is, who's going to teach you to worm ride? The Fremen? Well, the Fremen are gone. We don't have the Fremen at the moment. So how are we going to learn to ride the worms? would be awesome in a DLC, but like, does that not reduce the risk of the ones? Right, let's see, Craft. As far as we are concerned, the wording we are given word for word is the Fremen were eradicated. That's what you're told in the opening cinematic. And real talk, I don't want to be able to ride worms. While I think it's cool, I think that would remove one of what I think is a very cool environmental threat that there is no way to overcome other than avoiding it and learning how it works. You have to respect and fear the worm. Many of you want to do spoilers in the chat. My answer there is the same. The opening cinematic very clearly says that the Fremen were eradicated by the Sardaukar. That's what you know when you play the game. If you want to know more of the story, you will play it yourselves. You meet someone who says they're Fremen, then later in the story says that they're not Fremen. Sure. No, because we're not in the same universe as with Paul Atreides. Paul Atreides is dreaming this universe. We have to remember that the Fremen were being wiped out and attacked and being subjugated on Arrakis, even, you know, like, even in the film stuff that we see. And it's the arrival of Paul Atreides who allows them to organize and to become efficient and to rally around the Kwisatz Haderach. So... Yes, in this universe, Jessica, as had been originally planned by the Bene Gesserit, did have a daughter. That meant that she was trained in the Bene Gesserit arts as a soothsayer, as she had been promised. Her abilities as a soothsayer meant that she could foresee the betrayal of the Doctor when Leto and Jessica came to Arrakis. And therefore she foresaw the Harkonnen plot. That led to an open war of assassins being declared. That led to an open war of assassins being declared, which meant that spice production fell. Because spice production fell and the Emperor wasn't too happy about it, the Emperor sends the Sardaukar to the planet. In the books before Modi, they were winning against the Sardaukar. The Sardaukar weren't properly deployed to the planet. It's not quite the same analog. And again, alternate timelines very different. So there is no... Why is that wrong? Okay, I'm not going to trust that. I'm going to trust my information. I mean, look, my opinion is watch the David Lynch film, then watch the 2 new films, then read the books. Because I think that each of those is uniquely different, presented in a very, very different way. You'll get different segments of it, and you will also not be disappointed to watch it in that order. Some people, if you watch a newer film like the new Dunes, and then you would go back and watch the older Dune, it won't be as meaningful because of the, you know, it's all... Some people care a lot about graphical quality. Then I would read the books. If you liked all of that, then I would say read the miniseries and the TV series and all kinds of stuff. But like, if you want to get you want to watch all the TV shows before you read the books, nah. 3 films and the books is very doable, but watching all the series, I would say do that after the books. The reason you watch the old Dune is because you can see what it was before, what it is now, and how different they are. You get to see the improvement. And it's a David Lynch film. Even though he doesn't like it, it's still a good film. He still did a very good job of directing it, and it's just great. It is a good film by itself. So if you, that's if you and if you don't like one, you move on to the next one. That's the whole point of that order. Yeah, Lucius, you are forgetting the fundamental point that I was clear on. In this timeline, the entirety of the Sardaukar is basically deployed to the planet to crush the Fremen, to eradicate them. It's functionally different from the few Sardaukar that were here doing it. This is not the same timeline. I can make an analog, but it would make the Americans in chat quite upset. Oh, so okay. The analogy is the same way that the Americans overcame the British forces that attacked when the America rebelled as a colony. Saying that they beat the British is like it's factually correct, but it also forgets that if every single British army had been deployed into the US, they would have wiped out all of the rebellion. Like, that's how that worked. We had wars in India and China at the same time. It's like having a segment of the army versus everything put in. That would be the analog. Yeah, B's not here, unfortunately. Yeah, so the scale of the Sardaukar being deployed, I think you have to remember, is fundamentally different when the spice trade across the galaxy, well, across the Juniverse, was threatened, and the Emperor was like, hold up, we need spice, lads. Send the boys to Arrakis. And then, yeah, once you're in the game, not wanting to provide any spoilers, when you look at the map, you can see there's like the Sheol, which are full of radiation, dropped ships, cores, etc. You can very much see indications of atomics. I don't want to get into spoilers of stuff you'll encounter across this. So, I think that's probably the comparison. At the very least, it implies they dropped ships with atomic cores directly onto the Fremen. Yeah. The prioritize spice. Deeply funny. What am I doing? No, once you've got a network of cisterns around your base, it will automatically fill once the one cistern's full. So imagine you've got a blood machine, and the blood machine storage gets full, it will automatically dump into the cisterns in the system with them. About scale of warfare. I've been really impressed with what the devs have done with the lore, though. They've stayed really true to it, and anywhere where they've tried, where the lore would mean the gameplay isn't fun, they have found a reasonable way of editing that. For example, they wanted to include lasguns. They are an iconic weapon inside the Dune universe. Like, everyone wants to fire a lasgun, right? So they found a way within the lore to make it so that actually lasguns have a safety on them, as as a result of the basically the tragedy at Carthage that blew up the city. So I like that they've done that. I like they're willing to change their laws just so slightly to make things fun. A really good example of that is the Space Marine 2 devs. The Bulwark class shouldn't have sorry, the Bulwark class wouldn't traditionally have a Thunder Hammer. But the devs of Space Marine 2 were like, you know what? It's what the Emperor would have wanted. Cool, love that. If a dev's willing to make the game more fun, great. As long as it makes broad sense and it would be, it fits in with the universe, why not? As that no one in the books has used a lasgun on a shield, that's why it's in the books that lasguns blow up shields. It's been done. It's known to be a thing. How do you plan to transport the water? Use up as much of it as possible and accept that there's going to be lost and just replace it when we do it again with bodies. I really dislike the number of bases that are popping up out here. Let's have some fun. We could turn off sandstorms, there's just absolutely no way that I'm ever going to. The problem devs are solving is that players want to be able to use the lasguns, but shields are... everyone has a shield. So, if we want to have lasguns without having huge nuclear explosions, they had to create a way that the lasgun would turn off rather than just letting you shoot each other. Wind traps will automatically feed into the water network of your base. Yes. So they will feed into cisterns and that kind of thing as needed. Turning off sandstorms would ruin any endgame PvP in the FOB. There'd be no reason to... like, there'd be no way to attack forward operating bases like these ones. Like, if a sandstorm comes over... the shields on this turn down for 5 minutes. I could break my way inside and go and destroy the fief and take over the whole building if I really wanted to. If I had the ability to, Luther, I would. I'd make there be a sandstorm every half an hour rather than every hour. They seem to be a little bit too regular. I don't like it. You have to remember that obviously when we got private servers, the whole, like, the Entrada got like 3 days of notice on basically being able to get them right up, right? I am using a teleprompter to read chat, yes.
Sector weather alert.
There you go, sandstorm due, almost, yeah, exactly, 7 minutes past, it will work. I mean, Can I replace the sandstorm audio with Darude Sandstorm? Deeply funny, I'm sure there would be a problem with that. But at the same time. Yeah, I would make it more random. At the moment they are, like, literally, you can set your clock by them. They are at 2 minutes past the hour, you'll get a 5-minute warning. And they'll hit at 7 minutes past if it's hitting your area. That's it. That's exactly it every time. That's what I was hearing from the base raiders who were doing stuff last night. Like Lord Winklington Bottomus.
Sector weather alert. Alarm stands.
That did not seem like a minute. But it was. Is there Jasmine in the deep desert only shield? So far we've only seen it in the shield, which makes us believe that it's related to the atomic bombardment. In the deep desert, they're pretty consistent, yeah. Not capturable yet.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
You know, from mid-height without a dispenser, I'll take damage, but fine, there you go. I'll see, nowhere fun I can put down my... We'll just hide here.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
If you're sheltered, as you can see on the left, no, you will not take damage from the sandstorm. That's why I made sure to tuck the assault copter where I placed it. I'm not sure I'm going to have enough integrity to get through. But we'll give it a go. So 10 seconds. 640. Just second. 5-second burst. 7-second burst to get through a shield. Okay. I'm not sure we'll be able to do it, but we're going to give it a try, okay? Just for fun. What's the worst case scenario? You'll see how this works. Gonna be a big old storm as well.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
It's not possible to upgrade a sub-thief console to advanced. You'll need to tear it down and you immediately place another one. But you won't tear down the whole base. When you place down the new one, it will basically consume the space that the old one was in and claim all of the stuff inside of it for you. How's the deep desert on our server? It depends on what time of day you're on. If you're on an EU time zone, it's kind of pretty quiet. If you're on when it's very busy, then less so. If you're on the mushroom server, the deep desert is quiet, too quiet. Interesting. Do we know if they're going to allow transferring a character between servers? It's an interesting question. Currently, technically not viable. Your account's saved state is tied to the world that you're in. So we had this recently. We changed the world name from Nitrado US East 100 to NA East 100. It made every single character get wiped during the migration. Quite interesting. Oh, you can't shoot pentashields with that. Damn. I believe I had company. Let me see if I can work out what height we're talking about here. Seeing if I've got people coming. Should have used my Mark 6 shield, that would have been more sensible. Power pack even. Oh, okay, so switching power packs doesn't work. RPG is better damage, but I haven't got an RPG on me. I didn't come out here expecting to base raid, so... I reckon it's going to be under the floor somewhere, that's the problem. I'm wondering where my reinforcements are. Let me shoot the storage. Zaylin, Thor takes 2 days off. That's a wall, I think, because I think it's probably behind that. Yeah, Thor will be on tomorrow. I won't be streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a day off. Nice. Worth. Yeah, see, these are walls. That's a foundation there, so I think that behind this will likely be the thief. If it's not, so be it. See if we can do it. Oh look what I found. It's powered from your battery pack. That's a bit ridiculous. I don't need the items from it, but what did I lose? A little bit of durability on a lasgun when I have a spare? Oh no. Great. Did it. You don't repair lasguns? No, I'm not. Nothing out this side. I'd be impressed that when I go to a repair station it says I cannot repair the lasgun, so I'd be interested in knowing how you manage that one. Yeah, but chat asked to see me destroy the storage, so you know, why not? Let's see if I can get a hold of the schematic then again. Because first one I got schematic, didn't you have it what do you mean you have it researched? Can't research this one. Yeah, you did. You give me one of them, and I made the other one, so it should let me repair it based on what you guys are saying. But I can show you in the repair station. It does not let me do that. You're due for the day? Well, thanks for coming by. Hope you're having a good time. Oh wait, you're done for the day, and you're like, yeah. Catch you later, bud. Thank you again. I appreciate the support. That's quite a nice little area, actually. Sindri, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. I appreciate you. You rock. We love depriving Bezos of the Prime subs. What we do. No worries, I do not mind you lurking at all. I appreciate you lurking here, of everywhere. Ashra? Come on, scan. How many staking can you use? I believe it's 5. Are there any radiation zones in the deep desert? Inside some of the ships. Some of these fallen ships you see, there is indeed radiation zones, but not very many, and I think that's what they're missing out on. I think the deep desert should have some tiles that have like radiation and jasmium in them. Is the main story complete? If so, have I completed it? I've completed all of the contracts that are currently in the game. All of these, which includes, for example, the Harkonnen tree, etc. Complete. All of these are complete. The locations. I've got a few things left here in these journeys, but these are more like the main story one, Assassin's Handbook. Epilogue is done. I've got a few of these to do. I need to harvest spice using a sandcrawler like that. This one, I've done this a dozen times. I can't complete this for some reason. Will not let me. The channel news has kind of been done, Stepladder. Yes, I have been approved for partner, so I now have one of those fun little check marks. Galloway, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. You rock. Thank you. So I can only do it with you guys' support and all the shout outs, the guidance I've had from, you know, other streamers and bits of community members. Yeah, I know, Minty, that's why I don't really want to do it. Feels a bit wrong. So hey Minty, how you doing? That's alright, Silver. Hope you're having a good time. It is Yo, look, it's the American dude. Can you loop a Thopter using boost? Yes. Indeed. Baron Thorconan. The scouts are incredibly nimble. This assault one is significantly less so, especially because it's a Mark 5. The Mark 6 scout is so energetic that it's like difficult for me to use when I've been flying this around all the time. Yeah, Mark 6 scouts are pretty damn cool. The top speed on Orthopter, I think I've been 205, 206 yesterday. I was just messing around. I wasn't trying to get top speed. Yep, in the corner of the map you only get 10 seconds warning of sandstorm. That's why you need to constantly be aware of your surroundings and what the risks could be. If you're an assault ornithopter, for example, you need to recognize that if a sandstorm warning happens, you've got to get this thing into somewhere that counts as sheltered. And if you're going to the edge of the map, you have to be aware that, yeah, okay, while, you know, you're at this map, so you know that enemies can't come from one side of you. At the same time, you know, the storm could come and get you. It's different threats. It's different things you need to adapt to when you're playing a survival game. In the guild, do we share ornithopters? We do for certain ornithopters, but like the carrier, for example, that one is done. But like my personal one, no, I don't share that because who wants this random Mark 5 one that I've used ridiculously? Like it's been well loved. Top stable gliding speed on this, about 153. You're asking for mechanics like air braking, which are a bit more advanced than they've given us. Like, you can do all kinds of things to slough off your momentum, but what's the highest? You mean Mikey? You can get Mikey 6 or Michelle 6, Mikkel 6. You can't do the maneuvers that you're asking for in this. Not well, not easily. Ladies, Demnar. Nope, this is the basic, the basic bot. So this is the Atreides one. This is the Atreides one. This is the default, but I've got some skins on it. I did that with my Mark 4 Thopter, yes. I gave my Mark 4 Scout Ornithopter once I you know, got it and upgraded it, like upgraded to my Mark 6. I gave that away to somebody who was newer to the game. I did change from the blue and gold because it was more confusing.
I am here.
Nice one.
What do you need me to make? Platinum or?
In a second. Can you try repairing that first? Gonna have to drop that into here. So
I need spice infused aluminum.
How much are we talking? How much spice,
Need
Element?
just I need 7. That's it.
How many?
7.
Nice. What a great number. Give me a second. I can probably go find that in one of the research stations
I
nearby.
know it's so perfect.
Wait, did I have some out here? Or did I take it back? I probably took it back from me, didn't I? 7.
If you want, I can actually just run back to my base in Haga and grab some.
Let me.
I have like a few hundred over there.
Yeah, go on then, if you could. Could you also queue the plastinium ingots when you get back?
I will do.
Thanks, bud.
I can just queue it all now.
The Harkonithopter, I do like the Harkonithopter, just the issue is that everyone in our guild is using the Harkonithopter bar, like 3 or 4 people, so if I don't use it, I won't get confused about which one is my one. So like, it's about recognition. As you can see, a bunch of people just dump their Ornithopters in the base and just leave them there for like the rest of the week, which is great when it comes to moving at the end of the week. There'll be more swatches, there'll be more of everything once we're, you know, once Funcom are launching more content and working on that rather than trying to fix bugs and stuff, which is ultimately the priority. Doesn't have some kind of color option for vehicle parts. What are you talking about? They have. Like, look at this. There's different colors on the ship. And then if I want to go to customize, I can put the Harkonnen variant on, but I can also do swatches. So I could turn the missile launchers, for example, I could turn them blue. Or, well, default swatch, then blue. Congratulations, Arturo. Sorry, Arthur. Arthur. Arthuro? The H is throwing me off. Watches, you can get some of them from the Landsrad, you can get some of them from just progressing through the game, you buy some of them from your faction vendors. Some of the emotes are going to be Bailey themed, that's to start with. Yeah, Bailey. You can use exclamation point Bailey to understand who Bailey is. He's my bubba. You want God Emperor of Dune up? Okay. That's Bailey, there you go. Emperor Bailito Atreides II. He does look very swaddled. Kind of my cat, yeah. Oh, coleslaw. Wow. That was awful, but great. Am I Bailey's employee or servant? Neither. Mad Jax, that just means you're talking to the wrong people. Yes, when you have Amazon Prime, you should be able to have Twitch Prime, I believe, if the two are linked. There's a whole process for that within Twitch. You're most welcome, bud. There will likely be an account linking option somewhere for you to follow. I don't know how I managed that. Yeah, never sub on mobile. Mardvark, thank you very much for the Prime. You rock. Nice, thank you very much for that. There we go. Fresh lasgun, I like that.
No problem. Enjoy demolishing things.
I will evidently need to get another blueprint of it sometime. I'll be annoying, but hey, we'll make it work.
Yeah, I have plans to go raiding in the DG eventually.
Oh, I should probably drink some liquid, shouldn't I? Bit of a sore spot for them. Jeez, deliver spice melange? Hard no. Do this one. No, Android, the Google Play Store also takes a cut on certain things. So like don't blanket assume that Android is fine as well. Because people ask for the God Emperor. So what you're doing is based on volume. So the volume of carrying out the body, the actual mass, the size is the problem there. No, this is just in the mix. You'd be surprised to know that not just Americans enjoy country music. Some people hate it, some people love it. Me, a couple of good songs. Don't mind it. I imagine growing up in Texas, the only thing you hear is country. So like when you're out in the countryside, if you can't hear country music, I imagine that's when you start getting a bit upset. I imagine it's everywhere. You know, a quiet room in Texas, you start kind of freaking out because you can't hear country music. Have I heard bagpipes? Yes, I love bagpipes. Bagpipe country music again, yes. I just put that away. What? No, if I'm going down my stereotypical headcanon view of Texas is everywhere is the deep country. Nowhere are you safe from the sounds of crooning blues singers and country bands. Everyone is driving in a Chevy. You know, it's all about your trucks. You know, that's as far as I'm concerned, that's the entirety of Texas, all of it. We're doing sweeping assumptions here today. That's what we're going with. That's my headcanon. Everywhere is the country, except for Houston, which I think is the one that I've actually seen. Houston, Texas. Look at how upset everyone is in chat. This is great. Oh, you can't even see my my cheeky grin. That's the funny part. I mean, I'm part Irish, so like doing one about Ireland doesn't. It's the same as actually seriously doing something about Scotland. I'm like, okay, well, I'm part Scottish. What are you gonna do? Like, might as well make fun of my own heritage. I was not born in Scotland, thankfully. Oh. Deep Desert Bug is fixed. You can use exclamation point DD bug, Cobra. Landsrad's going reasonably well. You can say what you want. If I get angry. I mean, the last time I was actually like properly angry, I guess. Normally, rather than get angry, I just end up laughing at people because people take things so seriously, man. Like, mad. Like the guy who got his account wiped for bullying other players. He was super mad. Exactly, you gotta use your breath for breathing things. Hold one for the boys. We're low on rangefinders. Looks like I'll go killing snipers. I have swords. Yeah. I'm British. What else are we allowed to have? Like... That is true, yeah. Longbows, yeah, longbows are pretty good too. Yeah, someone was bullying other players, making kind of personal weird comments about them. Got an account wipe and then got super mad in a ticket about the fact that they weren't warned first so they could transfer stuff from their character. Dallas Guy, thank you very much for the Prime sub, bud. I appreciate you. I am honoured by your first Prime. I have indeed had my compulsory archery schooling, although I haven't done it every week. like at the end of the day, if any of you ever, you know, end up getting like, I think we were at like 6 tickets and messages about the interactions that were taking place. Like, just calm down, just stop, just take a break, just get away from the computer and walk away. Rather than be a dick to someone, just walk away. Not that hard. As far as I'm concerned, if you're PvPing using global chat, you can't fight. That's what that is. So I'm playing on... Oh, actually... Yeah, so let me know if the stream quality changes at all, or do you have any problems on your end graphically, because I had some settings turned down because I couldn't stream to you guys with a good enough bitrate, but I obviously now I'm partnered, I can do that, and I think I can do that from affiliate. Oh, see, that's already hiccuping a little bit. That's not looking great at all. Good job, DLSS, as always. Likely. You reckon DLSS yes, frame generation no? Oh, you mean Baron Thor Conan? He's surprised to see you too. See, look at him. He's so shocked. What's better, subs, bits, or donos for me now? Right now, it's his... well... Good question. If you are an individual, and you wanting to sub, getting individual sub points, tier 1, 2, and 3, currently makes a big difference, because I'm still not... I'm only at 200 and something points on the PP program, which is always fun. So individually, if it's like your first time, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3s are currently the best way of doing it. Other than that, if you're wanting to support the channel, bits you pay the tax on first. So I'd probably say bits at the moment. Because subs are split at 50-50. And until I'm on the PP. When I've got my PP program pass, then it would be 70-30, which is a very different split, which might mean the maths looks different. I'm just not entirely certified. If that makes sense. Harlequin, luckily enough, I was in fact confirmed as a partner last night. Very kindly of Twitch. They reviewed my application and they were like, you know what? We think we think you're tolerable. We're gonna allow you to be a partner. So thanks to Twitch, to be honest, for the vote of confidence. The thing about being a partner on Twitch is it is what it is in the name. Like, you are a partner. You're to be. As far as I'm concerned, it's about doing what's right for the platform as well as for yourself as an entity on it. Like, you have to work for the greater good of the platform. Once you're at that partnership stage, it's give and take. I am flattered enough that, you know, Twitch think that my input on the moderation side of things and other stuff is valuable enough that, you know, that I have something I can give to them as well as, you know, them giving to me. And I can only do that because of, like, you got your guys' support, you know, the love from you, you know. It all comes from the community working together, so it's a win for you guys, because they'll check out chats and stuff, you know. I am very sure there's probably been a member of, you know, Twitch staff in chat watching or making sure that I'm not, I don't know, preaching about my new cult about, you know, how if you drink enough spice pressed latinum milkshakes, you'll grow Ferengi lobes. You know, I'm not doing that. So, like, if you guys weren't behaved and, you know, reasoned and a chill place to be, this wouldn't have happened either. So it's as much a win for you guys as it is for me. I couldn't do it without you. Thank you for everyone who's here. No, Dance Monkey isn't actually up next. Sorry. That's a different song. This is another country song. Who's winning and why? You're winning because you're watching this channel. Oh, thank you, Lucky Fox. I appreciate it. Just you wait until we do spicy unbans as a weekly segment. I have to be very careful how I do those, so I have to do that. I have to set all that off stream. Oh, I lost the game. That was rude. Can't believe you. Actually, I can 100% believe it. What am I saying? Why is that in there? Oh. These chests, I tell you. Awful. Oh god, I'm catching base, mum. Only 2 types of that and 2 types of that. Gun parts. There should be multiple types of that one. Like, why is there 1 steel ingot? What? Why? You should be in there. You shouldn't be. Imagine both winning and losing the bet. That takes some real skill. Good job. This is a refined material, so we can go here. Why are there heal kits Mark IV in there? No, you're breathtaking. Damn. Yeah, the problem is that, like, I also know that there's a non-zero chance that some of the stuff in there is from yesterday Chronos, in which case, like, I kind of deserve the struggle. It was indeed breathtaking. I'm 99% certain that the famous Keanu clip is breathtaking. That said, you know, as an obviously, you know, experienced streamer by now, I know full well that chat is always correct when it comes to correcting the streamer, even if the streamer actually knows they're right. Really interesting phenomenon. Thank you, Tix. I appreciate it. It's alright, Balthazar. You're allowed to be old. Just this once. Luna Husky, thank you very much for the 1,000 bits a couple of minutes ago. You are amazing. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for being here. It's very kind. As long as you didn't buy those bits on mobile. If you did, I appreciate it, but oh. I'll tell you what chat is like. You know the riddle where, you know, one guard tells the truth and one guard, you know, tells lies? Chat is both guards who both think the other one is going to be telling lies and that they are telling the truth. Thanks, Chat MD. You know what? I'm just gonna do it. I'm not having this anymore. What? Curse the consequences of my actions. Luther's gonna be real cross when he comes back and finds that I built stuff, but I no longer care. It's an intermediary item. It's the raw material. Give me another line. God damn it. You went to the deep desert, there is a storm. All you can do is hunker down and try and survive. Get into your vehicle if you have to, and just basically the vehicle will tank the damage. Unfortunately, it's part of the learning experience, really. Easily done. Sorry about that. I'm just sending a couple of questions to someone. You went to Deep Desert as a storm. Oh, yeah, I saw that one. Yeah, rough. No. Yeah, yeah. Do you enjoy the Bailey Law? Cool, I was told it should continue if I move this. So output, that's what that was. So this, input, raw materials. So all the raw stuff, this is an intermediary item. It's refined, but it's still the raw material only. Plastinium counts as raw. So raw materials, like finished ores, etc. Done, easy. Starting with copper, iron, steel, iron, flour, sand, steel, copper paste. There should be some aluminium. It's likely in here. Seven will do. You guys are arguing about Pokemon in chat. How'd you get which fibers? The plant fibers? Or the Stravidium fibers? Did you mean these fibers? Stravidium fiber is manufactured in one of these from Stravidium mass. Stravidium mass is mined out in the depths of the deep desert in the Butterscotch realm. Gengar, best Pokemon. Gengar's quite a cool Pokemon. Yeah, I'll give you that. Best Pokemon. There are so many good Pokemon. Yes, Stravidium is only available in the PvP areas and deeper in than just the earlier start. So the PvP area starts here, you know, off the shield wall, but like Stravidium, you're not going to start seeing that much until I reckon you're in the 4-band onwards. And you'll find that specific areas have more Stravidium in them. So this month, or this week's map, apparently, Stravidium in Golf 5. Apparently, Stravidium is in here. How many letters? It's A to I, and then 1 to 9. So it's 81 squares, which are all this big. I was going to say, I've never seen Stravidium and Titanium in the C-band as like a solid island, but like here in the G-band, this is with this week's Stravidium Island. This is this week's Titanium Island. G5 for Stravidium. Hector 8. Or Hotel 8 for Titanium. One mouth exploded. Nice. How big compared to Haga? I think it's twice or 3 times the size as Haga. Take your road. One of the things I like about Biffy Clyro is that he's probably the only person I can think of off the top of my head who actually sings in their own accent. You ever noticed how like most singers actually end up switching to a much more like refined accent for singing. This sprint. This is the upgraded Bindu sprint in the Bene Gesserit tree. Proclaimers are another one. The Scottish kind of shines through. Wurzels, yeah. But there's so few of them that they stand out to you when they do. There you go. So you can list them, like, but the ones who sound like most people, when you listen to it, actually their accents clear up significantly when they sing. Yeah, in indie music you will hear a lot more real accent, that's for sure. Voxamort, build a cool wizard tower. Do it. Why not? Why not make a cool wizard tower? Temple of Nod Base. I love this. This looks great. I'd love it even more if it wasn't in my damn flight path. Cry. You'll be back. Soon you'll see. I mean, this broadly was the attitude of the king at the time. It's disgraceful behavior to treat your subjects. How good are my spice? How good are our spice refineries? They're pretty damn good. We've got a large one. It's the most efficient we can get. And then we've got what I call my resourcing peon, who is a tradies and gives us 25% crafting reduction cost. Neat. What do you want to trade? I'm not trading my resource peon. It's not fair for me to sell people, unfortunately. I can't do that for you. I can safely say that I haven't heard Iron Mouse's cover of this song. I love Mouse, so I'm not sure if that would be great. Also might ruin the song forever. This was not organised when I got here, Denmar. It was a shit show. Like, why was there just one random steel ingot in there? Like, Jimmy, I'm gonna need to know just what the number of spice sand is. I can't remember how much a full inventory is off the top of my head. And how much spice melange do you want, Timmy? Oops. How do you get plastinium? So, where I showed you earlier that you... In Golf 5... That's Delta Echo Golf 5. In here, you'll be able to mine that stravidium mass. You'll take that stravidium mass back to a medium refinery. You'll refine it into stravidium fibers. You will then take that stravidium fiber and combine it with titanium ore, which you mine here in Hotel 6. That is how you make plastinium. So it's... I think it's like 4 of the... Assume the maths is 4 fibers makes 1 mass. Oh, sorry, 4 mass makes 1 fibers. And then you need 1 fibers with 4 titanium. So basically you need a 1-to-1 ratio of the base materials. And then you'll get, you know, the number of ingots from it. And it's 1250 water for each one. I can get 200 out of that, I think, Timmy. With the peon on it, we could probably get 200 out of that. Only just, though. It's 7,500 with that 25% reduction in it. Oh, I saw it flash yellow for a second. So you just can't have it behind? To be honest with you, very happy with that. Why did I renovate everything? Because everything was terribly organized. This way, like all of the metal stuff is all in a metals chest. Although I think you still make... I think you make plastic. Yeah, you do make plastic. So anything you make in here, the raw materials will go into here, and then be output into here. For this can just be started and fed from one box because it's not going to have such a huge throughput. But even then, cobalt paste has a huge amount of storage cost. Lala93, thank you very much for being here. Good night. Take it easy. You've had a good time. Fairly sure it was that line. Yeah, it was. Nice. The Ocean is, you mean oh shit compliant? Timmy, I'd be 65%. I'll do 75%, but you can have 150 if you want it. The water cost isn't that much of a big issue, so you're basically just paying for the water. I'll give you 150 for 200. I'm not going to take 65. That's 130. You just deserve 150, bud. You land here in our deep desert, Timmy. I can get that stuff. I can literally do the trade for you instantly, actually. You take a rad suit anytime you go to the deep desert? No, I just don't ever take mine off of me because I'm the kind of person that if I put that in a box somewhere, the one day when I need it, I won't have it. Where is our base? It's right flat bang in the middle of Bravo 5 on the shield wall. You'll recognize it because you'll find the Temple of Nod. It's literally here, right in the middle of Bravo 5. We can go through some of the AMA questions if people want. I've been watching them kind of come in. People are interested in what those are. I mean, doing the AMA, you've got Joel Bylos, who obviously Thor has had on stream before. Actually, I'll wait until people are back from the ads. There we go, welcome back from the ads. So those of you who might have been caught in ad hell, the AMA has started and I was going to kind of start reading through a couple of the questions if people wanted to hear them. We've got Joel Bylos, who's the creative director. We've got Scott Jr., the executive producer. Viljar Sommerback, who is the senior game director. And Ole Andreas Haley, who is the lead producer. They're basically running from this hour and a half, so I can kind of do a couple as they roll in. I mean, the most upvoted is what quality of life plans do you have in the future, and what are the PvE plans for the near future? So Funcom answered that one with they've been updating testing that contains a lot of quality of life updates and fixes, which they're aiming to release in early July. Once that's close to being publicly testable, they'll release the full patch notes, so we will have that ahead of time, which is really cool. PvE plans for the future. Each update will always continue new story content and PvE content, which will release at the same time as our DLCs come out. Our goal is to have these releases every 3 to 4 months. It's quite a promising release schedule. There you go. There's your melange. Have a way of locking my camera's focus? Probably, but... You mean it's me when I go back here and it starts freaking out? Pleasure doing business with you. Why do I always wear black on stream? I don't know, I just have lots of black t-shirts, like... Hey, good luck with the second trial. Thank you, Timmy. Hope you've hope that's a good trade for you. You happy with that? No problem, buddy. I appreciate it. And there's definitely an advantage to being in the guild as a whole. Yeah. Oh, schön.
Yes, what do you require?
Please, could you queue another spice melange job?
Another one going in.
Thank you, bud. Appreciate you. How much melange? I mean, we want to keep a reserve of 1,000 melange on standby, which is
Two, but
quite,
I will continue to refine and do
quite
some while here.
bold. I think you'll find that having an Atreides peon to act as my agent is very Harkonnen. There you go, chest adding in, yeah, the devs are adding chest naming and vehicle naming, which is nice, isn't it? Why don't I queue the Spice Melange creation? Because I am Harkonnen, and therefore, at the moment, it costs me 10,000, where it costs Oshin 7,500 because of the Landsrad victory last week. So we'd have no issue benefiting from the Atreides win, which is nice. This is going to be annoying. Well, Turncoats get out of it. They get to use our base. They're part of our community. Like, they're our friends. The base is kind of a parking lot, yeah. What have I done now? Well, look, if I get an Atreides person to queue the job, then, it's cheaper for us. What, so why would I not do that? This song. What have you done by... Within Temptation? I'm gonna go with, yeah, within temptation. That's what I'm gonna go with. Well, they don't, Elora. Normally, only one side would get the benefit, but, you know, it is the harken away to get a benefit from a loss. Just good business. You get drops from just watching. Yes, you can get the observer floor, ceiling, and wall, I believe. Foundation. Some edicts technically would be for all, like full loot PvP, yes. The observer parts, I mean, one of them's a really good light floor, so it like, has lights built into it, but they're just, it's for building, it's cosmetics. Same as this, which is just gold. I mean, look at it, look how beautiful this is. It suits him, right? Suits is for only the one bought in Arrakis. It's for social clothing. So you go into garments, under social, get the Atreides officer shirt, for example. It's easy. First tier, second tier, third tier, fourth tier, fifth tier, and then you unlock this at the fifth tier and the sixth tier. Can somebody else in the faction joining and believe into it? When I hit your answer, betray it to the faction once. No. If you get Atreides to 5, you can betray them and become Harkonnen, but you can't re-betray the Harkonnen and the Atreides will let you back in. It's not quite how it works, unfortunately. You can betray one faction. I do not believe that you can go back currently. There were some discussions about it. You want to be a free agent working both sides. The story won't let you if you want to progress it down the four sides. You have to settle down one or the other side because they're the ones who are supporting you and sponsoring your way through the world and keeping you alive and not letting you just, you know, die. So, like, you probably want to choose one side. You can't currently burn every bridge, no. Finally worked through our Stravidium 5 backlog. Oh, I'm not done. This is the vaccines. What's the song name? It's If You Wanna. I had to get my brain to the chorus. If you want to buy the vaccines. Max level is 200. I'm at 177. Vaccines have very iconic voices, so it's nice and easy. I might do 200. I might do before that. It depends on where I'm at with my build. What was I doing? That's what I was doing. No, the water sealed thing is still around. It's just in different spaces. It's a weird one. Not the end of the world though. Oh, Mazra, that doesn't sound great. You probably spawned one. Yeah. Water seal means there is no water loss, whereas enclosed means there is water loss. You're just massively protected from the elements and it's slowed down. Going well, thank you, Tenchi. How are you doing, bud? Glorious Splat. I assume devs know that. Oh yes, it is a holiday in the US today, isn't it? Well, I'm glad you guys have a nice nice day off. There is no upgraded version of the Sandcrawler that's bigger than better. The larger ones that you see in, say, the movies and such are so large that if we were to disrupt those or take them over in some way... Wait, what? So you have holidays that... A bunch of people were telling me that they were given today off because it's that kind of holiday in the US. Are you telling me now that it's not all over the US that it's a holiday? Isn't it the anniversary of the abolition of slavery in Texas? It's a really specific one. Someone mentioned it and I was like, what even is this? It's federally recognized, but individual businesses can decide whether to ignore some federal holidays. Wow, your system is wild. You took a bank holiday away from people in the UK, we'd probably riot. Zoltrod, I told you earlier that you should hydrate and not just drink Red Bull. From me, that is a proper greeting. Get fucked. Oh yeah, in Britain, our bank holidays are like our national holidays. They're sacrosanct. If you you do something to touch those, someone in Britain will just they'll just shank you. It'll be a riot, like awful. It'll be worse than interrupting a queue, like. Hello, Iona. How you doing? When are we having Chronos Day? That's what I'm wondering. Regulum, thank you very much for the 2 community subs, buddy. I appreciate you. Hope you're having a good time. Those of you who weren't aware, there's a drops campaign currently going on in June. So there's a supporter streamer. So if you do drops, you get this. Isn't it great? How do you claim drops? If you want to claim your drops, click on your little profile image in the top right of your screen on browser and go to the drops section. So today is the it's Chronos Day, is it the anniversary of my first room, my partnerversary? Or is it the anniversary of the first day of streaming even at all? Because today I got partner, so today's will be my partnerversary. Thank you. I guess it is my partner birthday. Yeah, sure. Fine. Thank you, Senchi. Hey, I couldn't have done it without you guys. Like I was saying to everyone earlier, like it's only thanks to your guys' support, you know, being here, hanging out, having a good time. I'm very aware that Twitch will have, like, they will have come by, they'll have checked the channel out, they'll have made sure that I'm not trying to get you guys to join a squid-based cult of some kind. And that, you know, we're correctly on the lizard side of the Amazon Facebook lizard squid war. You know, that kind of thing. So I appreciate all of you guys for being here too and supporting, because ultimately, you know, couldn't do it without you guys. As a collective. Hey, Lunarsky, thank you very much for the 500 bits. You rock. I mean, Stoiber, you know, if you get a work in the you know, the infiltration department, you might still be able to do that. That is a sick armor swatch. Which one is that one? The Sardaukar armor, but I'm not sure what, like, swatch it is. Oh, it's the Sardaukar head. What do I use for power generation for the base? We just use a bunch of power generators and just keep them fueled with fuel cells. Fuel cells are so easy to get once you've got a buggy that it's laughable. Yeah, I was wondering what the swatch is because the coloration on that is really cool. The coloration swatch rather than the default. So not the armor, but the swatch. Because these are the swatches. Wondering which swatch it was. I'm wearing the Batik still suit and the Sardaukar armor.
Sorry, I thought I was hearing you through stream, not through game. What did you ask?
That's deeply funny. I was asking you what swatch you're using on the Sardaukar armor to get that coloration out of it.
So this is, I've just got the Sardaukar head on. The rest of it is Harkonnen. And then I've got Sunset on the Harkonnen armor and Harkonnen swatch on the Sardaukar helmet.
Ah, makes sense. It looks good. Yeah, you look sick.
Thanks, yeah, I'm a big fan of it.
You're clearly not a big fan, otherwise you'd be a wind turbine.
I can produce power. I'm very pleased. Eeyore Jenkins, thank you for the 2 gift subs, bud. And Julian Times, thank you for the 1
the Prime even. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You guys all rock. Thanks for being here. Hey, Great Ghost Freya, thank you for the 100 bits, gigantifying your remote. Ooh. Okay, chat. I will, I'm gonna run the ad a couple of minutes early. I'm just gonna go and stretch my legs for a second because my back's starting to twinge. So we'll do this. God, smells. Whoop. Little Conan. Do this. This. I'm glad you appreciate the cursed. It's very gratifying. It's great fun. I did hear about the Bitcraft news. No, rock on. That's probably trying something out. Good morning, Sir Winky. How are you doing, bud? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that you have to wake up. Welcome to my partnerversary, Winky. Brums, thank you for continuing your sub from Prime to Tier 1, bud. Appreciate you. You rock. Despite Winky's best efforts, I have not in fact been banned before making partner. Yeah, like a fox, your sad girl years are in fact primary. It's how this works. Still a bit forceful, but... Oh, I missed that one. Great. Can't believe that Winky is sad and angry. Oops. I didn't fix this. I know, sorry, what VIP badge? Not Irma with the rate of 30 viewers. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Glad you didn't hit pre-rolls. Jake Raid. For those of you who don't know, Jake is also a Pirate Software moderator and now also pro streamer. Jake Strums. Yeah, Jake's been streaming block game development. So if you've wanted to see how block game gets written and Jake vibe codes and tests and prod, then you know you should definitely give Jake a follow. And Jake, I'd like you to shout yourself out, please. Thank you, Deacon Gaming. I did indeed. Yes. Perfect. Not Irma. Shout out, not Irma. This is exactly what I want the logs to say. Testing in prod is the best kind of testing. I can tell very much that you are in fact a goblin. You should definitely give Jake a follow. Jake is doing some cool stuff, doing some vibe coding, hanging out with the community. It's really fun to see. So definitely go and drop Jake a follow. Did you shout out the wrong one? Not Irma. One of the moderators, you can see. They've got a mod tag just over that way for you. Boring. Wait, I think I went the wrong way. Didn't go well. You couldn't join the Discord? Oh, it's probably got a warning in it. Hang on, let me go and mark it as resolved. Probably broken. Yeah. Let's go and see. No, it looks like it's fine. Right, let's look at the AMA, see if there's anything cool and new in it. Interesting. They will be changing scout ornithopters. That will be the interesting news. That's the main thing. The plan isn't to remove the rockets from the scout ornithopter, but they're going to make it so that equipping the scout affects its maneuverability and speed much more, making the assault thopter the better choice when you want to engage in combat, but still keeping some offensive capabilities for the scout if that's how you've chosen to spec. Unfortunately, Jenkins, that is not possible due to the way the game is coded. When you change the name that's associated with the server that a character is on, it wipes that account. The song is Just Refrain by Orange Avenue. I have indeed listened to a number of Angels. I'm pretty sure I've listened to every single Angels No Airwaves song and album. Is the 8th trial still a single-person instance? Good question. It shouldn't be, but it might not have been caught when we expanded. I think it's a single-person instance per siege, and the reason that we didn't expand it out like we did the Watershipper's Mansion and the other areas is that it should be... It's not like it's one person who can do it from the full 300. That's really weird, Chameleon. I'm glad it worked for you, but it's such a strange thing. There's no reason that the link shouldn't be working. Mrr. Someone part too close. This is very, very rude. Me. I'm rude. 640, since bring that up to the round 1,000, then we're done on the stockpile. Yeah, you would, and you have to decide whether that's worth it, bud. At the end of the day, like, you might not be worth giving up all of your progression to switch across, so if it is worth it for you, I would say go for it, but if it's not, don't feel any pressure from us. Oh no, I'll keep those as building materials. It could be an iOS thing, you know, iOS is like... Yeah, we've had it confirmed that there will be naming of containers, which is helpful. Got nothing in there? I don't like that. What do I not really need? Yeah, you'll do. There is a Reddit AMA currently going on with the devs. I will post a link in chat, but I've been reading out a couple of the kind of the key, kind of higher rated comments. This is indeed Miracle of Sound, which is playable without any DMCA risk. Nice. Very cool of them. Like that. I thought it was quite cool, to be honest. I quite liked it. Because this is kind of the perfect width for a scout, like, to be fair. It works. Even for one of these. Not a scout, sorry, for the assault. To you. Nice. A large ore refinery would be sweet to have. We're pretty much at the, I need to take the next 2 loads of spice melange out, but, like, we're pretty much at the stage where, we've got enough built up that we can definitely be making stuff. Like, next step is to focus on making a spice refinery and a large ore refinery here in, the Hargo Basin.
Shields up.
Oh yeah, sound the alarm, please. Please sound the alarm. That'd be great. I'd love that. Thank you. And then you can come up here. Come on. Yeah, come on a bit further. Okay. Nice and easy. The refineries are more important because it's about resource efficiency. The end game manufacturing should be done in the Hargo Basin base. Like, that's not the highest priority, that one, I agree. I love it when they, like, deliver themselves to the Ornithopter. It's very useful. You are very welcome, Saber. I'm glad that worked for you. I mean, the heavies are still the same body size. They're just normally wearing like those exosuits. So maybe they should give more parts than they give, I reckon. Anything of any value? Yes. I love intel. More friends? Badge. Yes.
Someone. Ah! I need reinforcements. Ah! Someone's here. Enemy found. Yep.
You wait there, I'll be right back. What did you expect would happen? Yeah, this is definitely personal, like the personal soundtrack of a Harkonnen assassin, yeah. I'm basically a Sith Lord playing musicals in the background. That's how that works. thank you for your kind donations. Free bike. To be honest, this was just a really boring base. They all just died too easily. You mean you wouldn't have enjoyed it if Anakin had broken out into like singing, you know, kind of Les Mis during some of the intense moments of the Star Wars films? I've always wondered, just, you know, why is Les so miserable? I will be interested in seeing where we will learn walking without rhythm. Like a glove? I should probably put the lights on before I landed. They're very convenient that they bring the food to me.
Die.
Love this. Keep coming. Oh yeah, Winky, you missed the 7-pass storm.
Someone here. There's sound alarm. Sound alarm. Start running.
Did they just sound the alarm
Die.
there? Okay.
Have to reload.
Odd. Lazy, out of stamina, half stab. Do the job. What rifle is what the one I was using a second ago? This is the Regis drill shot. It's quite fun. Blackbeard is indeed the streamer server, yes. You'll want to be on one of the other ones, because they're open. There is indeed PvP in this game, yes. Really? Here we go.
Someone's here.
Gotcha. One v one you for my las gun? No. Oh, that's no fun. This is not the entrance I wanted it to be. Just hanging out. A dual feature would be quite cool. Sounds a bit too much like honorable PvP to me, but hey. I guess some people need a crutch. Oh. Accidentally, much more efficient than I thought it was going to be. Yeast has risen. Thank you for the one gift sub. You rock. No, there is no storage past the Mark IV Scout storage. User Risen, thank you for the second sub that you've given to Big Ang. Hope you enjoy your cosmetic. For those of you who are interested in June and want to know how the drops work, here we go. I know it's a very complicated system, so we've got Thor to lovingly model it for you so you guys can even see what the drops look like. We're so kind here. It's also supporting Thor's new modeling career, you know, which we're trying to break into. So your support is appreciated. It's really nice of Thor to do that, I agree, yeah, yeah. And he rocks it so well. It'll be very funny. He says he hates it, but I know that he loves it, really. It's hard to tell, but you guys have to trust me on that. He loves it. He really loves it. You should tell him about it. Remind him of how much that he loves it. Catch you later, Leica. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Enjoy your sleep, Lurkin. I hope you sleep well. Exclamation point for tradies in his chat. Not spelled like that, but very funny. Just Dallas, thank you for the community sub. You rock. See what I mean by being right in my flight path? That's the Temple of Nod. What it seems like. It's someone's building. The officer skin is not an armor at all. The officer skin is in fact a social clothing. And it can be swatched on your clothing swatches. A few bodies, just a couple, right? You don't want to use the sort button. It's on the AMA for social clothes to be optionally auto-equipped in Harker Village. I haven't seen that on there specifically, but I've not been through the whole list yet. Did that one. Let's do this one again. Thank you. Dallas, thank you for the second community sub. I hope you enjoy the drops. Border Stream is a great system, to be honest with you. I think it's a really good thing that the games company, viewers, and devs will get something out of it. You know, if the viewers want to donate subs, they can. If they don't want this, they don't want the cost money, they don't have to get it. You know, it's nice and easy. You don't see the Sardaukar one on your... You don't have the Sardaukar armor. Sardaukar armor comes from the pre-order, not from the drops. Dr. Magician, no, you should be fine. Oh, look! Look at this. This is fun. Whee! I kind of don't want to... Oh, yeah, see, I put my sword out and it fixed it. That was fun, though. I enjoyed that. Sith mode activate. Hang on. Oh, please tell me there's enemies in here. That will suck if there's not. I'll be really bored. Let's do it again. Someone's actually fighting to be had. Depressing. I know, it's uncanny, right, Dark Tingle? It's great. It's somewhere in the playlist, so I just basically brought it up the list. Ah. Yeah, I'll give you that. I think, yeah, a little bit like a thumb. I wanted to go around killing stuff and people weren't there. It was rude. Fine. We'll find a way. We'll make something else out of it instead. Oh yeah, the worms are much more aggressive, especially next to the hammer. Fight me. There we go, much better.
Shield on.
Much better. That's what we like. We love bodies. Back to our normal viewing. Another mine there. Okay, so you can't set off mines with... I do love everybody. Yes, that's how this works. You really are. Welcome on in, everybody. Thank you for all the follows. Hope you're all enjoying the stream. We're enjoying June. Get your drops here. They're fully available. I've come to collect your bodies. This is the body reclamation service. Bring out your dead. If not, I'll create some. Why do I want that? Gross. People to kill. Where'd he go? Big bitch. Oh. Come on then. Okay, nice. You tried. Bodies. Your mini PC died. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that, bird. The two I think that are worth starting with are Bene Gesserit or Swordmaster if you want to skip out quests at the end. That said, Mentat is a very good starting ability if you're new to survival games. So I can't understate that having that autonomous turret that will help kill people early on is very, very helpful. But if you take Swordmaster, it does save you out from a reasonably long quest. It's... Ah, yes, Castrol, you know, I'm fluent in the way the Ligma. I was there when it was written. Do not quote the deep magic to me. Wait. Yeah, autonomous in quotation marks. For us, it's autonomous, but in the lore, you're actually controlling it just with a different part of your head. Starting as Trooper because you're a masochist, yeah, because it's the one that's in the starting area, so he's the first to unlock. I think the enemies are tanky in the mid to late game. No, not really. Once you learn the enemy's attack patterns and such, they become kind of a meme to fight, especially early game. I think they could do with making the starting game enemies harder, to be honest. But I've had a bit more experience of playing than, you know, people who have just got their hands on the game, so it's not necessarily fair to go based on my word of it alone. I would do a... Winky, if I could configure the storms, I would do one every half an hour. If that's something I could have access to on the server end, we would do it. Everywhere. Okay.
Got them.
Get back here, bitch. Turned around. A hotel with a hangar above. Yeah, I could do. Hotel Harkonnen. Yeah. Just the links to the owner of the building they are in, rather than anything else. Just to be clear. I burst into these rooms. I'm immediately disappointed when there aren't people for me to make friends with and, I mean, kill. Come on. Yeah, you see someone. Come on. Yeah, you do. See? You can see someone out here. Come on. Oh, fine. Big bitches.
My weapon strike.
Now what? I mean, a great day, thank you, Karas. How are you doing, bud? Is there much in the maneuverability of the thought between Mark 4 and Mark 5? Yes, making Mark 5 wings is very, very efficient. So replacing the things in the build that say defines the, so speed, temperature, cooling, that kind of thing, is worth it, but it is expensive. Be aware of it. Nope. Get off. Their abilities were not working correctly. What do you mean? How do you equip the officer skin? You press U for customization. So you go to garments, and then you scroll down to social clothing. At this point, yes, probably are considered endgame. But there's still a lot that we can do. Like, I'm still using tier 5 gear in places. I could definitely be using, you know, better gear or more, or kind of the, like, we're in the end game, but I wouldn't say that we've completed all the content at all. Oh, you're very welcome, Baron. No worries, bud. So many quests. There are quite a few quests, but like they are worth completing. They're very worth doing. You get like the cool end of the quest line abilities, like a badass turret. I'm just collecting bodies, okay? Don't worry about it. You know, I'm sheltered. Water sealed, fine. Here's now the Undertaker. Nice. Would we like me to go out into the deep desert? Thank you, Ruak. Yeah, I'm really pleased that, you know, Twitch liked the content enough, you know, that they like the community enough that they've gone ahead and done that. It's amazing of them, to be honest. So we're just gonna have to keep making content, you know? How awful for everyone involved. But you're all devastated. Yep, you can use exclamation point DD bug, which will give you the info, but the deep desert is indeed fixed. There are still bugs, of course, but the bug that we were facing, that Thor and I were both facing, is gone. this is how fast the scout one gets. I didn't know. I didn't want to assume it. But I appreciate it. Like, I wouldn't be able to do it without your guys' support. Ultimately, I fully believe that Twitch will have come into this chat and been like, okay, we're going to make sure that, you know, the community aren't, you know, like, you know, worshipping the octopus gods of the Eldritch monstrosities. And, you know, so it's you guys and your behavior and the way that we all are that has led to that. So you should be proud of yourselves as well. I couldn't have done it without you guys. I can, by boost. Well, obviously in Dive, it's not going to add that much to this. This is my stable flight speed. In a Scout, this is basically very, very stable speed. I'm very much like almost level. Your share of ad revenue, you can have a... Yeah, you can have some exposure. How about that? I know that people love getting paid in exposure on the internet, right, Son of Man? I mean, I'll be fair, like, and I'll be open with you guys. Playing June's March is a mature game on Twitch, and therefore the amount of ad revenue is limited in that capacity because certain things won't go on, like certain things won't advertise on any game marked as mature. So that's how some of the stuff works. All these fun things I had to work about being a partner. Halzor, thank you very much for the Prime sub. You rock. You're awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Where'd he go? Ruh-oh. There is. Yoo-hoo! I could have sworn someone was on that. Unlucky. You can mount missiles on scouts, but normally a thruster one will outrun you, and they're going to make some changes to scouts with rockets based on the AMA, which I think will be very interesting to see. Hello? You come to say hi? Now you've come to say hello to chat. Hello? Yeah, you? Where have you been? Wow, you've been out and about? Okay. Hello. What's going on with your cardboard? You're gonna go and have some food. That's what you're trying to lure me towards, isn't it? Lure me towards the food bowl. Hi, Peepop. Big yawn. Meow. You want some pets? Okay. Little baby. You are. You're a baby, aren't you? Yeah, you are. This is the real partner. Yep, that's how it is. You're such a good boy, aren't you? Come here. Yeah, who's a good boy? You're a happy kitten, aren't you? Let's get somewhere where we're safe, and then I can give you some extra pets. How about that? You having a nice little clean? Yeah? Meow. Age of Cromulence, yeah, you're basically going to have to either speak to them and negotiate them moving, or wait for them to unpay tax, or run out of power. Yeah, that's basically, unfortunately, the options there. Yeah. Redbeard Max, thank you for the 2 community subs, buddy. Hope you enjoyed the drops. Yeah, so this is Bailey. He's 15. He's a big baby, as you can tell. That's his piece of cardboard. If I get rid of it, he complains. So we regularly rotate new bits of cardboard so that he can lie on them. And now he's done with having a clean, he's going to go and eat his lunch. Or dinner. Destruct, thank you for the Prime sub, buddy. I appreciate you. I post a photo of Bailey every single day on Blue Sky. So if you use ! Daily Bailey, I think it is. Then you'll get a link there. So you can see lots of babies. He's just a baby. Every single day he's just a small baby. Earlier today he had a nice nap on the desk for about an hour with chat, so everyone got to see him. It was very nice. Roger Grave, there's some things are DMCA free, but about finding the right songs and stuff you can play. Yeah, which server are you on? Are you on a you on one of the pirate ones or one of the mushroom ones, or are you on an official server? Oh yeah, 100%. Bailey's 100% of the reason. I know how that works. Like, unless you've got a pet, you don't make partner. That's I'm fairly sure that's the rule. Like, which I think is perfectly reasonable. I don't know what Bailey is named after. Bailey came to me when I was 15, when he was 13, a couple of years ago, when I had just moved into my new house. He's actually owned by the next door neighbors because they got a dog, and he was 13 at that point. He wasn't the biggest fan of sharing a house with a dog, I'll be honest with you, and he basically moved out of the house. Yeah, there's a backstory there. You can read it. Effectively, he was being fed by a bunch of houses on the street, and then when I moved in, it turned out that he'd basically been like living like semi full time in my garden. So he kind of just would always he'd always be at the front door, so I'd let him in every day, and then if he wanted to be let out, I'd let him out. And over time, it kind of progressed, and he basically moved in. Wants to be here full time. And this is the third cat in a row that's decided to move in with me. I've had one per house 3 times. No, I didn't. No, he was... Oh. Just tiredness from having streamed for 2 weeks. Yeah, he adopted me, and to be honest, he's actually been very, very good for me, so that is a good thing. Disney princess, I mean... At least, like, I don't know, one of them was like a cool dragon familiar or something. The Winky School of Pet Adoption, that's deeply funny. And, you know, the neighbours know that he's here, they're just happy that he's being looked after. So they're very happy with it, you know. If there's something, if he needed vet intervention, I would go and speak to them and we'd work something out together. Like, when we had to do his flea treatment and his, you know, deworming or anything like that, we would work together, so... Arul, thank you for the Prime sub, buddy. You rock. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Yeah, he was a squatter when I moved in. He'd already decided. The house I'd been in had been empty for a couple of months because it was a probate sale. And I think B had quite liked the quiet garden and little nooks and crannies that he'd found. So he has little spots around my garden that he likes to kind of sleep in the bushes and just like watch over the garden from. Where if you know where he is, you can kind of spot him, but otherwise there'd be no chance of seeing him. Jix6A, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub, bud. I appreciate you. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Really, is this... deeply funny? Tiny little Borg cube in the desert. I mean, it doesn't really matter how they're legally owned. I want to make sure that I'm okay with my neighbors. You know, he is their pet. He's been obviously been their pet for a number of years, and while he's always been independent with them, there's a right way to go about that, you know. Okay, Portman X. Your chat messages are so bad. What now? What do you think is bad about this game, Portman, rather than just coming in with such a hot take like that? Because no one forced you to come into this channel, buddy. deeply funny. Come on. We're waiting for you. You got something smart to say. Come on. Glad you enjoy it, Chris. I'm disappointed, to be honest with you. I prefer a high effort troll. I'm actually more upset about the lack of originality and anything smart. Very sad, really, isn't it? Disappointed, wasted my time. Bad, I was hoping for some fun. Correct, the left circuit is input and the right one is output. If anyone wants to pop into chat and say they don't like the look of the game, or they think the game is bad, or they have a problem with it, I'm more than happy to discuss that. But like, just coming in and being like, lol, game bad, and just not offering any more, it's just so boring. Like, I'm just like, come on, do something. Do something fun. At least make it fun, you know, like... It's sad otherwise. Back in the old days, there used to at least be inventive trolls out there. Blue Fortnite. This game looks like World of Warcraft in 2002. Doesn't really. Oh yeah, that's my favorite. Yeah, if we say it 1,000 times, it suddenly becomes funny. No. You know what, actually, you know, you actually have a very good point there, Jiraiya and Nemo. You know, how can we? It was a vitally important part of Cyberpunk and of Conan, you know. If you want to read fun Steam reviews, EVE Online Steam reviews are always gold. You get people who are like 8,000 hours on record. Hate this game. It's like, okay, but... maybe Spook, it depends on where they are. Well, and that's one of the things that we liked about Ashes of Creation when we were looking at it, because they've got this creator program where, you know, if you sign up, then there's a certain like share of like you get in-game like items and rewards and stuff for it, which was kind of nice. It was to reward people for putting their effort in to create these organizations, because I'll be honest, the people who make social sandboxes great, who create those stories in the world, are the guild leaders. They are the communities who work together, and like being a guild leader even for a small guild is a full-time job. And you know, I think that games that support their guild leaders like that, who create content for people, I think that's good. I think that's a good thing to do. That's basically how you can incentivize keeping your game alive. Thank you, Spooky Gamer. I appreciate you. Thank you for the kind words, buddy. Ah, bother. Luckily, I have all of these. That's gonna really mess with somebody who's gonna drop down and be like, "Hey, they took they took the good one." And they'll be like, "Wait, they didn't take the good one, but they did." Glad I left. You gonna eat it? Well, okay, maybe leaving the blueprints in there won't have changed anything. Depends on the server. So on this siege that I'm currently playing on, there are 15 servers connected to the Deep Desert, lusting Asmodeus. As for whether it's worth renting the servers, I mean, you'd still be sharing a world with people. That's the key thing. So you have to remember that each siege combines to a world. So NA, Nitrado NA East 100 is the world. That might have 15, 20, 100 players on it at any given time. But it's on the world level is where that's dictated. So even renting a server doesn't guarantee you a world. Warpath, thank you for the Prime sub, buddy. I appreciate you. You rock. Yeah, the worm's like, wait, what did you leave me? Thank you for coming, Gundorf. Hope you're having a good day. Good luck with the missus. Do an event who can make it the furthest snake in the deep desert on foot. I think you need to have a furthest and longest, and you basically need to have a graded score that calculates between the two of them. Because you can make it a long way very, very quickly, but you're going to attract a lot of worm sign. I think the trade-off there is doing it in balance with how long you can survive. Yeah, when your eye drops, when this is all blurry, it's kind of the same if you squint your eyes. Put a landmine. I mean, I can't place landmines as far as like in the same way, but it'd be very funny. There are grenades as abilities, yes. For those of you who want to know how the drops campaign works, here we go. Look at this beautiful drops campaign guidance. Modeled by the Fetching Pirate software. Is just very good fun, to be honest with you. Yeah, grenade to trooper skills. Hey, Brandon Baggins, welcome on in. There's no need to be ashamed. You're here now, and that's what counts, bud. Great to have you here. So we've got a lot of clothing. Use this all up. We've got a bunch of them. Make them for people. I have not yet been eaten by a worm since launch. It will happen at some point, and when I do, it will suck. But I have not been eaten by a worm yet. Once the worms get you once, the worms know you're delicious, that's the problem. So you need to make sure that you keep yourself from being eaten for as long as possible, so the worms have no idea just how delicious you are as a character. Whoops, a little too slow. Now a Jonky, thank you for the 1 month at tier 1, bud. I appreciate you. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Yeah, I don't... why would I want a free bike when I have this? Beautiful. You got the thumper yesterday, nice. Yeah, progressing through the main story quest, good job. Finishing the main missions gets you a bunch of XP, a bunch of Solari, it gives you all the story, it gives you all the natural progression as you go through the game. It'll keep you roughly level with everything else that's going on, so you'll get things like swatches, you'll lock abilities. Finishing the story is arguably the better way of doing the game. M. Augusto, thank you for the 2 community subs, bud. I appreciate you. Hope you're enjoying the stream, and I hope you enjoy the cosmetics. It is, Lucianus. Well, Metal. Howdy, Depressed White 92. Hope things are going well for you. You can't enjoy the spice until you've done Trial 4, correct? Luckily, no, I hear that. It's really annoying when a bug like that happens, especially if, you know, survival games are something that you're not necessarily used to, where jank is kind of expected. It can be really rough. So, you know, take some time away from the game, let them fix the bugs. They are doing a bunch of quality of life and hot fixes every single day. You know, they're doing what they can. We're supposed to see a massive patch out kind of end of June, going to be in July. They'll have a bunch of quality of life stuff in it. I would really advise, if you're having trouble with it now, wait for that. Give the devs a chance to fix their game, and then kind of give it your time and attention. If morality is a scale of 1 to 100, where do you put the two factions for comparison? Both of them are 50. That you can't put morality on a scale like that. It's not like one side is right, one side is wrong. That's not... When a mob suddenly levitates and reaches a purple expanding field, that's a slow-mo field that a heavy or some of the higher level melee units were putting out. It will basically slow you down drastically and make you more vulnerable to enemy attacks. We have your first chat and your last message is deeply political. The one rule you have to agree to before you type in this chat, like there's 4 things. It's not hard to read. No politics. It's just that simple. You can then appeal it in the unban requests. Imagine saying to let the game cook is how fascism starts. Wild. Great claim. How dare you, gun for hire? In this channel, we all agree that that Skyrim belongs to the Dwemer. The Dwemer were robbed of Skyrim, and their legacy has been usurped by adventurers over the years. Skyrim belongs to the Dwemer. Advice for a brand new player: first thing to do, have as soon as possible. If you didn't start as Trooper, make sure you pick up the Trooper training ability in the starting area, so in the Anvil. Sorry, in the Anvil, make sure you pick up the Trooper trainer, and then you go and do that quest, because that way you'll have access to the Trooper tree better. That will give you the Shigawai Claw. Using the Shigawai Claw, that's the second kind of advice. Fire it at a wall without holding W. You can use the Suspenser, or certain Suspensors, and the Shigawai Claw to climb things very rapidly. I'll show you right now. So, large cliff, don't want to climb. I'm literally holding C, pressing, like, release and hold C, and then press and hold space. Climbing, easy. Gold. Absolute gold. My final thing for new players is when you are in your inventory and you've got, say, a sand bike with an inventory, if you go to a box in the top left of the screen, you'll see a drop down. It'll say backpack. You can click that and choose your sandbike inventory, which will allow you to transport things to and from your character far more quickly than having to, like, load yourself up, drop it off in your sandbike, and then keep doing shuttle runs. Those are what I would call the 3 really early game kind of bits of advice I would give you. Trooper trainers in Griffin's Reach. Sorry, that's the one I was looking for. Anvil's the second one. You're wrong. It is possible to price a vehicle. You are very welcome, bud. Enjoy the game if you're looking to get it. If you are looking to join the game and you want to join on a community server rather than one of the official ones, you can use !June Discord. In the in-game server info channel, you will find our there's 23 worlds or 22 worlds written in there. Help yourself. Most of them are password protected, so you can join with a couple of mates and you can just kind of play around on one of those. We've got 2 sections. One set is pirate named and pirate themed, and the other set is mushroom themed. So MB, thank you for the 2 community subs, and T-Man, thank you for the 1 community sub gift. You rock. Thank you for supporting the stream. I'm very flattered that you guys are all here, enjoying yourself, having fun, hanging out. Something you want to know or want to see inside the game, let me know. At the moment, we're just kind of looking for deep desert scannables and doing some recon. Definitely looking for any bases that we can raid, you know. Yeah, Rise Harkonnen. Catch you on the. I hope you catch you on our servers then, Nuka. Eskimo, 100 to 130 ms ping should be fairly good. Like most, that's. I mean, I'm playing on 75 to 100. I'm having no problem. So, are you having packet loss or are you having interruption issues? Because 100 to 130 ping shouldn't be giving you hiccups or any real problems. It should just be playing reasonably smoothly. Spice blows and other things will potentially affect the worms on a server, because obviously there's a lot more activity, then you're going to be luring them in. So broadly, yes. Eskimo, which server is that on? Because that sounds like packet loss to me, which is what some people report, but we shouldn't be having packet loss on our servers at this point. Not what you're describing. What game should you play except Dune? You should play Master of Olympus Zeus from 1997. It's by Sierra Entertainment and Eidos Interactive. Yeah, they're the ones who made Pharaoh and Caesar. If you've ever played those city builders. What do you mean hours wasted embracing great Greek mythology, awesome storylines, mechanics that, you know, we still don't get right in modern ones? Great. Absolutely great game. Lots of time for that. Oh. West. The Deep Desert Bug. That will be a lost ornithopter. Just bear with me for a moment, chat, while I deal with this. I need to get the logs file out. We're going to local Dune sandbox. Saved logs. Right, let's see what happens here.
I dream of it.
I was way too high up, so I will have lost the ornithopter. Thank you, Progressive Dub. I appreciate that. It's been a bit of a wild one. It'll be somewhere in Charlie 6 or Bravo 6, but I think it will have despawned. Oh my god. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to get rescued, and we're going to see what we can get done here. You bitch. Gold. Oh, you are able to shoot the desert mouse. That is a thing. They're an item. You use them to make spice melange food. If I build a base cube under me, I don't even want to risk that. Yeah, well, I've sent it across to Funcom. Yes, reporting it to Funcom. Everybody cat, everybody cat. Okay, so we're just waiting for a little bit of a pickup. It is definitely not a fun bug, but I know the direction I took from here, so we can go and see if my ornithopter is around. If it's not, it's one of those things that happens, and we'll see what will be done. Are the deep desert bugs back then? That's a different bug. But it looked, certainly looked familiar, didn't it? We'll see what Funcom say. Yeah, I know that the worms do eat the mice, so I'm not the most happy about that being there. Exactly, Sockbubba, you get DayZ sometimes. It's one of those things. I will also lose a vehicle slot. Yep, that's exactly a thing. Yes, there is a Muad'Dib bouncing around on the sand somewhere. Let's go! If we could go southwest and then one pip to the west of southwest, continue straight line. You'll need to stop. You'll need to stop. You're going to need to give me access to this so that we can cross the server boundary. So I can get inside, otherwise I get teleported onto the ground. This is an Assault Thopter, a tradie skin. Okay, perfect. Now if you could just fly forward. .86 flat hover. Yep, just continue on this heading as far as we can go. We'll basically have to see how far it got. Unfortunately, I was at a very stable hover, like glide, and it could go an awfully long distance. I may have lost the Thopter to sand. You know, if the Thopter kept flying because I dropped out, the Thopter will keep going. It despawns, and it's that despawn seems to basically make it disappear. That said, I was at a very stable glide. I was at 564 meters up and very flat, 183 kilometers an hour. The crash, which means that it very likely could have gone 2 or 3 sectors with ease. It could even have gone all the way to the cliffs on the heading that we're on. But it also might have despawned. Destroyed by Shai Halud. That, though, was the crash, 1933. There we go. That's nice consistency in the bug. Yeah, if you could drop me on Bravo 5, bud, to the south from here, that'd be fine. Be great, cheers. Yeah, this is a remix of Time After Time by... I think it's by Quiet Drive, this one. If it's a story, it shouldn't count against my vehicle. No, that's the interesting part, and that's what we have to report. Thank you very much for the pickup, bud. I appreciate it. So, we have a couple of options now to test out. That's what we're going to do. Nope, there is very little game master control we have at all. We can enable sandstorms, disable sandstorms, enable taxes, disable taxes, or enable PvP and disable PvP. See, there is no vehicle respawn, which is what we wanted to test. Fortunately. It's a good question, more power. We'll test it out. I've never actually tried. Seems like the devs would have dealt with that one, though. Seems like some foreseeable shenanigans. Buff, thank you for the 1 month sub, buddy. The gift you gave, that's appreciated. Look, the whole point of this character is small hitbox. That's the only requirement. Smallest size, smallest of everything. Smallest hitbox. Gold. But yeah, these things happen. Like, bugs like this happen. We will deal with it. It's been reported to Funcom. We'll see what they can do. And we'll go from there. So what we did there was we tested out respawning to see if we could find the vehicle respawn. do this. Would be easier. Ugh. No point getting mad about it. We'll just get the stuff back, chat. That's what we're gonna do. Can't help these things, can we? What we do is we've passed it all. I passed it all across to Funcom because obviously I was working with them to resolve the bug originally. And you know, they'll look at it and we'll go from there. They've got the logs. That's the main thing. They can make decisions based on those. Luckily, we still have this. Look at Reese. I can check on that one. Target Reese. That is ending 11460. Are you seeing problems then on Target Reese? The whole thing died? Yes, we are playing on a private server. So you said Target Reese just came down, did it? Okay, we are force stopping Target Reese or Reyes. Very good. What we'll do then is I'll bring the server back up and you guys will tell me it'll probably take about 2 or 3 minutes to come back up. It does take a few minutes for the servers to turn back on. Start server. There we go. That server is now restarting. I've just force started it. Yeesh, this thing is a little bit beaten up. Actually, I thought you down a vehicle slot. No, it's the log says that it's been eaten by the worm. That's not going to be the case because there's no reason for it to. But that's what the log is reporting it as. But it is still counted in my vehicle slots. So we'll see what they say. Like it's been passed across to the devs. They will address it in the normal way. Okay, Target Reese is now starting up. It should be good. Did anyone in chat grab a clip of when this happened? No. Okay. It's alright, we will deal. We will overcome. Let's start making a new one. We need... So what we're going to use for this is we're going to use this. I've shared this with some of you already, but this is a calculator that we can use to tell us how much we need. Your second ornithopter, a Mark V assault with cargo and thruster. First one is a Scout Mark IV and then work towards a Scout Mark VI. Hey, this is one of those things. It's annoying, but hey, we overcome. That's the whole point of the survival game, right? We want Scout, all tiers, Plastinium. We want Ornithopter. A chassis, a cockpit, an engine, a generator, a hull, and we need 4 Mark 6 wings. Bruh. Okay. If you've got a clip of the crash that's live, that would be very helpful.
Hello. I see you're also trying to make ornithopter parts.
Hello. Yes, I'm gonna need to replace my my Mark 6, I believe. So, time to get cooking on things.
I'm trying to make Mark 6 wings, but I have 59 industrial pumps for you. That should be enough to make the wings.
Appreciate you. I can probably find somebody to help us with this.
Nice. I'm just only trying to make wings because I have a feeling I'm gonna get blasted out of the sky again.
Thank you. I've passed on that clip, Outlaw. I appreciate it.
Remember that our moles still have discounts on crafting.
Oh yeah.
So, the math is...
It is I, yes.
So it's
Yes,
one of
Chad,
these.
you are correct. It is I, the vampire.
It is the vampire, yes. Carbide scraps. We will need 15 of these. Ooh, 200 combat pace, that's gross.
One ornithopter wing.
Luckily, I've refilled the supplies of this since I made the last stuff. Complex machinery. Oh, there they are.
Your chat is funny. They think I can't see them.
Yes, but they don't
I
know.
see all.
Watch pistons. Overclock power regulators. Another 9 of those. Oh, I had some of these in here already. I did. Ah. 420 plastinium, which I have. Damn. Hoping I put some in here. I am going to have to summon Ocean or Matt, which will be very funny. So we're good for that. I'm gonna eat into what I don't want to be touching, but hey. $329. The causer of that is going to be 70s bullets. Discord. Oh, I also forgot one item. Bother. Also, voted decree for this week for the Atreides. It's 25% less crafting cost, which is very convenient for us because it means that we can utilize a couple of our Atreides players. 300, damn. So, some of my favorite Atreides people are on their way. I've summoned someone. Exclamation point, song requests. And I'll review them on my day off, which is tomorrow. And then I'll add it to my new playlist. And I'll obviously be sharing the plays with the community so you guys can listen along too. Or whenever you want. No, you don't have to apologize for anything. Nope, the decree is only affecting the Atreides side. We've got everything we need. I can put it all back in here. Okay to be moved. If any Atreides players are watching, don't worry about this. This is just a completely normal interaction between the Atreides and the Harkonnens. I don't know what you're talking about. I cast summon Atreides players. Every time you come in here, you have ads at the beginning. Well, pre-rolls are off for the next 34 minutes, bud, so I'm not sure why you would be getting that. You cleared the cache on your stream, essentially, by Control F5ing inside Twitch. Num 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 num. In that case, bud, I would suggest you open a Twitch support ticket, because that shouldn't be happening to you, especially because you're subscribed. Irritating. Oh, you can't turn and drive at the same time. Yes, you can do a rocket buggy. That is a thing. Some more fuel cells. That is a known bug that's there's some fixes coming for. There's ways to make it say good efficiency, but realistically there is just efficiency on the buggy. Ooh, a response. Yeah, so Funcom are looking at it. They're collating some of these reports. They've got a few of these. They are aware and working on it, which is nice. So we've already got a response to them, even though it's 7 PM for them. Just shows the level of dedication from the team. Like, props to them. When you are getting the what's from the death still, it all comes all at once, right at the end of the processing. So they all drop at the end. So if I go along to, oh, they've all actually all been delivered. They are indeed. They're CEST time there, if that's what you're we're going. You mean Baron Thorconin? Why would you be terrified of Baron Thorconin? Look at him. Beautiful. On those bugs, Funcom's already on it. That's all I can ask, right? But if it's the pentashield bug, we're probably going to need a bit more information.
Hello.
Hello. Please could you use this and make one of each of the Mark 6 items for an ornithopter and the thruster, but not the rocket launcher. No rocket launcher, not needed.
Got it.
Here we go. So this is one of the reasons why we build up stocks and supplies, so we can replace stuff. I see you are out of melange. No, Matt, cancel all of those, please. Cancel all of them now. Not assault, scout ornithopter, bud. Scout. I wondered why my maths was so off. Otter, I think that is coming, yes. Welcome on in, raiders. Ah, it wasn't what I thought it was.
Did you need storage too?
Nope, just the cockpit, please. How expensive do you think it would be to import milk and cookies to Arrakis? Probably reasonably expensive.
We're short 10 plastanium.
Wait, what was that? We're out of plastanium for the cockpit?
Yeah, we need 10 more.
Okay, give me a second. God damn. I'm gonna have to go back to Haga Basin for it.
Alright.
Because, yeah, I planned for the exact amount, unfortunately.
Sorry about that.
Oh well. Oh, well. Wild. Is there a chance to change from which shoulder it is? Yes, you can press the comma key. It will change the shoulder that you're on. If you're looking down the sights of a gun, for example, though, you'll need to use left shift. So it depends on which view you're in. Oh, you've created the exorbitant lube farm, have you, Mazaroth? Nice. So while we're traveling, the next kind of question for the Q&A that was done, the AMA on Reddit, is someone asked if they could get a deep desert zone for only combat, because it just feels like air combat is everywhere. Creating a mode where only bikes and buggies are allowed would be cool. Funcom said basically that's not the plan. They're going to do lots of balancing to drive combat towards its core vision, which is people competing over points of interest in deep desert. The current the vehicle on foot is not like kind of balanced, and they want to tune it to their liking. Some multiple changes coming down for that one. They are not adding a targeted loot system. It's designed to be randomized and to encourage re-exploration. So, you know, giving good answers on that. Then I'm going to go out and get some and farm some more plastinium, because I need to refill our deposits. Good afternoon, a nearby tree. How's it going today? Is there any risk of building a fob in the A-band? No, there is no risk to building a fob in the A-band. You are lucky that there is no PvP in those areas, and Santa doesn't disable the shields there in the same way. The Reddit AMA, yeah, I can give you a link to it. Let me go through the server transition first. Bounce off the wall, which is always hilarious. Wrong chat, so let's go to this one. There's the link to the Reddit AMA. I'm reading out a couple of the questions as we go through, so here's a frequently asked one. Will we ever be able to stack storage boxes? So Funcom come back and say there's ways to do this already using half walls to create shelves. However, they're constantly looking into ways to improve quality of life, and stackable storage is on that list. So hey, potential future upcoming quality of life change. That could be good fun. On some spots in B and C PvE areas, no. As soon as you are off the shield wall and you are outside of Canley, it is PvP. No, if you build your base in the A-band, it is safe. This area up here, basically up on the shield wall, is safe. Down here, not safe. It's the basic rule of Deep Desert. So you can fly to these areas, the top ones, fine. But down here, no, no. We'll get the next question up. How about that? Yes, Diggs Anomaly, they said that's one of the things they're bringing, the quality of life changes soon. So yes, we'll be able to hopefully name storage boxes to make things a little bit easier. Which is what we like. Thank you, Mr. Bob Bobbington. Appreciate you and appreciate the support. Right, there we go. That's enough blastanium to do the last bit, the cockpit.
Cool. Another assault ornitail. Got it.
I would actually rock up at your house and throw things at you, like cushions and maybe like an egg. You know, just for good measure. It would be worth it on my day off.
Yeah, fair enough.
Threatening your moderators with bombardment is always acceptable. Well, there's a free assault ornitail, which is gonna... I'll just go in there for now. This is why we build up stockpiles. Ta-da! Like it was never gone. You can't call dibs, unfortunately it's already mine. Thank you very much.
Very welcome. I will betray my house any day for you.
Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, and neither will the people watching on stream.
I'm sure the 1,800 people won't tell a single person.
No, they're very good at keeping secrets, aren't you, chat? Exactly. What secrets? Good job. Doing well. Evil Conan cackles, indeed. Exactly. So what we're gonna do now is head back out to the deep desert. Oh, actually, maybe we shouldn't do that with the bug. Okay. Change my mind. We're not going back out to the deep desert. Can you pick up a thopter with a carrier thopter? Oh boy, can you? Copter. I don't know if the bug is back. That was a one-off kind of thing. I've seen it happen a few times to people. I've seen at least one other report of it happening. So yes, this can indeed do uppies. The reason why this can do uppies, and it's a very complicated reason. So, many of you out there are probably male. And therefore, you likely know, or male presenting, to be fair, that a lot of our clothes have pockets. We love pockets. We love to carry things. However, others don't have the same advantage. For example, skirts, dresses, no pockets. They carry bags. This is like a dress or a skirt without pockets. The carrier needs a bag. The bag you have is an ornithopter. This is your bag. This is your purse. That's how this works. It needs to have pockets. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And they're the ones that should be cherished. It can carry a buggy, it can carry... The only thing it can't carry is a sand bike, well, a carrier ornithopter, and a sand bike, because they're both too heavy. Buggies do hold more, but I haven't got a buggy to hand that I could show you. If anything, this holds more. This holds a lot of volume. No, the sand bike isn't heavier than the sand crawl. It's just because, you know, apparently you just can't pick up a sand bike. Can you put not sand in the sand crawler? Matt, the problem is that because of the way lift works, you're going to need to have 2 carriers per lifted carrier. You're going to have to lift each side. And then you're going to need 4 carriers to lift the 2 carriers carrying the 1 carrier. And you can then see where this is going to get out of hand very, very quickly. Exactly. Carrier proliferation to the max. I did quite a good job with these bodies.
Hello.
Hello.
Matt wouldn't happen to be around here, would he?
Matt, I don't believe so.
Ah.
He may have just left.
I needed the thopter wings too. Oh well. I am making super secret base run to the fob to deliver materials back and forth.
Okay, it's legs effects. There we go. We've managed to summon Matt. He's coming back. Demon Zafan? That's a very good
I
question.
have some titanium and stervadium, but I don't think I have enough.
In the lore
Hello?
of this world, in this kind of the opening cinematic, we are
Have you
told
turned
that
into Plutonium?
I have not, because I have just carried some from the fob, and now I have my own that I farmed.
I'm gonna move here so it's a little bit quieter. In the opening cinematic, we are told that because Jessica had a daughter rather than a son, Jessica, Paul Atreides' mother, was able to be trained as a soothsayer. With her soothsayer powers, she was able to anticipate or kind of foresee the Harkonnen betrayal of the Atreides. This led to the Harkonnen and the Atreides being able to do something called a war of assassins across Arrakis. However, this interrupted spice production. The Emperor, who cares about spice production above all else, sent down the Sardaukar. So, the Sardaukar then eradicate the Fremen. Those large vehicles are house assets of such value that they are vital to the production of spice across the universe. I think if they wanted to introduce those large carriers, those spice crawlers, it would need to be like a raid event where you fight off basically a platoon of Sardaukar who are defending it. Because those things are I mean, they are huge. They are bigger than this carrier by a significant margin. Like, the huge sand sifters that they have. Like, this wouldn't even come close to it. So it's going to have to be like an end game raid, I think, where you fight the Sardaukar on foot on the ground around it while not luring in the worm. And there's a carrier overhead, so you probably have to attack it with scout ornithopters or assault ornithopters. Like, it would have to be a huge piece of work.
Okay, yeah. So it's not just production. Well, it's not just crafting, it's all production. Well, there you
Oh,
go.
wait, hang on. Oh, yeah.
Take my bundle of rock.
I think it'll be a really cool idea for
I just
endgame
need the
content,
wings
but
to get me
that's
back to
we're
and
talking
from
about like
the
down the
fob
line a long
faster,
way for
thanks
that.
to
I think
the
that even
materials
then,
to the main
the
base
feel of it might not be
economy.
right. It has to be done in the right way for that to feel good, I think.
Let's see how much you need.
Otter, if I don't think I need 9,000 plastone. That's a hell of a lot of plastone. And Braid Rosetta, maybe. As far as we are told by the opening cinematic, we are told that the Fremen were eradicated by the Sardaukar. That's the wording used. Anything more than that, you might have to probably play the game, otherwise I'm going to give you spoilers.
Do you want me to just make it with the stuff that's already here?
I
And
was
then
trying
you
to just make it with
pay it
my
back
own,
with
so that I
resources.
don't. I can pay it back. It's okay. I was trying not to do that because I know that we're already missing some materials, and I don't want to add to that burden.
They did, but as far as we are concerned, we are
Yeah, well,
told
I'll
the
leave it up to
Fremen
you.
were eradicated. That is the stance, that is the
I'll
viewpoint that
focus
we're
on
given.
farming it once I finish.
So that's what
moving
you're told.
everything from base to base. I'll focus on farming today.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the wording
it
used by
makes sense
Prescient
that
Oracle, exactly.
to turn them back.
I'll just be gone for another day because I have work in
Yeah.
7 hours.
No, that's Calras, he's the vampire. It's great.
Yeah.
Calras streams on Twitch, you should follow them. Whose is this? Oh, that's mine, that's why.
So much. You made
Nice.
4, right? Okay. I'll pay it back.
For that, Paul, they would have mapped the south, finished the Fremen? Possibly. I mean, yeah, it's, in the Dune books, you know, it is very largely down to, Paul's leadership that the Fremen do as well as they do. I'm probably, yeah, I would say that I'm kind of broadly in the end game now, but I'm not by any means close to being finished. I mean, look at all of this that I'm still missing. Like, a huge amount that I would need to get a hold of. If you want to join our servers, you want to use !June Discord and use the in-game server info channel. Catch you later, Evil King Battle. Thank you very much for being here and hanging out today, bud. I appreciate you. They've been very clear in their AMA, which is currently going on Reddit, that they're planning on releasing kind of new DLC content every 3 to 4 months for the game to keep it kind of fresh, to add new PvE, to add new goals, new swatches, etc. Like, that's the kind of thing that they will add. It's gonna be very, really cool. I'm very much looking forward to it. I believe that is the Season Pass DLCs, but you'd probably have to go and check the Reddit thread to know for certain. I mean, look, a bunch of the content, kind of quality of life fixes and updates they're going to be refreshing will be free to everyone, you know? Changes to how storage works is going to benefit all of us. I don't know what they will release as free content versus not. I'm not obviously inside the team, you know? What's the faction match level? When you go through the quest, you'll end up at 5 with Harkonnen or with Atreides. And I'm fully of the opinion that, yeah, we should let the game cook. That's exactly it. It's good base right now. And all we can do is let them work on stuff. I mean, there are already plans in place with systems in place within the game to address faction imbalance. So, like, you know, if Harkonnens win every week, multiple times in a row, over and over again, then it will supposedly become easier for the Atreides to win. But they do already have systems in place for that. We're only 2 weeks in. Remember, the game came out to early access 2 weeks ago today. It's not a lot of time. Looted. What? Why is there no icon for my... I don't like this. Oh yeah, I mean, we are significantly in the future here. Number 2 by Panic at the Disco. The cover. Yeah, exactly, Bertalus. Like, that is a thing. That's what, I mean, the Deep Desert is about that. The fact that you managed to escape means that you won the engagement. You won that PvP fight. Yes, Matt, that's why I was getting Oshin to do our refining and spice refining loads earlier. That's why I asked this morning if you'd be around, because we'd harvested 123,000 spice sand. Wasn't exactly bad. Excuse me, I think you mean Baylito II? Do you not know that we worship the true God Emperor of Arrakis here? Look, I'll show you. See, the God Emperor himself, Baylito II. God Emperor. Where's this cardboard throne? Down there. See? Look at it. He's such a little baby. Give me blood in the bodies, give me blood. Give me blood and some stabs, I pray. Where are all the enemies? I think you'll find that the cron.os 7 servers have been 100% uptime. I'm not sure what you're talking about. There's likely people running the A-bands. That's 100% a thing at this time of day. That's all it'll be. I heard something. I would like the third faction to not be the Fremen, thank you. Smugglers, that would be cool. Maybe the Karab. Maybe one of the factions that's basically designed like that kind of exists within the criminal underworld of it. I mean, you want to be a navigator, or you want to have navigators in the story so that you can see them in the lore? Because that's a very different focus. See, if they're going to be a disrupting force, I don't think it will be just another great house, because that's just going to be, you know, just a third faction just vying for control. If the faction is truly interested on disrupting like people, then I think something that is outside of the great houses will be important. You don't see new content except the faction ones. You need to unlock others like the plantologist through hidden tasks. You need to find him. So, Giorgio, if you find out what was the last mission chain that you completed for it, what was the name of it? I've heard that a few times, Demonics. Not intentionally, but I basically wanted to make a character with a very, very small hitbox. You did complete the the entirety of the planetologist one, or how far through are you at? Or is it grayed out? If it's grayed out, then it's done, but if you've not done all of these quests, then it's not finished. For each of these, you have to do things like finding him in specific testing stations, like enter the testing station and find him, etc. Okay, so if the last time you found him he was locked in a cage, your next one will be to this one, Silence and Lot, so you would have done this one. The next, you talk to Peter DeVries about him. You have to go back to visit him in, you have to go back and visit Derek in the South Parga Basin, and then you'll have to go and do this. And where you go to Arakeen last. That's the last one you do to Arakeen to see the Slusan Bull. You did complete. So if it's grayed out, that means it's done. If you've done the final piece, that's the final step. I'm not necessarily sure what B is. I could go and find him, but if I did that, I'd have to end the stream. I'm not sure people want me to end the stream if I'm having a good time. Buenos dias.
Hello.
did you clear this before I got here, or did you just follow me down?
Definitely followed you.
I mean, I'm gonna go to number 37 as well, to the west, so... This way? No. Is assault only 6 wings? Yes, it is. 6 wings on the assault, only 8 on the carrier. Oh wait, that's not the right way either. You are most welcome, buddy. It does feel like there might be, you know, you do kind of tiers 1 to 5 in the survival fabricator, and then you do tiers 6 to 6 in the advanced. Oh. Enjoy, Pan Miyagi. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Enjoy your dog walk. Be careful of that grass, though. It can bite. I would assume that if you press J and any of these contracts are not grayed out, they are not complete. That's how that works. So if you've got any with them which aren't grayed out, that means you've still got work to do there, or you've got someone to speak to, or that kind of thing. This is getting jankier and jankier. It confuses me when I see people other than Mirror start doing mirror checks. It's very funny.
Who's that?
People.
Yes.
Look at how in sync that was. Beautiful. Do you? How about now? You know you can do them, that's my point. It's good seeing someone other than Mirror do it. The funny thing is, I actually have an emote of a rubber duck like that with a knife. I just need to upload it now. I've got, like, all kinds of slots and stuff. I don't know why that Solari had durability. Ooh, free belt. Hello, friend. There are some stealth mechanics, but they are quite hard to pull off. Matt, I can't have that on Twitch without risking getting into trouble. Like, the dumpy emotes are kind of just about okay, but like... No, it works for everyone. You're more than free to do it. It's just Mira has been the only person doing it until recently. Oh, damn corpse problem. Channel is new affiliate, unfortunately incorrect. New partner. Thanks to the kind people at Twitch. Twitch partner any % run. Thanks to you guys for coming and supporting the community. That's what we've been to do. It's awesome. Like, never expected that. Real talk, I was expecting like 50 people to be here ever. Like, and that would have already been huge. Like, that's already a massive achievement on Twitch. Like, this... I try not to think about that number, to be honest, because it kind of scares me a little bit. Like, it's just like, there's just casually like 1,700 of you just watching me just like prancing around like a floaty Sith Lord, not wanting to touch the ground. Can't believe that all these friends are lying down. How long have I been streaming? 2 weeks today, bud. No, it's a Mark 5 cutter. I'll take it. I couldn't do it without you guys being an awesome community, honestly. That's how this works. Yeah, B's here to keep me humble. How long's my vacation? My vacation finished yesterday, so I was doing some work yesterday. I've got some to do tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to it. If you make fun of pirate software, they will come. That's very true. I've been doing that for like 6 years now. I mean, so no, that's the thing is, you're broadly right there. If you're if you are an affiliate, you're in the like the top 1% kind of thing of the platform. I'm fairly sure that's what the numbers look like. I'm very fine accepting that Bailey is the main draw. What are you doing there, Ornithopter? You just leaving one of your arms out, are you? Okay. Now, I was going to know where people like Annie Fuchsia, Premier 2, like they both raided me really early on. That brought so many like cool new people in. So like, I don't know. I've got a lot of people to thank. A lot of people to thank for it. It's been amazing. I've had a really good time. Oh, okay. We're going. We've embraced Peter now, have we? Hello, Briss. Hope it's going well for you. I think, yeah, the making fun of Thor is the other main draw. Peter! Now I'm not going to unsee that. Or unhear myself from that one. Oh, Tabby, I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. That's actually very funny. I love Iron Mouse. She's great. She's such a gremlin. She's so funny. She brings so much like energy to any kind of call or room you're in. It's great. Yeah, I've reached out to Myralia. I've also got somebody else who I've spoken to who could do some cool emotes. Somebody who the pirate software community might know a little bit, and we'll see what happens. You know, keep your eyes peeled. Yeah, Mouse and Connor are both awesome people. I'm kind of ethereal. Ooh, I'm leaning back. I could probably, if I did this one, do it better. It's starting to get dark. A human-shaped meat mech. I mean, I've felt like that in the past, but like that's one way of putting it for sure. Oh yeah, I'm just British. Don't worry, that's what it is. Although, doesn't help that one's so bright. Let me do this. What time is it here? I don't know, like at least like midday, right? Forgeddon, to be honest with you, I think Thor would rather go skydiving with me than shave his head. And to be honest with you, getting him to go skydiving is becoming a bit of a meme now, where I try and convince him every time that we should go skydiving, and he tells me that I'm a crackhead. Fair. Fair. I don't think he understands the attraction of jumping out of a perfectly good airplane.
There's someone here.
There is someone here. Well, given that Thor's not great with heights, the chance of Thor shitting himself is high.
Let's go.
There is a good reason to jump out of a perfect airplane. Like, it'd be fun. Like, think of the memes. You want to know how it feels? Like, oh. Rapiers count as long blades. They count as swords. So if you look in this tree, long blades are just swords and rapiers. That's how I know. If I do a subathon at some point, I reckon the top thing on there will be, you know, jump out of a plane. Okay, on it. Maybe not the top thing. That'd be great fun. I mean, wouldn't you rather know that you can jump out of a perfectly working one before you know you need to jump out of one that isn't perfectly working? Hello, Karu. Welcome on in. Ow. Yes, Belphegor, that's completely normal. You should 100% get to level 5 with the Atreides, betray them, and become a true Harkonnen, the way that everyone was meant to be. you think Thor's gonna let me get him into a small bush plane to even like kind of simulate? That's not gonna be doable. I'm going to get more inventive than that. Real talk, I wouldn't put him outside of his comfort zone. Like, if he doesn't want to do it, he doesn't want to do it. So be it. But I'll do it. Mostly because he might be right. It's possible that I am in fact a crackhead. That was close. Breakhead, nice. I don't know if I would enjoy scuba diving indoors as much, like... I just don't know, it would be... What if I'm doing it? I'm longing for the real thing. Why?
Suspicious. Shield engaged.
Teamwork, nice. Oh, so here, this is kind of the joke. So we have obviously the old cat, dog, water, and bug here. The reason I'm water is that I am just more at home in the water than I am pretty much anywhere else. And like I love scuba diving. It just feels right to be underwater. Like no. I mean, real talk, what you're seeing when you see me engage with the AI is AI that I have spent probably, what, 300 hours getting used to now? Like, I know exactly what combinations to do and the order to hit buttons in order to basically disable it in the easiest way.
Shield engaged.
Oh no, I think for my my holiday next year, I will likely go diving in the Red Sea in Egypt if my back is up to it. Did I not claim that again? Because every time. Who doesn't, Trev? And I think that is part of it. Obviously, I had back problems from a very young age, and therefore being in the water was the pressure off weight-wise. Why Egypt? Because I love the Red Sea. The Red Sea is such a good diving spot. There's all kinds of really interesting natural areas. You're not in the risk of over-diving an area and damaging the local fish population. You can free dive just off the hotels in certain places. Like, there's some great spots around the Red Sea, which are just really good for diving. Flying give me a hard time? Not really, no. I have no problems with flying. Had to get kind of used to it. After about, to be fair, after about 8 hours, I started to get a bit like, okay, I'd like to be able to get up and like walk around and stuff now. Hey, welcome from Egypt. Welcome, yeah. Yeah, I've been hearing that too, Xanatos. Lionfish are getting really out of hand because there seems to be a fall off in their natural predators. But no, I've gotten reasonably used to flying to the US now. Let's do it a couple of times for RSFO work. So you know that's an 11-hour flight to get to California. There must be a story behind that, Arcturus. Did I just do all of that in not my ornithopter? That's deeply funny. Very funny indeed. It's one of my tasks, yes, setting up calendars. The last song that played was Sabaton, and it was The Last Stand? Thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for the 2 subs. Appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the community. You are more than welcome. Yeah, we can probably have some illegal advice if you want. Nothing you can rely on, but hey. No one in Twitch chat would rely on any kind of advice from anyone without at least engaging critical thinking, right? Right? Can you piggyback burst off a carrier? No, you cannot. The carrier is not a valid landing pad for a vehicle. Things will just slide off. I mean, I agree. You know, I wish people, you know, wouldn't keep spilling lube on top of the carrier, but, you know, I've asked them to stop and they refuse, so, you know, what else can I do, you know, more than anything? Yes, this is the Regis drill shot. It's a scattergun, so it's basically a, this one is a scattergun. Scattergun refers to shotguns, and it refers to two different types. You are not a sub, so I will wait for you, Belphegor. Okay, there you go. So scatterguns cover two different types, the GRDA-44 and the drill shot, well, FK7. So then we go into here, look into weapons. For example, Adept drill shot FK7, Adept GRDA. So these two are scatterguns. This one is much more like a shotgun. If you look at the stats, the effective range is 8 meters, very, very low. Whereas this one is much more like a slug firing gun, but it's a range of 66 meters. So that's the best way, that's kind of the way to see it. But they both count as scatter guns. Even though this has no scatter. I don't make the rules. Except when I do. Why is there spice sand in here? Thor is likely trundling around requesting more spice. He's some kind of spice-powered gremlin. Yes, you want the drill shot to go through, or if you want to get through shields, the other option to go down the disruptor line. That will rip through a shield very, very quickly. And then you can melee them down. But the drill shot drills through the shield and then does damage to them as well. Yeah, the disruptor will wreck your supply of darts, but you can make them using basic things. The constellation just in a 45-minute timer. What do you mean? Wrong way. Have I ever been to Berlin, Germany? I have indeed been to Berlin. I mean, look, the things that I did in Berlin, Germany, was I was really interested in the history of what happened on the eastern side of the Berlin Wall. Because obviously, you know, we get a lot of kind of pro-Western side, but seeing the actual split of Berlin and see the difference on either side is fascinating to me. The decisions made post-World War II, I think, were deeply interesting for how it divided the city and how it's changed the culture of both sides of the city even now. So I went and I looked at quite a lot of the history that was there, and I went to things like, you know, the Berlin Wall Museum and all kinds of stuff like that. You might not have the same interest in history or be there for the same reasons. There are lots of great things to do in Berlin. It's a fantastic city. As with everywhere, I find that if you respect the locals and you treat their customs with respect and you kind of just keep your ears open, you listen and, you know, whatever, you'll be treated well. So you can do pretty much anything you're interested in. What is it that you want to go to Berlin for? Matt, could you possibly move your assault thopter to somewhere that's less in the middle of stuff if you're not going to be using it very often?
So I had you muted. So,
I was wondering if you could move your assault thopter somewhere like closer to the edge or the far end if you're not going to be using it very often, because it's very much in kind of a prime spot and you don't seem to use it that much.
yeah, got it.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate you.
Hello?
Hello. Hey, Fasigo. Two questions. How you set up your camera that you look there in chat? So what was the name of the song that just finished? So I'm using an Elgato teleprompter. So it has like a little screen at the bottom that reflects up into a mirrored surface so I can see the chat. The camera is actually behind that mirrored surface, so it looks like I'm looking directly into your soul, but I'm actually reading chat. It's also actually proven to be remarkably good practice for me keeping my posture upright, because in order to read chat properly, I need to keep my head higher up. So actually it's been kind of quite good on my core muscle, actually very good on my back. As for the song that played last, what was it? It would have been... I'll be creating a playlist tomorrow on a new Spotify account, so I don't dox myself. You will have it, don't worry. The last song was Faster Ride by Cartel, I believe. And Teleprompter, I'm very much enjoy it. It's quite good, you know. It's very good quality. I've got a decent camera behind it. You know, it's a good piece of kit. It's proven very useful for chat. I mean, many of you have commented and had kind of a laugh at it. It's kind of interesting, but it's very useful for all kinds of stuff, meetings, all kinds of things, really. There will be a sandstorm in 4 minutes. It'll hit somewhere else because it doesn't appear to be hitting the A-band. Much more space. Space. In space. A-band cannot be raided, no. There's nice. There's a little safe zone currently, although you know, there's some disagreement about whether, you know, that's right, but hey. What's the bet that somebody queued a big job or something and didn't refill the corpse stills? Oh, look. Is everything ever really safe? I mean, look, is the base in Haga Basin safe? It's a survival game. You could lose everything. You know, is the Thopter I was in earlier that just despawns? Like, you know, safe is relative, but like, yeah, safe from raiding is what people mean. How the co-op aspects have been, they've been very good. You know, at the end of the day, we most people play broadly solo and then come back together for group projects, which is working out quite nicely. So we're kind of getting a mix of the cooperative and also the solo gameplay. Been good fun. As you see, we've got decent base up from a couple of weeks of deep desert farming. You know, we're now entering our second, well, basically we're now entering the third week of the game being out. Or since early access, which was on the 5th when I started streaming. Jump, jump, jump. We can do, but I don't mind this. This is chill. So I can remind myself how many I've taken each time. This is just my body box. What's wrong with it? This is the hotel. We'll go get some more bodies. The Death Stalls do have something that will tell you. Look at them. This looks, over time, this will get tighter and tighter as more and more of the corpse juice is removed. And then they're perfectly preserved. Right, the rest of this melange is, at that point, fair game. I think anyone can have that. That's the storage backfill sorted. So we now have enough melange and placinium saved up for a replacement carrier and sandcrawl if we ever need it. So we can always do that easily. The next things we want to make are a large ore refinery in the Haga Basin. The FC did say jump, yes. Jump, jump, jump. Drones out, anchor the FC, 500 meters. Logi wing. Start cap training. FC said uppies. Yeah, these are most of these are Eve things. You hate flashbacks, yeah. I mean, I think if that's all you've got left from Eve Online, I guess that's it. Paul said you should go hang out with Cronus. I'm sorry if I'm sending you Eve flashbacks then. Small amount of psychic damage. What's the story behind it? Eve, I mean, Eve, everyone has their own story inside Eve. It's often long, complicated. But Eve is where I met Thor. You know, it's how Thor and I know each other. So, you know, you make friends in games like Eve Online and they stick around. Like, there's people I, you know, met probably 10, 15 years ago, still talk to me from Eve. Like, it's... I don't miss the days of spamming D-scan, no. a little tight for an assault. Yeah, it's certainly a pretty sweet base, isn't it? That'll do. Okay, game. Odd, but fine. How many people are Dune group? About like 15, but not everyone's playing. You know, everyone's playing at their own different like pace and stuff, so it depends. Like most of us are playing broadly solo and coming together for big projects or events, like if anyone needs help or something. Kind of rough, but it works. No, this is not the Crazy Taxi soundtrack. That's deeply funny. You enjoy that, Iona. I will catch you later. Enjoy that cake. Have some cake. You've earned it. How do I not have enough melange? That's awful. Away. Away. Damn. I hate sorting this stuff out. Why did that come with me? This is indeed Dune Awakening. I did. I've accidentally become base mum. I don't really know what happened. No, this is just a separate base. This is our long-term, like, storage kind of thing. So this is where the spare carrier lives, and the spare sandcrawler, and also enough resources for us to make another one. Because what happens if we lose our vital components? We can't replace them. Eh, good enough. Right. Finish yourself. Your fingernails. This is Luther and ours base. Yeah. Could be this one. But why is it? Oh, it was. This is the base that Luther built. That is the Atreides. Is it the Caladan roof? A small while since I last drank something. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Let's have a look, see, shall we? Alright, already got one equipped. If I go to this, I go to the Atreides. Here you go, Caladan Palace Sea Lane, the 9. There you go. You want to make, you know, harpoon things. You've got like stuff that we'll use, you know, plastone to make stuff. Structural walls. You've got decorations. You've got banners and stuff that you make from granite and agave. All kinds of things. Wall sculptures. Lighting. That's a lot of power generation. Join the Discord. If you go into in-game server info as a channel in our !June Discord, you will find all of the information you need. In-game server info in there. They're literally trash. I'll leave that for Demnar. Demnar loves picking up things. You're welcome, Demnar. Hold up. For Demnar. Second of all, take that one out. Put that in here. That is the Mark 6 Scout Ornithopter. So what is in this one? Calm, it was possible a second ago, you bitch. So if you want to join the private servers, you go into the server browser, choose private at the top, and then you will be able to choose Nitrado NA East 100. So this should be the Scout Ornithopter. Did you accidentally fire a rocket?
I might have.
Oh, okay, yeah, just testing, yeah? Just testing.
I actually thought I still had the booster module on and I fell.
That's deeply funny. Okay, so both those tools have the same vehicle in them. Fine.
I'll make the jump that I wanted to make.
Another run. Keep. Are there any equipment locker type storages? I don't believe so. That would be quite cool. And Ingram, you are not the Fremen Stillbed by proceeding through the 7 trials of Ackle and then doing the final trials kind of mission. I won't tell you what that trials mission is because that would be spoilers and it would ruin some of the fun. Guy Marshall, thank you for subscribing with Prime, buddy. And yes, welcome to Baron Thorconan. The Mighty. One day I'll get used to that, but today's not that day. Ralamins up. No. This side. Hello, Zafaroth. How are you doing, buddy? Eat a pineapple pizza. Thank you for subscribing with Prime. As long as you're not eating an Italian pizza with pineapple on it, we're all good. You can put it in a box to keep it on you. Yeah, you can put it in a box you set to owner only, and if you own the building, it will be for you only. That's how that works. That's a sentence I didn't need to see. Pizza is just fancy beans on toast. Who hurt you? Okay, so Zafarov, as a rule of thumb, if a job description has listed roles on it, if you can do 60% of what is on that job description, you should at least consider applying. Most companies are not expecting you to come in and be able to do everything they're asking for off the bat. They're just hoping that you are a reasonable person who's willing to work hard, who will do, 60, 70, 80% of it. The rest of them, the company should teach you how to do those things. If you can't do some of it, that's not necessarily a problem. Remember that. It's not about being able to fill the exact job role perfectly, because if you could do that, there'd be no room for personal growth while you're on the job. Arguably, that wouldn't be a job that you'd enjoy long term. You can do 100% of what they're not asking for. I'm sure you can ask for the job, Viva. How do you want your name pronounced? Bar? Bar? You got a weird bug? Oh no. If it's Jake, I can't help you. Luther, that's the crash. That's the deep desert crash. You'll need to basically get your logs from a location. Yeah, like a glove. You'll need to get your logs from percentage, app data percentage, local Dune sandbox. Logs? You weren't crossing a server boundary, what? In that case, we need your logs even more, bud. You weren't crossing a server boundary and you've still got that bug, that's Very weird. You'll have to log in and see if slash where your stuff is. I'll fly to the deep desert now and see if I can get you some support. I hate these new slices. They're awful. Dealing with some serious abandoning in Turgot recently since we restarted it. Any recommendations? Is everyone on that server having that problem? Because that's the first report I've seen in chat about it, but there are quite a few of you here, so I could have missed it. No, it's all okay. Okay, I'm Huntsman. I would restart your game and verify the integrity of your game cache first. Because it sounds like you're having packet loss issues. Could even be a restart the router kind of thing. Or router. Okay, Luther, now when you log back in, we'll see what happens, because I see no ornithopter. If you were at that height, that angle... Oh, you spawned there? Okay, you spawned there, so I thought that's good. Okay, I'll still pass that one on, because that's still a weird one. So yeah, Luther didn't have the same bug though, that was a very different one. So that is a different bug. So whereas before Calras and I are both crash crossing server boundaries, Luther just got that out of the blue. So it's a different bug. Your first Thopter. So Mark 4, I would recommend you have storage on it. Very useful. Then when you get a Mark 5 ability to make a Thopter, I'd make an assault with a thruster and storage. Use that to work on a Mark 6 that you have with either rockets or a thruster, depending on your preference for fighting versus aerial, kind of aerial fling control. Okay, neat. You are very welcome, bud. Happy to help out. 100% need a Thopter for the desert. There's enough batteries, right? Why do you switch from a scout to assault Thopter? Because when you're doing assault, you can carry 1,000. You can use a thruster at the same time, and you have 15 slots. Yeah, so you can carry large crates of just fuel and bodies and stuff. And then you put a thruster onto your scout at that point, so it acts as a scout. Didn't need 2 rows, interestingly enough. Gotta find out what happened there. Right. It is 25 to 8. I'm gonna go and spend some time with Bailey and with my girlfriend. And you cannot combine the partial fuels, no. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna raid elsewhere. Just make sure that the channel we want to raid is gonna be fine. Yep, we are going to raid into a channel that many of you will know. It's going to be very chill, good chill vibes. We're going to raid into Ferret Software. Hope you guys enjoy that. The Wigglers should be doing a few things. Yeah, you can see the Wigglers are currently having playtime with Shay. They're all running around, so you get to see some ferrets out and about. Hope you all enjoy. And I will see you all soon. I'm off tomorrow. You might see me in Thor's chat, but thank you all very much for hanging out. I really appreciate you. Thank you for being here, being chill. And yeah, we'll keep doing some more Dune, and I'll see you guys all soon. Take it easy. Thanks for coming, and enjoy the rest of your Thursday.